Thank you. Last thing I wanted to do is put my address. I mean, it's easy enough, like I said, to find. Yeah, but you don't have to. You never have to post a quorum notice anyway. And so you never have to post. If it's not, you're not going to have an actual meeting. Oh. These are so damn good. You can eat five.
I know. That's why I didn't.
So, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know, well, most of you sort of have to be here, but but thank you anyway. Same with us, right? Appreciate it very much. We'll do a roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Magazine.
Here.
Councilmember McMahon. Here. Councilmember Friedel.
Present.
Councilmember Charno.
Here.
Councilmember Spellich.
Present.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Present. Thank you all. Grady, did you want to?
I do, Mayor. I just have a few words to say. First of all, thank you. Thank you to the council and to the staff who are all here today. Just have a few words to say. First of all, don't freak out by looking at the 17-item agenda before you. There are probably about 6 of the items that are what I would call fast track type updates that we're going to probably try to spend about 5 minutes on. These are already projects that are already in progress that you're already aware of. So we're just going to tell you where we are in that stage of the project. The other thing I wanted to point out is I just heard someone kind of laugh earlier about the white tablecloths and how we kind of class things up this year. The thing that is very disappointing is that what we try to do is we try to, in the past, have the council and the staff sit together, and we really prefer to do that if we could. The issue is that the camera equipment in this room isn't optimized for it. And we tried doing this at the community center a few years ago, which I would actually prefer the community center because it's very much a very open and transparent. But it's just not, it was horrible if you remember the video that came out of it. The audio you couldn't really hear. So we're back to this room, and this is a new setup. We're not really thrilled with it. I'm thrilled in terms of at least it gives the staff a good opportunity to have a good seat and see us. But we're going to try to return next year to the U shape that was in front of the screen, and we're going to see if we can either rent or purchase a couple cameras that we can do. But we didn't have the ability. These cameras are all fixed in place, and we couldn't do that this year. So we'll try to go back to that. It's all about transparency, and we really want to make sure that our residents have an opportunity to see the council at work. So the last thing I just wanted to reiterate is we do these meetings once a year to talk about what we would consider to be strategic issues. We try to get you to spend a full day on addressing items that we just don't have the time to do at a regular council meeting. And that's really the purpose of why we're here today. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the mayor. I think the mayor might have had some words to say as well.
Thank you. Just glad that you mentioned the transparency, because I know when I first came on, it wasn't just the retreat, but all of the work study sessions and such, and it kind of forced us to change our setup. But I think in the long run, it's more important to be able to have these things online so that people can watch them. So that was a change that we made, that every year we kind of figure it out a little bit more. And then in addition, we talked about some of the commissions will be that way too. But as we work it out, it's all in an effort to make sure everybody gets a chance to hear and see what's going on. So I think we'll go one by one, obviously, and we'll try with with having like a meeting where you tell me if you're going to speak, but, you know, it's more informal. We don't have, you know, it's not the same, we're not taking any action. So I want everybody to feel free to speak. If it seems like we're doing it at more than one at a time, like with a view or something, we'll get it through. But again, thank you all. I know that just like with the state of the town, getting to this point is such a big deal. You know, you have a lot of work to do, a lot of looking back, a lot of present, and a lot of looking forward. So I really appreciate us all being here and putting the time and effort into this most important thing that we do. And our first item, Grady, do you want to introduce it?
I do. So, Mayor and Council, this has been a big priority for some time, and that is to have a citizen satisfaction survey regarding town services. This is important from a couple different standpoints. One is it helps us hear back from our residents how we're doing on the delivery of our services. Secondly, it also helps us, we also had a question in there which the pollster is actually here today and is going to actually give the presentation. But we also had questions, if we were to have to get into a cost-cutting mode, what would the services be that the residents in priority order would recommend cutting? So again, this is a very good, what I would call a baseline survey. I have used ETC when I was in Peoria and also another community in Rhode Island. I noticed that the town actually used ETC probably 15 years ago for some other work. So this is a familiar firm, both to myself, but also the town of Fountain Hills, having used this firm before. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bo, who will just kind of explain briefly a little bit about what we were trying to accomplish, and then he'll introduce Ryan Murray of the ETC Institute. With that, I'll turn it over to our Community Relations Manager.
It's early.
Wink Martindale here. Okay, am I on now? All right. Mayor and Council, I'll start over. We started working with ETC after last year's approval of the budget in July, and we launched the community survey in October after several months of finalizing the types of questions that would work for our town to get, so we can get the understanding of the types of things that we want to work on moving forward in the future. Obviously, this is streets, this is community services, trying to get different opinions of what our residents would want to know, and also what we want to know, so that in a couple years, when we do this again, another survey, we know we can show how we're improving in those areas once we know what residents really want us to improve in.
Can I ask you real quickly, have we done this before in a large scale like this? Grady?
Not a generalized one. We have done it previously on specific issues that the town was surveying residents about, but we've not done a very broad, generalized type survey like this. It's the first time that we've done one. Now, Vision Fountain Hills actually did one, and it was good from an anecdotal standpoint, but it wasn't a statistically valid survey, nor was it tested. And this firm actually, what's really good about this firm, in addition to doing these for municipalities, that's their primary clientele, they also have benchmarking data, which I think all of you saw, which compares how our residents felt about the questions or their sentiments compared to the other cities of similar size and complexity.
Yes. So with some of that background, this budget, so you know, because I'm sure it's going to be a question, it cost us $18,500. We had in our budget $20,000 for this, and so we were in line with our budget expectations. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Ryan Murray. He's with the ETC group. He's from Kansas. Actually lives in Missouri, so I have a kindred spirit. And so Ryan, wouldn't mind coming up?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be here on Tuesday next week as well. So, you can gear up today for the tough questions to put me on the spot in front of the Town Council again. But it's a pleasure to be here. As Grady or Mr. Miller and Mr. Larson had mentioned, we've worked in the town before, but never on kind of a general community satisfaction survey such as this. So for those of you who aren't familiar with ETC Institute, and I'm going far too many slides, I think here. Nope, all right. We're really the national leader in market research for governmental organizations. And so most of our clientele are municipalities, as well as some county organizations. Tpt is a client of ours. MAG has been a client of ours. So we do a lot of work within the governmental sphere. And most of our work, if not all of it, statistically valid survey work. And we have quite the clientele list throughout the country here. And I have done something. Let me see if this will just work. All right, I apologize. There we go. All right. So now I've got this figured out. So the purpose of our survey, and most of our surveys, are really to objectively assess satisfaction. So we want to ask questions in general terms, just generally understanding satisfaction and perceptions of town values and services. Beyond that, our firm has the ability to compare your results both regionally and nationally to results, and you'll find that in your full report. And then we help determine priorities for the community. So had, even everyone in the community given just phenomenal marks across the board for each one of these items, we still would have developed priorities for the community. And I think that one of the major takeaways today is that the results are actually very good, and we'll talk about that just here in the next slide. As I mentioned, this was the first community survey administered for the town. We administer these surveys primarily by mail and online, and that includes text message, email follow-ups. If we would have needed, we could have sent out a postcard to remind residents to participate, but the response rate here was just really, really great. So when we do these surveys, we know how many surveys typically will yield our goal. And so when we get over our goal, it means that the community was really interested in participating. We had 465 completed surveys. Our goal was 400 completed surveys. What that gives us is a margin of error of about 5%, 4.5% at the 95% level of confidence, which really means that if we were to have conducted the research 100 times, 95 out of 100 times we're going to get these same results plus or minus our margin of error for those questions. We also geolocate or geocode the home address of each respondent. If anybody on the council or the mayors took the survey, the last question of the survey required you to put your home address in. We wanted to make sure your address was, one, selected for the random sample, and two, most definitely in the town of Fountain Hills. And as you can see, we have a great dispersion of responses from throughout the town. So some of those areas are not populated, but what we want to see is a fairly even distribution across all town neighborhoods, and we don't want a concentration of responses coming from one in particular area. And so we're going to map these as the survey is conducted. But really it's to ensure that we've dispersed the surveys evenly, because sometimes the randomized methodology can have you concentrated surveys by random, so we want to make sure we're collecting those at a good clip from throughout the community. Oh, I apologize here. I think I've gone forward one too many slides here. I apologize. I can use the arrows. All right. So we did that. We did methodology. I apologize here. It is early. So the bottom line up front, if you take away nothing else from today's presentation, it should be that the town performed very well in these results. Almost 95% of residents gave an excellent or good rating when rating the quality of life in the community. Almost 80% indicated that it was an excellent place or a good place where you're delivering services. And as we can see in some of the further slides, as I'll get into those, you're really equitably providing those services across all town areas. So most residents, and regardless of where you live, are generally satisfied with the quality of life and the level of service that you're providing. One of the other takeaways here should be that you're performing significantly higher than other communities according to our benchmarking in a number of areas. So 33 of the 41 areas we were able to assess were significantly above our national average, and the overall quality of life in the community rated almost 14 percentage points above our national average, which is just really phenomenal. As I mentioned at the top, the purpose of the survey was to develop priorities. You'll see some of this later on in the presentation. It's really maintenance of streets and infrastructure, towns, codes and ordinances, and we'll talk a little bit more about why that one's so difficult, and communication with the public moving forward. When we get to perceptions, as I've already alluded to, the perceptions are extremely high. As we review these tables and charts, out to the left are going to be my positive responses. Those are usually going to be shaded in blue. It's either excellent or good or very satisfied and satisfied. Neutral responses are shaded in gray, and anything in the negative scale, ones and twos, are usually going to be shaded in that red and pink. In order to interpret these charts, I always like to kind of put some context to the neutral responses. Neutral responses are residents who had an opinion that wasn't negative or positive. They had experienced the service, they believe that they have some intuition on what's going on in that particular value, but they don't necessarily or haven't had a perception made upon them. So those are sway voters there. So as you'll see down towards the bottom, leadership of town elected officials. So you're performing relatively well. About 50% of respondents indicated they're satisfied with that particular item, but you've got 1/3 of your population who's kind of in that swing category, who probably just don't have enough information to make an informed decision to the positive or to the negative, and instead of selecting don't know, they gave a more neutral response. Those folks,
Can I ask
yeah.
you about that? So with the comparisons to other cities, did we get a lot of neutral answers?
No, I wouldn't say you received a significantly more neutral responses from other folks, but I do feel like additional communication and outreach in key areas, specifically some of those top priorities for improvement, will be important in the future. We've found that there's been a direct correlation, and we're working with Kansas State University and their data analytics program to do some of this. They're putting some of our historical results into AI and machine learning programs. And what they found is a dramatic correlation between positive communication scores and positive scores generally in our perceptions questions. So what we found is that as communication increases and communication scores increases, as the community becomes the top communication source for residents, and as we're able to communicate effectively with those folks, communication will drive the rest of the scores in these particular areas. And so we think that's a really important area to focus on. In a couple slides, we'll see that residents indicated that was one of the areas that they'd be okay with us taking away from. But we'll also see that there was lower levels of satisfaction with some pretty big groups of neutral for a couple of those areas as well.
And that's kind of what I'm asking, is with a community that has maybe the age or the who's working, who isn't working, there's a lot of kind of crosstab stuff there that I wondered if it's a matter of they're just living their lives and they don't really know if we have programs for kids, for example, but it doesn't affect them one way or the other. So I'd want to get a little bit more understanding about whether that has to do with communication or just that they're just kind of going along and just don't really know a lot about some of these items.
I would say it is more that folks are kind of living their lives and don't necessarily have the time to interact. I was speaking with somebody in the audience who said, I've got all these extracurriculars, I haven't been able to participate in boards or committees and things like that. And so I think there's a lot of residents probably in Fountain Hills with children or extracurriculars, and they just don't have the opportunity, to watch the meeting this morning or to sit down this evening and rewatch it, or to watch council's meeting next week. So there's a lot of folks that just don't have the time. One thing to keep in mind is that these results for leadership of elected officials have been tested quite a bit the last couple of years. Police ratings as well. Folks are generally less satisfied, but not for any particular reason as to what we found. It seems to be general perceptions, probably from larger news media sources, kind of beating up those folks in the local coverage and things like that from time to time. And we've seen that across the country. And because this is a baseline, I would caution us to think that this is kind of where we're at, and hopefully we don't go down. It's more like we'll probably regress towards the mean, an upwards motion later on.
And that's the other question, and I'll get to you, Jerry, but the, the whole pandemic and all of these are being looked at in 2021, I think, so might have a little bit of a different, Jerry?
Do we have any age demographic breakdown of these responses?
Yeah, so ahead of next week's meeting, I can definitely do that. I'll run some statistical testing on those and bring anything pertinent to the group, and make sure that we focus on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor?
a quick question. Overall quality of life is about 94%, which is excellent or good, but roads and relationship with the town citizens is very low. How does that skew the 94%? Any idea?
So one thing that I was talking with Bo about earlier and on the phone as we were reviewing the results, you're in a unique position where you're in a really, really great community, and folks are telling you that, hey, the quality of life here is fantastic. What that comes along with is a lot of high expectations. So folks have quite the expectations for you all. So even a minor slip up in our maintenance of streets, even a single pothole can have a dramatic impact on our perceptions of how you're maintaining that one specific service area. But folks were generally, and I think that there's really no there's nothing to tell us anything other than folks really enjoy living here. There's just some areas, and they expect you to probably move on some of those areas that they've told us they're less satisfied with in these charts. Yeah.
And Ryan and Bo and I had talked about the other aspect, which is I believe you could just really translate the high regards for those scorers back to the council, because they're the ones that are actually funding a lot of the programs and services, and so there is the cause and effect on that. So while the individual questions may not really rise as high or do not have the as high of a score or rating, certainly there is that ability to translate that into indirectly to the elected officials here.
Yep. And as we know, everybody, the room is not full. It was an open meeting. I'm sure it was well publicized within the community. Folks, maybe online, but folks don't drive, to these meetings, and they don't come in great numbers to these meetings unless there's something really pertinent or they're being recognized. So one thing to keep in mind is that they have high expectations. They're really satisfied with what's currently going on here. They've told us some nitpicky things, in my opinion, just based on some of the other communities, such as Tempe, that I work with. And they'd like you to fix them and pay attention to those. But not everybody has the time to be completely informed with what goes on in these chambers. And I think that that's kind of clear in some of these neutral responses on this particular slide here. So in addition to the dot map that we've provided, and kind of transitioning to this slide is difficult, but what we've done is we've shaded each one of these areas based on the mean, average, or average rating that was given within each question. So this is the overall quality of life in the town. As you can see, this is where I alluded to, you're equitably distributing services to all members of the community. There is one particular area that kind of averaged out to the good response, 4.2 to 3.4 versus that 4.2 to 5. But for the vast majority of residents in your community, folks are rating you very highly in that area. Same with overall appearance of the town. That one zone that was shaded a little bit lighter blue previously is now shading neutral. So those folks just kind of have that higher level of standard there for their responses. And as you can go back to the dot map and see, there aren't a ton of residential, or there weren't a ton of responses in that area, so it's some responses impacting that average rating there. But these maps are great for public works folks, parks and rec folks, to understand where there might be problem areas or where there might be lower levels of satisfaction or excellent good ratings throughout the town. Again, keeping in mind, these are averaged based on all of the responses within those black boundaries that are shown there. This is overall level of satisfaction with the quality of town services. So this is kind of the litany, the big grouping of services that you have here. As you can see, fewer neutral responses, which means folks do have some indication as to what's going on here. Starting at the bottom one, enforcement of town codes and ordinances, that's a really difficult one. Folks that indicated they're satisfied likely either were not called to be enforced upon or called for somebody else to be enforced upon and had that actually follow through. So that person actually had to change some of their behaviors or do something to their physical property probably. The folks that are dissatisfied are likely the folks that were enforced upon or did not have their request granted. So hey, I think that is not happening, that should not happen, but it's not against regulation. That is a tough one. Anybody that knows about codes enforcement, that's a tough issue to get right in a community. It's one of our top priorities for improvement because of the lower levels of satisfaction, and it's also relatively important to respondents. We go up one, maintenance of Fountain Hills streets and infrastructure. Relatively good levels of satisfaction there, ranging about 50% of folks are satisfied, but it received the highest level of dissatisfaction in that particular area. And then effectiveness of town communication with the public. As we'll see later in the slides, the Fountain Hills Times is really the primary source of information, followed by word of mouth, but folks would probably rather see more information from your website and more information straight from council or from the source. Yeah, please.
I have a question, if you don't mind. It seems like there's a contradiction going on about communication, because on the Q3 slide page, it says residents were asked to rate if the town needed to reduce or eliminate major services, and which 3 services would they be most willing for the town to reduce and eliminate? Well, the last one is, after the library and ordinances, it says, an effectiveness of the town's communication with the public at about 30%. So to me, that seems like a contradiction, and if they're complaining about the lack of transparency and communication, how did we get to this place where they want to reduce it as a service?
Yeah, and I think that's because they'd rather see you reduce communication than not fix our roads, or reduce communication versus, and so I think the juxtaposition here is important to understand of the other services that were on this list. So would you put fire protection above libraries or communication? So I think when reviewing this question, the items that are at the top make sense because you wouldn't want a reduction in your public safety services or your public work services. You wouldn't want to see a reduction in sheriff services. So you've selected the items that are likely going to have the least impact on your day-to-day life, which would be library services, which we know go underutilized in a majority of communities, followed by 2 other community services that don't have a great impact on your daily life. So
I understand that, but it still seems contradictory given the negative content we are used to seeing and receiving and lack of transparency, et cetera, et cetera. I guess, to me, that just seems skewered there.
Yeah, I think after reviewing so much of this data, we don't ask this question typically. So it's an interesting question to ask. So what we've done is that we've asked residents to rate the quality of the services, rate which ones should receive the most emphasis, and then which ones, if needed, should receive reduction in service. But if you take a close look at this list, personally, I wouldn't put anything below those top 3 because I don't want to see a reduction in my own town's public safety services or flow of traffic or parks and recreation or garbage. So those are front door type items where codes and maintenance and effective communication and library services are kind of in the backyard of everybody's mind. So I think that yes, there was some like you said, some kind of bashing of those results. It didn't make a lot of sense why we're seeing lower levels of satisfaction in a slide previously, and then now, hey, you want to reduce services. But it's really, if I had to choose which services would be reduced, I'd pick the ones that have the least impact on my day-to-day life. So I think that's what we're seeing in question 3 here. And so while we do get feedback about transparency quite frequently, I think one thing for council to keep in mind is that we're hearing from the aggregate public here. And so we hear frequently from those folks that know us closely or know our roles in the community. So you're probably frequently seeing comments online or talking to people in the community that know you're a council member and know what type of topics to drive with you. Same for everybody else. You're hearing about you're not being transparent, but in the greater aggregate group of the community, it's likely not the same, it's not the same issue. Am I missing a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to the enforcement of town codes and ordinances by the town. I somewhat disagree with the way that you broke that down. I received numerous emails from residents who actually see code enforcement violations, and I think there's some dissatisfaction in the fact that our code enforcement officers, unless this has changed and the town manager can weigh in on this, but we're not on viewing things that were wrong in the town, which I had a glaring problem with, and if that hasn't changed, I have a even more glaring problem with, that our code enforcement was driven by complaints only. So they could drive around all day, see many things that they knew were not, were a violation and everything, and just continue to drive by because someone didn't dime out their neighbor or somebody didn't call. So I think that the way that you read into it, and no offense to you, you do this every day. So I'm just thinking that there's some dissatisfaction there because I've personally received emails from people and town residents who are like, why aren't you doing anything about somebody that has 75 bicycles in their driveway?
That's the type of information I don't have. That's great to put that result into context.
Thank you.
Generally dissatisfied, not only, there are probably a few instances of what I mentioned we're enforcing or enforcing upon, but if you've talked to folks that have that opinion, then I hope that these results kind of make sense to where there was a small portion of folks, maybe 1 out of 5, who indicated I'm not generally satisfied with this area because I drive around seeing violations without them being fixed.
Well, also you have to keep in mind too that we have an unusually high volume of retired law enforcement that live in town, and public servants, also fire and everything. They know what's right and what's not right. So, and we being in law enforcement and firefighters and that, we kind of have an ability to take complaining to a new level. So I'm sure that has also something to do. So if you sent one of these surveys to a retired copper or a retired firefighter who was a little salty about the way things are going, then of course you're going to get crappy marks.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show, again, high levels of expectations for all these varying reasons. You know, some retired folks, some retired law enforcement, and so kind of building upon those layers of who we know the community is comprised of, I hope that some of the areas where you received lower results are making sense to you, or you can kind of build some story to that, some narrative to that. The narrative that I bring to the table is from past experience. So the narrative that I had was from Olathe, Kansas, where our home quarters is. We've done a couple over the years of code-specific surveys. And one thing that they found that really helped was sending out quarterly notifications. And I know that is a little bit difficult in a place where you don't get a ton of seasons. We get all 4 where we are in Kansas. So you can kind of, you know, hey, here's the snow ones, here's the spring ones, here are the fall ones. But for you all, you know, even a couple times of a year, sending out those no cards, folks begin to self-regulate. So if they know the rules and they're getting the letter, they're afraid that their neighbor's going to follow the rules and they may not. And so that was some of the other results that we found from our City of Olathe surveys that we've done. Yeah, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Spellich's comments. So, yes, you're right. We used to, in the past, respond to citizen complaints. But after the council authorized the second position, which I might add is the code enforcement officer is also a former retired law enforcement officer. He's very good, and he drives around finding code violations and is proactive. So we've stepped it up thanks to the council authorizing the second position.
Councilman?
Yeah, I like the idea. You mentioned the quarterly reminders, you know, seasonal, and even though we don't have 4 seasons per se here, I know, you know, my mother-in-law used to live in Avondale, and the city of Avondale would send out a postcard, I think, every once in a while, just reminders like, hey, you know, garbage cans, landscaping, weeds, you know. So we do have some seasonal things here that maybe that would be something to consider for staff to look at, sending something out, just periodic reminders about certain ordinances that are relevant.
And to save printing costs, if you have a text or email notification, that's an appropriate route as well. I know postcards can be expensive and printing costs can be expensive, but definitely keeping it in the front of their minds, folks will begin to self-enforce versus kind of hoping that the town catches on to it. So this is another...
Can I ask one more
I
question?
apologize, yeah.
When was the survey sent out, and did that include both full-time residents and or part-time residents, or do we know?
Yeah, so it would have been both full and part-time because it was a random sample of all residential addresses here. So had it been maybe done, well, I guess it was done at a pretty good time of year to get both part and full-time residents, right? Because we conducted it in late fall going into the winter. So hopefully that was a good opportunity to get both of those groups combined. We do that a lot here in Arizona. We skip surveying in those early to late summer months. Just to give everybody an opportunity to respond. One thing that we completely failed to mention, we're really beating things up here. You know, these are phenomenal results, and I think, you know, hopefully that intro slide let you know.
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, in our professional opinion, these are phenomenal results. But what we failed to even acknowledge is all of the items at the top. I know Chief is here, or I believe Fire Chief is here. Fire Protection Services, phenomenal. Parks and Recreation, phenomenal. Library, ease of getting around town. A lot of fantastic results in this overall satisfaction slide that we just completely breezed through and didn't even mention. I wanted to make sure we mentioned those. Here are some additional maps, and the reason that I've introduced maps into the presentation is really to give you an ability to kind of see how I see them in our reporting. This is effectiveness of town communication. As we notice, it's still that same area showing neutral, the area just to the north now showing neutral as well, but most of your residents are pretty satisfied with how effectively you're doing that. Maintenance of streets and infrastructure, this is the item in high-performing communities that is always going to get nitpicked, and I mentioned that term earlier. I don't like to do that because residents do have valid concerns, but when you're performing at such a high level, I do feel that they will nitpick you on specifically codes and ordinances and street maintenance, and I feel like we're seeing that here in the results.
I had a couple, I'm sorry. There was another one a few ago, and then these are all here, right? If I'm looking at the map, it's the downtown, which we just did all the roads, and so I don't know what's really going on with that, unless it's getting combined with wanting more stores here or something, but if they're talking about infrastructure, with the median and the roads being done, and it's a little bit hard to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Because nobody really, yeah, so.
And so we're seeing that kind of dispersed throughout the community. I think that we must also understand this is where the respondents live. So, if we talk about some items, we'll know that it's, hey, at your home or near your home with regards to code enforcement likely. But when it comes to street maintenance, if you're going to go into Phoenix, you're going to hit other streets on your way out of this general area. And so I think just kind of keeping the fact that these responses are averaged based on the location of the home address and not necessarily the location of a problem area.
I think you sort of answered the question I was going to ask, which is there's no way to know whether or not the dissatisfaction with streets is neighborhood streets versus other kinds of streets, arterials and so on. Is that correct?
So when we're talking about maintenance of streets and infrastructure generally, I would say kind of, thinking about the town overall. When we're talking about neighborhood streets, I would focus on those specific areas that are highlighted because you would assume, and what we've found is that folks are usually taking these surveys thinking of themselves primarily, how are my neighborhood streets? Not, I visited a neighborhood a few weeks ago, they were rough. So when it comes to neighborhood streets, those maps, I think, do tell us a really clear picture about which neighborhoods might be in trouble.
So I pulled up on monitor number 2 the graph of the address dots that he showed us a few slides ago. And if you look at the number of address dots in the downtown area, there's not a whole lot of respondents. So I'm sure that has something to do with it as well. You can almost count each half from like the town hall block. We've got 8, 7, and the other side is the same number. So it's a small number of people.
Yep. And these maps are really meant to give us that higher level of scrutiny. Yeah.
Did you say that you visited a street here that was rough?
No. I said somebody might think.
Oh.
That. Yeah, no. I've not really left this general area, and things have been really, really good.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Because I was going to say,
Yeah.
you got to get out of Kansas.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we just got a bunch of snow, so my streets are rough. Potholes that deep, and it's not pleasant. So. Maintenance of, enforcement of town codes and ordinances. I apologize. I love the discussion, but I'm used to just kind of the presentation at council meetings. No. So I feel like it's throwing my rhythm off a little bit. So I'm like, yeah. So yes, this item was rated as the third highest priority. I think maybe focusing some of the code enforcement efforts, if we look at some of these particular areas, hopefully we're finding some of those complaints or what you're hearing from some of these areas. I would say code enforcement issues are likely going to be, again, kind of like the neighborhood street maps, where we should be able to focus on those areas and assume that there are some problems in those particular areas. And as we noticed here, and please just so I can go back, we're not seeing any orange ratings. I don't think you saw really any orange in any of your maps in your reporting. The town is doing very well. These are just neutral ratings averaging out to neutral instead of the satisfied or very satisfied. Yeah, no, not at all. I just want to make sure I'm providing the context here since I've seen so many of these. And then back to Councilmember McMahon's. This is that question where we asked, and I skipped forward to it. We've kind of already discussed this. I discussed it with Bo as well. I think taking it from firsthand perspective, just as a general resident of the town of Fountain Hills, you all can realize I'm going to select the items. If the town is going to use this as an informational source to make decisions on, I'm going to select the items for reduction that are going to have the least impact on my daily life, which should be those items towards the top. Even though maybe I don't think that the council is being transparent enough as a resident, I would much rather have you be less transparent as long as my garbage is collected on time. And I think that that's just really where we have to view this question. I think with Mr. Miller and Mr. Larson's guidance, we can reformulate this question for next time, maybe even highlighting a few of these results from 2021, 2022, and then trying to provide some context for residents around those results as well. Benchmarks. So the town rate's significantly higher than other communities. We already kind of went over this. Significant increases are basically outside of your margin of error of about 4.5%. I've marked with up arrows those areas where you're significantly outperforming the national average. In your report, you see a few other lines. It's just really busy for a presentation like this to put all of those trend lines or all of those benchmark lines there. But our normative comparisons are really bar none. We conduct this survey regularly. It is asked in the same question manner. It's asked with the same methodology types. So we really know we're comparing your apples to apples when you're looking both at your regional and other results as well. One thing that I would kind of caution everybody to do is to understand, poor ratings might look poor when we're just looking at some of satisfied and very satisfied responses. I'm going to pick on the, again, effectiveness of city or the town-city communication with the public. 61.5% might have said to us, hey, that's not really where we want to be. That's not where we feel like we could be. But when you see comparatively speaking, we're actually comparative right along the national average. And so the benchmarks provide the contextualization of the results that are needed sometimes in those really difficult areas where residents are just generally dissatisfied, usually because of lack of participation. Please.
Yeah, it's not on this particular slide, but I'm concerned by the review of the citizens on transparency. And so I guess my question is, as you survey other towns and communities, is it much different than we see the citizens saying about transparency?
I think the only way that you would, and I hate to be so stark in kind of reviewing this, but I see a lot of these results, and it's frustrating because I can easily go out and find council agenda packets and meeting minutes and video recordings of all these meetings for communities that I don't live in. And I can do this nationwide. And so ahead of my council presentations, I'm typically scouring their website for the agenda packets so I know when my time might be to speak. It's frustrating that residents continually tell us that councils and elected officials are not being transparent when really the meeting notes, agenda packets, everything is public record nowadays. You could even watch the meeting in full for the most part. It's disheartening to think that residents just don't understand where to find the information or don't understand that we are being transparent. And I think the only way we're going to see a change in this is maybe a societal shift in perceptions, or if we start delivering TVs that just run your council meetings every week.
I think it's the most
on in your living room.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's the most frustrating thing that we deal with.
Yeah.
I have said over and over again that this is a problem that's viewed by citizens in every city and town in America,
Yes.
no matter what you do, and it's very frustrating.
Yep, it's very difficult. Even communication gets beat up. I'm sure the town is communicating effectively. I've met a member of the media today. The town is probably communicating pretty well. We just need to make sure that we're kind of shifting them from that word of mouth, because as you noticed, they're getting the news from the newspaper or word of mouth. That's a difficult proposition, because if you're getting your news from your neighbor who thinks that you're not transparent, well, now you've got another person on the non-transparent side.
Also, I was going to mention that, phenomenon of obvious social media, which has all the ups and downs in so many ways in our communities. Just today, I mentioned to Grady just 3 things that are on Facebook right now that are just absolutely not true. And so you chase, you either have someone here full-time who's going to be on social media trying to chase things down, or you post a link to the minutes of the meeting where you actually did that, but that draws crickets. So it is, but I guess the lesson is that we never stop trying. We will always try to communicate, whether it's, obviously the newspaper is great, spiffing up the website, texts, we're on everything now. Poor Bo, on Instagram now and everything, and we're all just going to have to keep trying to do that as best that we can. But I do think that is a role. This word of mouth, which in the old days just meant talking to your neighbor, is now something you see. Did you hear? And then all of a sudden it becomes something that, but it was never maybe true in the first place. So
Somebody might review one of those stories this morning. It might be retracted tomorrow, and then on Saturday they're telling their friends and their neighbors about it. And so by then, it's gotten out of hand. Yeah, social media does not.
No, I do appreciate your viewpoint on that and your comments and the perspective, and agree with you two over here as well. It is very frustrating, and being a former media guy myself, it's even more frustrating because all this misinformation just gets spread out there. So I do appreciate that perspective. And even if we were to send a TV to every household that only showed council meetings, you can't make them watch it. So, just saying.
Yeah. It's a difficult situation that every community is really in at this moment. I truly believe that it's fueled mainly by social media. But there's nothing we can do about that except for make sure our presence on social media is known. And that's the best we can do. I always call that, Mayor, the hard work of democracy. You all just continually to beat your head against the brick wall of, hey, here's the information, nobody's listening, crickets. It's really disheartening to see councils strive for that, strive for transparency, and still hear that in the community.
Yes, and I just wanted to just chime in and let you know that Bo has been working on a communications plan to kind of supersize what we do already. And also, as part of that, there's also a citizen engagement process. We're going to be taking these both to the council, I believe it's next month, right, Bo? Next week. So, any case, so that's the plan, and we're going to try to do everything we can to try to reach out to residents and do a better job in some areas. I think some areas we're doing pretty well, but I guess the media is the message here, and that is we're letting the residents know that we're going to have all these different tools, many of which we already use, to try to reach out to them and make sure that we're as transparent as possible.
So just continuing our benchmarking, perceptions of town city safety, performing very well in all three of those areas. Feelings of safety in neighborhoods during the day, at night, and in city parks, and which is really interesting because I believe there are almost no street lights in town. So I would not have assumed that over 9 out of 10 of your residents feel safe in the community in the dark. I had a community of about 5,000 and one street light went out on one city street, and we had a massive change in results from one year to the next. So that is quite phenomenal. Folks do feel safe here. It doesn't matter how well lit the streets are. Public safety services.
Wait, before we move on from that slide, go back one slide for me, please, sir. Thank you. I just want to point out
Public safety or the next one?
the safety.
Okay.
I just want to point out, this will come in handy for conversation later on, just the overall safety during the day, during the night, and pointing out in the town parks as well. That's all. Thank you.
Really good results. Public safety services, fire protection, EMS protection, police protection, right along the city average or the national average. That's been a really difficult issue. We saw some really deep decreases in satisfaction across the board and otherwise high-performing organizations, which was difficult. We do some police surveys. City of Durham really got hurt, I think, over what's happened over the last couple of years, and again, probably some media outreach on that as well. But otherwise, performing very well in terms of all of these areas. Hopefully I'm clicking here. Parks and Recreation Services performing phenomenally well. I mean, those are excellent results for a community that's probably pretty engaged in your Parks and Recreation offerings. Communication, folks are satisfied with the availability of information, but dissatisfied or more along the lines of the national average in efforts to keep you informed. So again, finding out what those ways that we can keep people informed without literally shaming it or shoving it in their faces all the time. So folks, to 70% or so, folks believe that you're adequately providing the information. It's just how well are you working to keep me informed, which is something we've kind of talked about at great length already. Maintenance services. This is why I used the term nitpicky earlier. Maintenance services are performing extremely well. Maintenance of landscaping, streets and public areas, street signs, condition of your streets and neighborhoods above the national average, just not a significant change in condition of major town streets. So folks are generally saying that you're doing pretty well in these areas, comparatively speaking as well, but it's just one of those areas that they'd like to continue to see an increase in services. And so that's where it gets us into our priority investment ratings or our important satisfaction analysis. We ask residents, and I think Councilmember McMahon, this might interest you. So the important satisfaction analysis is predicated not on the reduction in service question, but on the emphasis in service question. And what we found when we first started doing this, I was not around then, but when the owners first started doing this, folks would generally overstate satisfaction or dissatisfaction with some services, not to a great length, but to a length where we would see high levels of dissatisfaction. We'd work on that service area. We wouldn't see a change in our general satisfaction with city services or town services. We started adding the emphasis question, turning it into an analysis feature. And what we found is that by focusing on the areas that are above average importance or emphasis, the importance column, below average satisfaction, we're actually going to be able to turn the tides in general satisfaction in other areas throughout the survey. And so while the results are pretty good for the town of Fountain Hills, focusing on those items in yellow and in pink at the top of this table are going to give us the best opportunity to kind of move the needle not only on these items in terms of satisfaction, but general satisfaction with the delivery of town services. Quality of Maricopa County Sheriff's Office services is also
Before you go on, maybe I'm misunderstanding a previous slide, but it says effectiveness of town's communication with the public, 61.5%. But wasn't that much lower in a previous slide?
I don't believe so. This is the
That's
sum
right.
of satisfied and very dissatisfied.
All right, don't go back. That's all right.
Right before it was that, I think.
Was it right before it?
Yeah, I think so.
Is this maintenance?
The big one.
That is.
Keep you informed.
This is availability and town's efforts to keep you informed. There's a lot of different terminology and nomenclature here that's keeping me on my toes now.
I recognize the 68%.
Apologize.
So I thought maybe that was it.
I've got the report here as well.
That's okay.
Effectiveness of town's communication with the public, 39 plus 23 is 50, 61 and a half. Yep. So that should be correct, yeah. I'll double check that again before Tuesday along with those cross tabulations. So really maintenance of Fountain Hills streets and infrastructure, we got really good ratings there. We're rating along the national average, which again tells us that expectations are relatively high for the delivery of all city services and town services here. So focusing on the items at the top of this list will ensure that the satisfaction comes up, that the importance begins to dip, hopefully in a few of those areas. I highlighted the county sheriff's office services in yellow because it is one of those areas that if we don't start to at least speak to what we're doing to try to improve that service or maybe improve the relationship with Maricopa County, we might see that item fall into the high priorities for improvement column next time. Communication with the public is just barely a high priority. And again, it just really goes to show how important this is going to be in the future because we're going to need to let folks know what we're doing in response to this, but also strategic direction in some of the areas that we're going to have improvements or we're going to strive to make improvements in. We're able to do this for a number of different categories on the survey. For example, public safety services. Folks feel very safe in the town. They'd probably just like to know a little bit more about what we're doing to prevent crime. If you have any strategic plans or if Chief has any particular news blurbs and things like that, those are things that all can kind of go out to help with this perception item. But it's understandable that folks don't generally understand what you're doing to prevent crime and that it's pretty important to about half of residents that you continue to emphasize that particular service area. The other two items right there is police protection provided, local traffic laws enforcing by MCSO. Whenever the county provides the policing services for a municipality, there's always some communication issues and always some understanding of what types of services they're to be providing. So just making sure you're working closely with MCSO and then at least telling the residents what you're doing or how you're communicating with them. Hey, we're communicating with MCSO. Here's some of the things that we've discussed recently. It can even just be a little blurb to make sure that folks know that you're communicating with those folks effectively. Parks and Recreation, there was really no high priorities here. I give a little bit higher level of analysis in the presentation than in the reporting you'll find. There were no high priorities for improvement when it comes to Parks and Recreation. You'll just want to make sure that you're focusing on the quality of recreation programs offered. Really the best way to do that, I don't know if Parks folks are here, but exit surveys are always the best way to do that. You can usually get a pretty cheap or almost free SurveyMonkey account. Get an email, send a survey immediately after. Not everybody's going to reply, but it'll let you know if there are problem instructors or difficulties with the facility or the timing or whatever it might be. That is an excellent way to make sure that item doesn't continue to climb. But as you can see, almost 80%, 8 out of 10 residents are generally satisfied with that area. It's just important to maintain that level of satisfaction. Town maintenance services is really where we see the crux, the major city services that we want to focus on here are town services. Again, I apologize. That's major town streets and streets in your neighborhood. Again, nitpicky, high expectations from residents. You're performing a really good quality of service throughout the community as we saw on the maps. These are just areas that folks really want us to focus on. Sometimes these areas, it looks like you do chip seal here. I can't exactly tell. It was dark last night when I came in. But if you have a chip seal maintenance schedule and you're doing that street by street, folks that have their neighbor's street done and theirs didn't get done right away or right after, you're going to be less satisfied than the neighbors who got their street repaved or redone. So just kind of keeping that in mind as you see that flow across the community. If your schedule is such where you haven't hit some streets in 5 years, you've hit some streets right in the summer before we did this survey, you could see why some folks are wanting you to emphasize that and maybe why we got lower levels of satisfaction there. And then communication. This has kind of been the crux of what we've been talking about, I feel like, all morning here. Levels of satisfaction with communication, we see a lot of neutral responses, which means that there's a lot of residents that could be swayed into a positive or negative perception value. I would say that the town seems to be moving in the direction that you have more of an opportunity to sway folks to the very satisfied and satisfied columns than you do to lose them to the dissatisfied areas. A lot of folks just generally seem to not be paying close attention to what we're doing with regards to this particular table. It makes a lot of sense after hearing you're not transparent. It makes sense that folks are maybe not tuning in to understand how transparent you truly are. And a lot of this seems to make sense. Some of the areas, particularly how easy it is to access the town's financial information, well, a vast majority of our residents are unlikely to need that service or to utilize that particular feature of your website or whatever that might be. So it does make sense that we see 49% there, which are basically residents probably telling us, yeah, I could access it, I just don't have any interest to. But when we get into our next slide here, we'll see the forms of communication folks currently use to get information about the town. It's the Fountain Hill Times, who I know is in this room, word of mouth, and then your website followed by your town newsletter. We asked this question in two different ways, basically, by asking respondents to then tell us what is your preferred way to find out about information. We see a little bit of a drop in the Fountain Hill Time. Folks would really rather hear that information word of mouth, or not word of mouth, but straight from the town's mouth, in our opinion. Fountain Hill's Facebook is right below that, so again, kind of saying, you know, we want it from the town, from the source is where we want our information, with word of mouth dropping to less than 1 out of 4 respondents. So again, just to kind of juxtapose these two charts next to each other, almost 76% indicate they use the Fountain Hill Times. Almost 2/3 indicate that they use word of mouth. When we go to preference, the preference items aren't matching with reality. And so we've identified some opportunities or some gaps in our communication and outreach. And so hopefully Bo and his team can help close some of those gaps. And hopefully we'll see less neutral, more satisfied responses in a couple of years or, next few years when we do our next survey.
Everyone,
yep, please.
Just a comment. I'm certainly not going to tell a business how to do their business.
This has a 4:30 news every day
Yep.
online that's free.
Yep.
So that's another good way to get that constant communication, and it doesn't cost anything.
Yep, yep. Any major revamps to a website are always going to come with some dips in satisfaction in the next survey as people become more well-oriented with the changed website. But it's really not so much about changing the website, but usually adding banners. I've done a few focus groups and some surveys specifically on website redesign. Folks really want the most pertinent items, just like a news feed in your Facebook at the very top. So you want to see the most important stuff scrolling at the top, and we could have more conversations about that, but really it's about ease of access when it comes to that. And then, your newsletter, if that's being mailed or emailed, however that's working, it seems to be working well, and folks want to continue to receive that, as well as visiting your Facebook. I just thought it was really pertinent. Less than 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4 respondents indicated word of mouth as a preferred source for that information. In summary, it can't be overstated. Residents have a really positive perception of the community. It seems like you all are really doing the hard work here to understand where we can focus in to kind of change some of those areas. It's interesting to have a council be so engaged in this conversation, considering how good the results are. Typically, when I come and I say 94% of your residents are satisfied with the quality of life in the community, I feel like everybody's zoned out and they're like, hey, we're riding easy, we're living high here. But you all are engaged. It's great to see this. It should mean that if you conduct this with, our firm or another firm in a couple of years, you should see improvements in key areas as long as you kind of focus on some of the priority investment areas that we determined from the survey results. I've got my last slide as questions, but that's really meant for council. If you have any additional questions, I'm happy to take them now or feed them to Bo. If you want me to help look up something or make sure to present something next Tuesday, I'd be more than happy to take those as well.
Vice Mayor?
Well, for those of us who want it, can we get paper copies of these slides?
Absolutely. We can also provide the report. I think between the two, it's about 150 pages, but we'll be happy to.
I just want the slides.
Okay, we'll do that. Mayor, if I may too, I just wanted to remind the council that yes, we are going to be also having Ryan come back next week. We're doing it really twofold. One was for you to get the results here and have the pollster who oversaw this directly present the findings to the council. But it's very important, again, from the transparency standpoint for the public to see this at a council meeting, because we typically have a greater participation in that, and we may have some insight from citizens who were there that might want to react to the presentation. So anyways, Ryan, good job, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Another question for you. How often do you suggest towns do this survey?
Yeah, so we have folks from quarterly to yearly to every 5 years. I would say every 2 years is kind of the best way. Governments can only move so quickly, so it's really best to give yourselves an opportunity to review, create an action plan, act, and then reach back out to residents. And I think that usually takes about 24 months or 2 years.
Councilmember, that's a good question, and that's what we had originally intended, because we want to have enough time to make improvements in these areas. And again, I think that the residents will find the value of this. I know I saw some comments over the weekend about, spending money on this kind of survey, but I do think what we got is really good, especially the geocoding, where we know where people live generally around the town with some of the areas where we need to work on. And that's very helpful. Sometimes where I've seen this really help is like if you have like solid waste services and they're not really doing a good job in a particular area, you can get down to the route and you can figure out how to fix and improve that. Same thing with streets. So I think 2 years, every 2 years is a really good, it may even be 3 years. But the point is, this is a baseline. And so we are going to use this to help target our improvements for the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you, we really appreciate it. Mike?
Yeah, just real quick, I think on Tuesday, just to streamline things, just come in with the 94% slide, and then
That's it.
And we're good, yeah.
Give me a mic to drop. Yeah. No, I mean, the results were really phenomenal. I was really pleased to see what I saw.
Thank you.
There are some things to work on, but please also keep in mind the design of the survey was intended to develop priorities like we saw towards the end. So that was really the whole crux of this thing, was to make sure we know where to invest to improve satisfaction later on. And the only way to do that is to kind of get into the nitty gritty of where maybe we're not performing where we'd like to be. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council.
The talking about how often we're going to do it, I know we already brought it up, but we have our strategic plan advisory commission. We have Fountain Hills Vision, which has, Vision Fountain Hills, sorry, that has done, we, asked the public. We did a Parks master plan, we just did our general plan, and we did a active transportation plan. So I think, and all of these were done with Zoom meetings at the time and such. And so this is a good piece and part of all this information that we try to get to keep our community 94-95% happy with where they live. So thank you very much.
thank you, Mayor. It was a pleasure.
See you
I'll be
next
back
week.
Tuesday. Great. Thank you.
Our next item is, Grady, you want to introduce David?
Yes, our finance director, David Pock, is going to do the next presentation. We'll likely go through this presentation, and then following any questions, we'll then probably take a brief break, and then we'll resume with the next presentation after David. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to David. This is typically one of the most important aspects of the annual retreat, is that we look at kind of the current finances and then how we're pacing for next year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Pock.
Mayor and Council, is this working? All right, I guess. Okay. I feel like I've been outnumbered already this morning. There was a lot of numbers in the first presentation, but I've got some more for you. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. All right. So we're going to start off looking at the current fiscal year and kind of our progress and where we're at right now. All the information that you're going to see is through December, so half the year. First, with the general fund, it's really across the board good news. I would say it's even better than the 94% satisfaction because we're actually, we've collected more than we've budgeted to receive. As far as the sales tax, we've got 6.77 million collected against our 6.47 million budgeted. That's largely due to a increase in the restaurant, bar, and the services categories, which is good to see. That means everything's kind of getting back a little bit to whatever the new normal is. So, as far as the intergovernmental, our state shared revenues, we have collected 3.36 million against our 3.3 million that we had budgeted. Our state shared sales tax is doing a lot better than what we had originally anticipated. But that also, we had a slightly reduced state shared income. That's kind of due to two things, as you know, and we say it every year or every time that we talk about state shared revenue, is that the income tax lags by 2 years. So the information that we're seeing here is actually from fiscal year 20 taxes that were collected in 21 and are being remitted to local governments in 22. That also was affected by the lower population count than what we had prior. The 2020 census came in, and you'll see that a little bit later as far as some of the graphs. So, yes.
Did the pandemic have anything to do with the 2020? Was this anticipated, that the income tax would go down?
We knew it was going to be a little bit lower, but it was, I'd like to say that it was all based on the population numbers going down a little bit, that our share went down. We were pretty close as far as the actual number on the sales tax or on the income tax. It was just a proportionate share that the town received. So total for 6 months is 11.41 million across those. All right, then as far as money going out, these slides are, or this graph is a little bit different. Typically they're all, you know, all the bars are pretty level. But with last year's public safety expenditures being paid from the CARES Act funding, that reduced the 2021 numbers a little bit. Then we did a little bit different with the ARPA funding that we received this year. We're paying 80% of the fire, rural metro fire, out of ARPA funds, and then 20% out of law enforcement. So you can see that kind of adjustment there. As far as overall expenditures, and it's a little bit tough because these expenditures aren't really budgeted by month. It's over a whole year. So we might have, you know, insurance, the policies that get paid up at the front of the, you know, front of the fiscal year and that kind of thing. So it doesn't really even out kind of like revenues do.
Can I ask you something? Can
Sure.
I ask why? I don't remember the discussion that we changed the split of the ARPA between rural
Sure.
and Maricopa.
So in true federal fashion, we didn't have the rules for what the money could be spent on when they gave us the money. We did see in January we received the final rule from Department of Treasury. So we know now what we could spend it on. But back then we made the decision that it needed to be related to COVID-related expenses. We were trying to stay really safe. And since the fire department responds to most, you know, most of their calls are medical related, then we thought we could make that argument. But now with the final rule coming out, we're actually safe with that. And we do have a later presentation about the ARPA as well.
Okay, because this chart could be something that would look odd to
Right.
people, and I don't, that juxtaposition there of law enforcement and fire
Sure.
Versus the year before, so we either have to put some asterisks in there, or when we get down to the, you know, end of the year kind of a thing, to make sure that that's real clear.
Absolutely. And it, you know, obviously our cost of those contracts haven't reduced any. It's just that portion's being paid out of a different fund. So this is strictly the general fund side of the expenditure. So, as far as all the other departments, divisions, they're all within the projected budgets. General government, we saw a little bit of a spike in that department this year, and that was basically just due to the storms. We had about $100,000 worth of storm-related costs that obviously weren't expected. So then we'll take a little bit deeper look into revenues. As far as TPT revenue collections across all funds, this is our total TPT revenue. We've got just under 8 million collected. That's more than what we had budgeted by about 200,000. I did get the January numbers in after I had already, it seems like I always get them right after I've done the presentation or put together the PowerPoint. But our January, which is all of the December sales, typically our largest collection month is January, was at 1.7. So we actually have a new high as far as monthly collections at 1.7.
David, when it's the percentage of budgeted revenue, that's for that individual month? Like not like for the whole year, like some of them that look real good, like 152%, it's like the 152%, not of the year, but of up till now.
Yes, excellent question. That's actually through the first 6 months of the fiscal year, our budget for those first 6 months. So anything over 100%, we're ahead of schedule. Anything less, we're falling a little behind. So you can see in construction, that's the case there. We are slightly under what we had budgeted for construction. Construction's obviously a very volatile category. So utilities and communications, I remember this last year because it was, we were looking at it being a little bit more than what we were used to. As people start returning to work, we're assuming that they're not maybe renewing their Zoom subscriptions and that kind of thing, so that's starting to fall just a little. But we're still doing more than what we had budgeted. Wholesale retail is obviously our largest category and by far most of the revenue that the town receives. And we're right at 96% of our budget for the first 6 months with just 4.3 million collected. Real estate is all the long-term residential rentals. This is the 1.6% rate for the town for basically residential rentals longer than 30 days. That's pretty stable, and we are just under 100% or 87% for that. Restaurants and bars, you can see this was one that I mentioned earlier along with services, which is next. Really driven by the economy and people actually getting out, going out to dinner, going to play a round of golf, going and renting an Airbnb or something. That all falls within the services category. So you can see those are doing really well.
If this continues at the present rate, which is a big if, we should be pretty flush. There's no way to project what it would look like at the end of the year if continued at this rate, would it?
You're ahead of me a few slides. So yes, I do have some projected fund balance numbers at the end. And then as far as being flush, we can discuss that in the next presentation, fiscal year 23, because it might not be quite as rosy. All right. So each of the state shared revenues, the sales tax, you can see that it's increased year over year. We've got 1.6 million collected, about 8% more than what we had budgeted, and about $200,000 overall for the 6 months for the first part of the fiscal year.
Question, David?
Yes.
We've been hearing for years now how state shared revenue was going to go like this.
Wait till his next slide.
Oh, is that the next slide? Because every year, we're told it's going to go down.
Right.
And given the population explosion in other towns and us being stable, you would expect it to go down. Is that the next slide?
Oh, the next president.
No, but you did bring up kind of one of the mitigating factors is that there has been a lot of people move into the state, which obviously means more sales tax, more income tax being collected, that sort of thing. Some of these numbers are, the overall numbers are calculated on the county, or like Herf Revenues, for example. All gas sales within the county are then aggregated and then divided out by population. So even though we might not be growing here in Fountain Hills, the overall number of the county or the state, in the case with the income tax, that number is getting higher. So we can be thankful for that. At least the numbers are getting larger. Our percentage might be getting smaller, but the overall numbers are getting higher.
And you are, I think I heard that on another slide, you're going to be showing what you expect in the future for that. Is that correct? Okay.
Just another way to look at it is the pie is growing, but our slice is actually getting smaller because of the, basically it's formula driven, and the cities that recently with the census had big gains, they were able to get slightly larger slices of the pie while ours shrunk a little bit. But then the aggregate has been growing. There's going to be some issues potentially, I think, that he's going to go into having to do with the state shared revenue for income tax because of the pandemic impact.
And so there's the next slide. Typically, the boring slide of the whole presentation, because it's just a line going straight across. We did have a dip this year, as I mentioned, because the census numbers did come out in August. And so I think our population, I forgot what the actual number is, just under 24,000. So that reduced our numbers just a little bit. So just jazzing up this slide. But yes, 1.6 collected here as well. We had budgeted 1.64. And then vehicle license tax. Personally, I think this is better than I was expecting, considering, if you've watched the news and you've seen like the availability of new cars, or if you tried to go buy a new car, that there aren't maybe as many on the lots as there used to be. That just, would decrease the VLT that's collected at registration, but we're still doing pretty well. 550,000 has been collected. We budgeted for 584. It's 47,000 overall for the first 6 months than last year.
So relatively speaking, the amount's not that great, but why is there such a variance in all these lines every year? How do you explain that? Like, especially like looking at 2018, and that one was really bizarre.
Yeah, there's kind of like construction. It's just going to be a volatile category. Like I said, I was assuming this one to be one of the hardest hit ones this year, just because typically new car sales, higher values on the car, more VLTs paid, and then as cars get older, that gets lower and lower and lower. So yeah, I guess it's probably just a luck of the draw as far as VLT goes. But
Okay.
any other questions? Next is Herf, which we talked about just a little bit. So people might be driving the same cars, but at least they're starting to drive them maybe a little bit more. Our the Herf revenues actually did just start to increase a little bit in December. I don't have January's in front of me right now, but it's good to see that people are moving around, so that's good. Then as far as all the other types of revenues that we've got, licenses and permits obviously make up to the most of it. We've collected just over $1 million. It's 127% more than what we had budgeted. Leases and rents, right on track. Fines and forfeitures are down a little bit. But again, there's still half a year to go, so who knows. Charges for services are way down. I was thinking about this and why that might be. thinking that it was the first 6 months of the year. Maybe it, we've still got quite a bit of our busy season. We're coming into the special event season for Rachel's department. So, we could see some big increases there for the last half of the year. And then the other category is interest and just some kind of the smaller revenues all rolled up there. Now, as far as fund balances, this comes with the caveat every year that they're subject to change. My crystal ball might not be as clear these days because there's quite a few things going on as far as the economy goes. But this is my best shot. So we'll start with restricted funds. As you know, these are funds that are restricted by forces outside of the town. So Herf revenues can only be spent on streets. Expecting to end the year in the streets fund with about 1.5 million. The next few funds, the General Obligation Debt Service Fund, MPC, Eagle Mountain, those are all our debt service funds, but we don't have any debt. So that's money that's just kind of holding out there, earning what little interest there is to be earned on that. But we won't see much change as far as those fund balances go. Cottonwood Maintenance District went down a little bit over the year just because we were doing some of the maintenance and the painting that was required there. The next three funds are the development fee funds, and they're steadily growing. Streets Development Fund was one that we had just added, so you can see that balance is coming together. And then Parks, rounding it out at 1.2. So total restricted revenue is just about 3.6 million. Committed funds, these are restricted by town council. It can be reversed, it can change, but this is based on your decisions. Rainy day fund, you can see that by the end of the year, it's going to be increasing to about 3.9. That's all formula driven based on our policy, and it's based on the last 5 years average general fund revenues. Capital Projects Fund actually is going to be in pretty good shape. We just transferred about 3.5 million from the general fund where we had excess revenues over expenditures from last year. So that's going to add to that fund balance for the end of the year. And then downtown strategy, economic development, tourism, public art, and then court enhancement, all those stay relatively stable. So,
David?
Yes.
The downtown and economic development and the tourism fund, those, the use that we can use those, obviously, like you said, they were imposed by council action and can be changed, but there's some overlap there. Would you agree with that? As far as using downtown strategy is more of a location-driven, right? And then
That's correct. In fact, we have funded projects. The original linear park that was paid for from those funds. The roundabout also came out of that fund as well.
And then economic development is more of a general all throughout the town and also the tourism? We can use that for that purpose, but doesn't have to be in a particular location. Right. Okay.
But we've been using that to fund those operations, correct?
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Remind me, what's the public art fund for?
So that is the fee that the council has, a public art fee that is collected on residential and commercial. I'm sorry, it's collected on commercial development and multifamily.
Oh, that's income. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the next category is the assigned funds, and that's basically dictated by policies that have been adopted. Environmental fund, we did have a $500,000 transfer into the environmental fund this year from the general fund. As you know, we don't have the environmental fee anymore, so the only way that this fund gets funded is by transfers. The next one does have an asterisk. and that is the Facilities Reserve Fund, showing that 6.1 is going to be 6.1 million and will be in that fund at the end of the fiscal year. The reason why this number is so large is we had transferred the general fund savings as a result of the ARPA funds into this fund so that we could keep it separate. It also allowed us to invest that money with our investment advisors, PFM, to try and get a little bit more earnings on that until council directed what we were going to use those funds for. There's also $1 million in that fund that's strictly reserved for the fountain project when that comes up.
Question. Question I asked a few meetings ago. Am I correct in presuming that some of that 6.1 million might be used for the liner?
That is the 1 million that is reserved for the fountain project, is strictly set aside for that project.
And how much are we spending this year and projected for next year on roads?
I think our pavement management or pavement maintenance line item this year is right around 3.9, 3.8, 3.9. Got my answer.
We also have an agenda item that we're going to get into that a little bit later to talk about the ARPA money being used for streets.
About what money?
ARPA. So right now, what the finance director was saying is we parked it in this account because we can get higher interest earnings on it, but it's just a holding place.
Well, I'll raise the same issue I raised before, and we certainly can't make a decision on it today, but we saw the results of the survey. Roads are at the top of the list, concerns by people. And I would hate to park money in places like the Facilities Reserve Fund for things like the liner or other things that we don't think are going to happen. I'd rather add them to the 3.9 million, well, that's this year, 3.9 million for roads. I think we should do whatever we can to improve our roads without putting us in a difficult position.
I think we're all in agreement here. We're taking actually an item for you to discuss, and then based on the direction today, we'll be able to hopefully make that happen. The liner is appropriate for the Facilities Reserve because the Facilities Reserve, we sought council direction last year, and the council decided to create a sinking fund. So that is going into that Facilities Reserve specifically for the lake liner. The ARPA money is just being parked there just for interest, and assuming council gives us the direction today on a later agenda item, we'll be able to put that money into the streets fund next year.
It's on the agenda.
It's kind of, I think, what you're kind of leading towards.
I'm sorry? You're saying it would be transferred to the streets fund?
Which then could be used for streets projects.
We have an agenda item that's going to thoroughly discuss this, and then we can just, figure out where we want to put it. This is just sort of an accounting right now that we're doing.
I understand, but I thought we had also discussed the possibility
We did.
of the liner being paid for with bonds. So we can get into that another time, I guess.
Sweet home.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with the Vice Mayor. I think it's absolutely imperative that we all know in this room, based on the study, that at some point in time, that liner is going to fail. And even though I'm not going to be on the council, thank God, I would hate to burden another mayor and another council with that price tag coming down the road, which is going to be astronomical. I am well aware that the streets are in need of repair. I know that's what the survey says and everything. We're all aware of that. We also talked about the possibility of having a future, help me with the word, bond, or I just think it's absolutely imperative we stick to what we say we were going to do. We are going to put away money for inevitability of when that does fail, so that other councils moving forward and everything don't have to try to solve that issue. So that's.
I think what you heard was exactly the same thing. We're on the same page. We started a sinking fund last year. It's got $1 million just for the liner. We're going to continue to do that again for next year. we're trying to buy down, use like a down payment, so we wouldn't have to bond for quite as much.
I know we're on the same page. I
Oh,
just don't
okay.
know if,
Sorry.
I agree with you. You and I are on the same page. I just don't know if the vice mayor is aware that we're going to keep the money in there.
Councilman Charno?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, I think either all of us or a big majority of us did agree to start that sinking fund and start saving for the liner, so.
We'll talk, like you said, we'll talk about it more when we get to that item, but I think that there's enough here to put aside and to spend immediately on roads also.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make one comment going back to the original question with the 3.9 being in pavement maintenance, that is $2 million more than what was originally budgeted because we had $2 million in CARES Act excess or savings that we transferred into that category. So we are on that road to more pavement maintenance. You can see Technology Replacement Fund, that was a new fund, and we're just starting to, we're funding that through internal service fees to each department, but it's starting to grow, but we're also having some good expenditures from there as well. Vehicle replacement is steady at 1.3. Then the unassigned fund, which basically just a portion of the general fund, is expected to end the year at around 9.2. That will come into context a little bit more on this slide. So this is just each of those categories and their totals. Total overall fund balance across all funds at the end of the fiscal year is $30.4 million. Those stability metrics are something that we just started doing with the new financial policies. You can see our 5-year average there for general fund revenues is increasing. It's basically up $1 million from the year prior. And then the next line, the unassigned balance is a percentage of average revenues. We've almost, we're going to be around 45%, or we're at 45% as of December 31st. That means that we basically almost, our reserves, or our unassigned fund balance has about half a year of revenues accumulated. So that next line is the number of months, so 5.4 months is where we're at.
David, the unassigned balance, unassigned budgeted balance does not include the rainy day fund.
No.
So we've got the rainy day fund in restricted, and then we've got this as, but part of this now, is that capital projects or other things that just didn't get in on the particular fiscal year? Like, help explain why there's a $9 million unassigned budgeted fund balance.
Okay, so that's basically savings. Maybe either we didn't spend as much as was budgeted, which has happened every year that I've been here, and revenues we've actually collected more. So that difference adds to fund balance. This is as of December 31st, so we're on our way to also having I don't want to say excess, additional savings at the end of the fiscal year that would go transfer to the capital projects fund.
That's kind of what I wanted to ask, because so if this, we're going to transfer, it looked like we were going to have a capital budget balance of $4-something million.
Correct.
So this isn't all going to that then? There's some of this that's because it's unassigned, but it's budgeted. That's a little bit confusing. So I was hoping I could see the difference between that 4 million, which is actually the total. So it's at less that's actually going into capital, correct?
Well, for the capital fund, part of that 3.4 is the 4.4 is the 3.5 that we transferred from last year's fiscal year 21 revenues over expenses. The savings in the general fund got transferred to the capital projects fund. So the 9 million that you see in unassigned, that doesn't include any capital projects funds at all. All of those would be up in the committed section in that 9.5 oh, sorry, 9.5 up there.
So it shows up as where at the beginning of the fiscal year?
So our fund balance at the end of the year rolls over for beginning fund balance the next year. We don't make our transfer until after the audit of that year that just finished, so that we know exactly what the audited numbers are, so that we can make the determinations on what transfers need to be made into the capital projects fund. So,
Oh,
so as of, you can see the 6.9 million as of December 31st, that includes the 3.5 that was transferred, plus obviously capital projects expenditures going out. The 9.5 at the end of the year wouldn't include any transfers that are going to happen in fiscal year 23 yet, though. That
yeah, and just the definition of unassigned budgeted fund being that high, I think is something that is always a hard thing to understand. And so, and I'm still not there.
All right. Well, some of that. So about 4 million, well, it's 3.9 would be according to policy where we're keeping 20% of our of the 5-year annual revenues as unassigned as kind of our cushion. That was because of policy. So then you're down to about 5 million. That doesn't mean if we spent everything that we budgeted for the current year and our revenues stayed the same and came in at budgeted numbers, then we'd have that 5 million or the 9 million going forward. But we're going to add to that. So it's actually going to be, I don't want to say it's going to be larger, but I mean, it absolutely could be larger. This is yeah. Just because we budget for more than what we actually spend. And then our revenues, we take a pretty conservative approach on that. We are getting closer to refining that model to where it's more in line with what's expected. But we're always going to have, I shouldn't say always, we anticipate having more revenues than what we budgeted and less expenditures than what we budgeted. So then that difference is what adds to fund balance.
Okay.
And then that's where we have the discussions towards, when we start talking about transfers of that excess, if we want to fund the environmental fund again with another, our facilities reserve, then that sort of thing.
Okay.
Right.
David?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question on your stability metrics? That 5.4 number of months average revenue, is that like a benchmark? Is that where we want to be? Do we want to be higher?
Right now, as far as the typical number is 30%, so we're actually above that for right now. Again, going to my next presentation, I'm fine with 45 there. So that's what I'm just, there's a lot of stuff that are starting to shake loose, as everybody knows, as far as the market inflation investments. I think it's safe. All right. Other questions? All right. Talk amongst yourselves.
When he's done with this one, then we'll make a break before the capital presentation.
All right. So here we go. Everything starts off with this assumptions and a whole bunch of asterisks, and but this is kind of our best shot at this point. Everything's assuming that we're maintaining our level of service. We're not cutting any programs. There's a slight increase in the TPT, restaurant and bar service categories that was included. There's also a modest increase in the income tax, just because we know that we're going to be looking at 21 income tax returns, and it should be a little better than 20. We do have the downward pressure as far as the population. So like I said, I'm just hoping that the bigger number, the overall number gets bigger, even though our slice is a little smaller. Development services revenue includes continued activity in Darrow Canyon, and then as well as the new addition at the Fountain Hills Hospital. The 3.0% increase in the rural metro contracts in the contract, so we know what that one is. We actually received the MCSO numbers on Friday, I believe. So I've included those and updated the slides with those.
I'm sorry, David, just benchmark, how does that increase, 6% increase compare with the last couple of years? If you don't have it at your fingertips, that's okay.
It's lower, although we had a trend, actually, was it last year where it was a much smaller number, or was it the year before?
It was like 3% or something.
It was 10, then it was
It went way down, yeah.
Right. I mean, we had been like in the double digits, and then we had one year where it was like just a marginal amount, like 2% or something like that.
Wasn't that related to paying off the debt for retirement?
The underfunded retirement
Right.
system, that was part of their increase, and then they also assessed a administrative fee on top of that, to recover some of their like IT and other charges. But this is actually, we had programmed, I think, 10%, right, yes. David?
I think at that point, too, the discussion was, it was a 7% over several years, because it had
Absolutely.
really changed a lot, so I think...
I think over the course of 10 years, it was close to an
Yeah,
average of 7%.
Mayor? Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope it's the intention of the town manager, the director of finance, as well as the mayor and the council, that we're not going to enter into a new contract with MCSO until the audit has been completed and we know exactly where we stand with the numbers coming from the audit versus, because I have heartburn with 6% without knowing that number.
So just to respond to that, so basically we met with them 3 weeks ago, and they're supposed to get back to us, and we're supposed to meet again. But I will tell you, we did find that there was a flaw in one of the assessments or one of the areas, and that was detectives. So I just, without getting into the detail here tonight or today, I did want to let you know that they are going over our assumptions that led to the numbers that we've reviewed. And so we will be getting together with them very shortly to go over what they believe the numbers to be. So, and what I think we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up probably having to do an extension of our current agreement while we kind of hash out a new agreement.
Thank you.
And also, we're doing the assessment of both fire and police. That should be April, May, so that'll help a lot, too.
All right, one final note as far as assumptions go, that all of the departmental supplements that have been presented to the town manager are not included in any of these numbers. So those decisions to be made, and those will come in the proposed budget when we have that meeting. All right, so now the not so bright news, and it just gets better day by day. January inflation numbers came in at annualized at 7.5%. As most of you know, if you've been watching the news, everybody loves to say that that's the highest it's been since 1982. It doesn't look like it's going down before we get the February numbers, so we'll just wait and see. Current U.S. unemployment published numbers 4%. Based on those two numbers, since those are the two numbers that are that drive federal monetary policy, the Federal Reserve is expected to begin raising interest rates starting with their next meeting in March.
David.
We've got 10 more opportunities to raise rates, and it's becoming more and more clear that they can raise rates up to 7 times before the end of the year.
Question, David.
Yes.
Presuming that there is a war in Ukraine, a full war, what I hear is that inflation here is likely to climb quite a bit. So I guess I'm stating the obvious. So as we put the budget together, we should know by then, I would think.
So, you know, when we do the budget, we basically do what we expect it to be without outside influence, right? We didn't increase our budget numbers by 7.5%. We didn't inflate them any. We kept them the same for the most part. There were some changes, some things increased. This goes towards that reserves.
Exactly.
Where I was saying it's a good time to have a little extra money.
So assumption that the inflation rate goes up, you park some money in reserve to protect against that eventuality, as you say.
And to the Vice Mayor's point too, petroleum prices are hovering around $100 a barrel. So gasoline prices, you know, drives everything. So everything from trucking, shipping, all that, which all then affects consumer prices and everything we pay for. So that is right because of the jitters going on right now with the markets.
All right. So as you can tell, or probably read already, the higher interest rates are probably or could possibly result in a recession. That's obviously going to slow down economic activity locally. And this goes back to the restaurant and bar categories and the services categories that we've made some progress on are particularly vulnerable to those types of economic downturns. Our base is fairly stable with retail sales and the types of businesses that we have in town. But it would cause a reduction in our TPT. So one of the interesting metrics that we did get out of the GFOA conference this year is that Arizona's population was actually number 4 in the country as far as growth. We were behind Idaho, Utah, and Montana. That goes back to what Vice Mayor and I were discussing just a little while ago, that with those increased populations, increased income tax, increased home prices, increased just about everything. So it's definitely an interesting time.
Why would there be increased home prices?
Just because there's high demand, low supply. Our housing markets, if you've looked at your home value recently, you know that I think it raised up over 20% or something.
I understand, but if inflation rears its ugly head and goes up 7 times,
then people can't afford them.
right? So there won't be
They
as
won't
much.
be able to afford the mortgage, right? Because of the interest rates. So, yeah, you don't see a lot of movement when that happens. So they become unaffordable. But definitely over this past year, with Arizona growing, more people moving in, a lot of money's come into the state. As far as Arizona goes, our unemployment rates, according to the league update, I believe, or it might have been the investment update, the employment rate's back to pre-pandemic levels. So that's good news all around. All right, so as far as what's expected for next year, our construction's pretty stable. Again, the utilities go down somewhat as far as the projected numbers. Wholesale retail comes up to almost $10 million. Restaurant and bar, this is excluding any external type factors. We expect to see a slightly more of that category. Real estate's stable. Our long-term rentals in the town are pretty good base. And then our services obviously increasing as well. And these are all based off of the 10-year trend, prior numbers, historical numbers, and then going forward. So.
Where did the hospitality, the hotels go in on that?
That's in services.
In services, okay.
If I could just, when we had COVID, we talked about what is likely to happen in a lot of these categories. we decided to reduce our expectations quite a bit. As we go forward, given inflation and given rates going up, possibly going up significantly, I'm stating the obvious. I think we have to be very, very careful about what we budget. We should have some sense as to what's going to happen by the time we approve a budget. But I don't see things getting better. I'm anticipating things getting worse like they did with COVID.
Agreed. And a lot of that, is taken into account and kind of tempers expectations somewhat. In the case with TPT, like I said, restaurant and bars services are going to take a big hit in a recession. As far as wholesale retail, inflation is actually going to cause our TPT expectations to rise. Obviously, if inflation rate is 7.5%, that raises the cost of the products, but then they're charged a 2.9% TPT rate on that. So, but then there's a breaking point. If people don't have the money to spend, then it doesn't matter. 2.9% of zero is still zero. So, all right. As far as overall with TPT, state shared revenues, permits, licenses, charges for services, we're looking at just about $23.2 million in revenues for next year. So about $600,000 more than our current year. As far as expenditures, these are the numbers that we've got kind of as our base that we'll be working on to build a proposed budget from. Again, is about $600,000 more. The red asterisk is excluding contingency, and we've had this conversation each year as well. General funds required to be balanced. So if we're expecting, our revenues are obviously what drives this. If we're expecting our revenues to be $23 million, but we only have 19 million budgeted in general fund, then we make up that difference with contingency. So it's basically just a holding account plug number, if you will. So for next year, yeah, 19.2 million in expected expenditures. Our FTE slide, we added a few positions this current year. Just kind of shows you the trend. The famous slide, the slide that every year that I do this, I wish that I had a better way of doing this, and we're working on it, but at this point, there's no better way. So we've got a revenue increase basically built out into the future with a 1% increase, keeping it nice and moderate. But then when I think, I can't remember what percentage, I think I upped it to like 3% or something, inflation for your expenditures. Could you imagine what this slide would look like if I put 7.5% in? It's obviously not going to stay 7.5 year over year, hopefully. But anyways, so this slide is always going to show us lower revenues in those future years than expenditures. But most importantly is that next year for fiscal year 23, we are showing that we've got more revenues than expenditures for next year. So then we've already talked about most of this, obviously the increased pressure on the Fed to address inflation, possible recessions. Our core sales tax categories are relatively stable. Restaurant, bar, and services are going to be the areas to watch. Arizona communities are growing at a faster pace, but that's obviously going to result in our smaller share. Hopefully the numbers, overall numbers, keep getting bigger. There are fewer development opportunities in town. Those, it's not a surprise. We just don't have the land or the opportunities to build on that land. So, and then of course, cost of maintaining the town's infrastructure, the streets, the buildings, that continues to increase. The good side of the coin, we still manage to get budget savings each year out of general fund. We collect more revenues and we spend less, than budgeted on expenditures. We've got a relatively stable TPT base overall. We are increasing the number of hotel rooms available in the town. That's a good category because it not only is the base rate, but we also have the bed tax for those short-term rentals. Hotels and short-term rentals actually make up about 57% of that services category. And then, of course, federal stimulus is obviously relieve some of the pressure on immediate infrastructure needs. It's a debate or not how that's affecting the inflation rates, but that's personal opinions to be had, I guess. And that's it.
A couple things in the headwind category, unfortunately, seem to be the legislative agenda this year, which has several bills that will affect our ability to collect sales tax on certain items, automobiles, building materials, a couple other things I can't think of right now, but they could affect our, one of the things that's the strongest supporter for Fountain Hills, because we, like you were saying, we don't have a lot of the opportunities that maybe some of the other cities around us do, which also points out the importance of our regional position in this, in the valley. One of the things from the past that I'm glad is gone is that there used to be so much parochialism, well, are you in Scottsdale, are you in Tempe, wherever, you're getting all the taxes, but this whole regional approach is really the best way for Fountain Hills to have a position here of strength, because again, if our slice is getting smaller, we want that pie bigger, and we're in that pie. But I think we also need to be aware of those legislative changes, because some of them could be quite devastating. We look at the construction sales tax, and if they start to say it has to be point of sale, we're in big trouble. So just keep that in mind. Yes, sir.
Just one question, David. We're on track to get about $1 million a year in internet sales tax. Are we still in that range? Are we doing better?
So I think, go back. I think it was, like 1.3, 1.4. So 1.5 in overall utilities, transportation, and communications. It would be part of that. I'm not sure if it would be 2/3 of that or not, or a third. That's interesting. As far as like, are you talking about like online subscriptions and that kind of stuff?
Amazon and all the other.
Okay, so from the retail sales.
Yeah.
So
when that law first got enacted, we picked up $500,000 in 1 year. I think it was right around the mid-mark of the year.
you can go back and look. As part of that deal, and they do this, unfortunately, each of these categories has many different classifications in them. Online sales used to be its own code that they would report under, and now it's just rolled up into the general retail and wholesale. And I can't specifically say, oh, well, Amazon, we got this much from them. But I can aggregate some of the larger ones. I'm surprised at the number of online websites when I just kind of go through the report. There's a lot, a lot of online sales listed.
So that's the line item that's actually closer to 10 million?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be part of that. So. Right.
Yes, how about 10 minutes? We see everybody back in 10. Justin, do you guys have your presentation loaded up?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
All right. So we're moving on now to capital.
Logo there you got up there.
You're on.
Okay, so the second half of our budget conversation, we just heard about start with our current projects, and then we will look at the proposed projects for the next fiscal year. So in front of you, you have where we are right now with the current projects. We have one completed, which is the skate park lights and the mini pitch over at Desert Vista Park. The rest of them are in process. They're all at different stages of their progress. The surveillance cameras, Justin, where's that one? Do you know? Okay. The Four Peaks Park improvements are underway. We've already completed the gaming tables and some of the improvements over there. So that one's in progress. The Splash Park is very well underway. We are on target to reopen that this spring. Sunridge Park is on pause right now. I think a number of you guys are up to speed on that, and we'll be talking about that one later. Four Peaks Park parking lot is also underway. We're at 95% design, so we should be completing that this spring. The linear park, we will be replacing the event receptacles. Those are the outlets. Those are also underway. Will we be tackling that this spring, do you think, Justin?
Correct.
The Fountain Park, yes. The Fountain Park playground is also underway. That one is also scheduled to be completed later this spring, so we'll be excited for that one. And then the turf improvements is an ongoing. That one has its first efforts were done this fall. We'll be completing those efforts later this spring as well, and then looking for the second half next year. So those are all the current projects right now. Looking forward, we have a number of projects to propose for consideration and discussion today. The first is the completion of the ball field shade structures at Golden Eagle. It's proposed at $150,000. It would complete the shade structures that are there. A number of them were redone as part of the overall park improvement. We need to complete those. There's there's 2 shade structures needed down in the primary ball fields at fields 2, 3, and 4. There are none up on field 1. We'd like to complete all of those next year. The sports field lighting at Golden Eagle. This is a big number. If you've been watching any of our budgetary stuff over the last few years, this project has been identified in the CIP for at least the last 4 years. It's been pushed out, knowing that it's a big number and it's a big project to tackle. We are at a point where we're spending roughly $25,000 annually just on maintenance for what we have currently. At some point, we need to upgrade to an LED system at Golden Eagle.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Correct my arithmetic on this, but you got $2.5 million, currently spending $25,000. Is that 25-year payout?
So the $25,000 is just where we are today. That number is expected to go up. Each year those get older, the more maintenance they require. We had several failures this year, and again, they're surpassed their life expectancy, so that maintenance number is going to keep going up.
Well,
for the $2.5 million, to replace them, they will have a return on investment within their warranty period. So they will pay for themselves within their warranty time.
can you say more about that?
If I may, it's a very long warranty. Want to explain the warranty period on it?
Yes, Kevin, I want to say it's 20 years. It's a 20-year warranty when we replace them. The lights that are there now are not under warranty any longer. So the effort here is to put in newer lights that use less energy, that have a quicker return on investment than standard lights do.
I guess I would have to be convinced. You got $2.5 million. Let's say it went from 25 current spending, 25,000 to 30,000, because you said it's going to go up. we're still talking over 20 years. 20 years at 30,000 apiece, over 20 years. And I'm just wondering why we would lay out $2.5 million today.
It won't be 30,000. Every time they're expected to take up to 60,000 next year, just based on the replacement cost with all of the lights. So think of it, each of the banks up there have 20 to 25 light bulbs in them. Several are already out. We haven't replaced them yet because we're trying to figure out if we can make this improvement and not spend that money. If we don't and we continue the maintenance, that number will go up significantly.
From 25,000 to 60 is quite a jump. Can we get in the future some more specific information as to how you, as to how you get the 60,000?
That's an expected number, but we can certainly give you the. There's a budget. In the budget book, there's more information, right? It's in. Okay, so this is just a slide, but we can certainly share that information with you, to when and how. The biggest concern we have right now is that we aren't under warranty. So if something catastrophic does happen, we don't have a recourse. And they also aren't, and this is, Kevin, this is a question for you. They don't manufacture, or how difficult is it to get parts with the existing lights that we have now? Do you know?
That's certainly something that's coming up and continuing because of it being metal halide and going to LED.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest factor for the 20 to 25 year payout on the new lights will be that the energy cost drops substantially. Our ability, we can run them at even a lesser, they have pre-dimming capability, so when we're doing maintenance on the fields late at night, they'll be able to run them at the lower light levels, which will be less impactful on the residents that are around the park. We get a lot of complaints on the lights that we have now because they look like the ones on the right versus the ones that are on the left, where you can see directional light is much, much better with the LED lights. It would also reduce that. But I think it was 18 years on that. I don't remember that for sure, but the return on investment was at 18 years.
I just want to make sure this isn't a nice-to-have item. And I'm hearing, and I don't blame you because we're, not going into depth, a lot of generalizations, and I'd like to see an analysis of this.
We can certainly provide that. Oh yeah, there's a CIP workshop next month. We can certainly have that ready.
I can't be there. I'm not going to be there.
Yeah.
The one thing that also is the concern, and this is why it is put in the budget, is that 2.5 number is going to continue to rise as well. So it's a matter of when do we want to make that investment? When is it most cost effective for us? No different than, inflation and everything else going up.
This is not a criticism. I'm hearing a lot of suppositions. And I really would like to see an analysis to help us make the decision on this.
We'll provide that, definitely. The other thing to keep in mind that these are really approaching the end of their useful life. So that's a key as well. Just like you would eventually replace a roof or something like that, these actually have an absolute limit on their useful life. We will definitely do that as part of the presentation we do here on the Capitol for next month. So thank you for raising those questions.
Yeah, just curious, being a dark sky guy, I'm kind of surprised, Alan, you're not all for this, but anyway.
They're in compliance.
Yes, yes. Do we need new poles and everything? Is this 2.5 everything all at once, like this year, or are we going to phase this in? I'm just kind of wondering how, are you looking for 2.5 right now, or?
Ideally, we would do it over 2 fiscals so that we could overtake it over a summer window. If, again, we would have to work with Musco because there is a sourcing process that has to be done. There has to be, so ideally, if we could break it over 2 fiscal years so that we started it in one and finished it in the next, that may be an option for us. And then it would be a matter of if we had the tentative, yes, we want to look forward into moving towards this, we could work with Musco to figure that out and how we could break it over 2 fiscals. there is a lot of replacement pieces that would have to happen. The lights out there are just simply that old and that outdated, and so we would work with them to do that.
Well, when you say 2 fiscal years, you mean maybe starting in May or June and then carrying, right? I mean,
Exactly.
and I'm sure it's more expensive to have them come out twice rather than once, so that's,
When we would want to mobilize something like this over our slowest time period, which is generally the summertime over
right.
there.
To Rachel's point, she's talking about budgeting 2 fiscal years, but it'd be one contract that would cover the 2 fiscal years.
Thank you.
You are very astute at finding money outside sources like the mini pitch, et cetera. And given that this is a sports facility, do you know, or have you researched any grants or any outside resources that would pay for a portion of the replacement lights?
There are a number of grants. The first one that comes to mind is the Sports and Tourism Authority, which we've been recipients of in the past. It does have a cap at 500,000, so it really is a small dent, so to speak, in this number, and it is contingent if we were to receive it. So there's a lot of things that would have to fall into place for that, but we could certainly continue to look for funding sources. A lot of times they have a match component, so it is a situation of having the money, having the project approved so that the match is there so that we could go after the supplemental funding, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we can certainly continue to look for that. This is just definitely a big number for us.
I know it is. I know that is, and I know that you're probably not going to find 100% of it, but I mean, even $500,000 or whatever, it still would help, you know?
Anything's better than nothing.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So, thank you.
Along that line, would Musco be interested in naming rights on the field?
Mayor? Rachel, I would suggest, I'm for this. What I would suggest is that a key selling point in this, possibly to the vice mayor, would be if you guys could show the total amount of money savings going to LED. It's going to be a big number. It's going to be a big number. Also, I don't know if it's still going on, but SRP has a program where they're asking residences and I believe commercial structures to switch from halogen to LED, and they have an LED program. Linda Brady would be someone that we could utilize to reach out to her and ask her, but I don't know if the program is still going on, so don't quote me on that. But there was a program funded by SRP to get people to switch over to LED because of the savings being so significant. So just something to think of. I'm for it, but it might sway some people up here.
I just want to make sure, understand, I'm not against this. I want to make sure it's cost effective.
Absolutely. We'll be happy to bring more of a detailed breakdown when we meet to discuss the CIP.
To Councilmember Spellage's point, we always work with SRP. In fact, we've had some very good luck with when we've made some improvements to the interiors of the buildings on LED lighting replacements that we've gotten some significant rebates. And this is one that we should reach out to our account rep, either Linda Brady or our account executive that oversees our account, because they have actually amounted to quite a bit of money. So it's just part of the overall puzzle helping to pay for these.
We can't use development fees though, right? Because it's not like a new thing.
Unfortunately, correct. You're correct.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
all right. Next project would be consideration for lights for the Fountain Park Playground. This is estimated at $170,000. This is a response to multiple points of feedback we've had about users and our residents requesting to use the playground after dark. And as of right now, it is not a lit playground. A number of ours are, but the one at Fountain Park is not. The Fountain Park Playground shade structure, so when you do play during the day, you want shade. We have a shade structure there. The poles that are supporting the shade structure are failing. You can kind of tell from this picture that they're starting to tilt. While it's not a safety issue right now, it does need to be repaired. We have two options. We're going to look at the least expensive option, which is the 12.5. However, if that option isn't doable, if that doesn't fix the problem, then an additional $2,800 or $28,000 would be needed to do the secondary effort.
Well, the natural question will be, is there any relief from whoever put them in wrong?
That is actually, that's a good question. I think they were inspected and they were past inspection to my understanding. This was a number of years ago, so we did go back to review them. Is there any recourse there? Do we know, John or Justin? Okay. So. This request is a request over the course of 4 years. So it's a request of $100,000 annually over 4 years, so a total of $400,000. To do continuous sidewalk repair and replacement in all of the parks. As you know, we have quite a bit of walking path. We have quite a bit of concrete in and around our parks. Fountain Park being one of our primary, it has, more than a mile of sidewalk. And on occasion we have roots, we have lifting, we have damage that needs to be done, that needs to be maintained. And we don't have a fund set aside for that. So the request at this point is to kind of have those funds available as needed so that we can do those repairs and prevent trips, falls, and safety hazards and other things like that.
We've probably discussed this in the past. I just want to know, is there an option to concrete that's more stable in terms of wear and tear?
That's a good question. I'm sure there is. We have explored a number of different surfaces. We haven't experimented with any here. If we were going to, it would be great to do sort of a small area, test area, so to speak, to see if that works. My understanding is that financially speaking, concrete is the most feasible in that regard.
Except it may not last as long as something else, though. So
Correct.
it might be worth looking into.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the reason why the concrete, it's probably actually a better maintenance item, particularly maybe at Fountain Park. We have a lot of issues with the coots that leave droppings and such, and we have to use pressurized water to kind of clean that up. And some of those impervious surfaces that you might see in parking lots and other walking paths are probably not a really good idea. Plus, people, if you were to use granite, decomposed granite, it gets kicked into the grass, so that's part of the other issue. But certainly other parks could be looked at to see if they may be more viable at different locations.
One of the things that we talked about at Fountain Park a long time ago, I think, was actually increasing the amount of concrete when we were having such issues with the turf. So I didn't know if that was ever anything that we were continuing to look at, you know, because we were talking about using the composite or the granite and something to kind of minimize some of that turf area. So, but this is kind of different. I guess if we were going to start to repair, we might think a little bit about whether we want to go in that direction.
Sure. I recall last time we talked about that, we were having some irrigation and some runoff and some other things that we have been able to amend so that we aren't having those issues. So I don't know if that's still an interest to go down that path or not. This is simply to do maintenance and repair of existing areas if and when needed throughout our parks.
If it ended up being you know, this is obviously, this photo is a confined area, but if we did look at that, I think part of it had to do with the salt in the water and the turf issues that we were having. So, and also maybe using less water in general. So I don't know if that's still on the table or if that's something worth discussing.
The next project we have is known as the Centennial Pavilion. This is a combination project that came forth through a number of different forces. After the community center project this summer was completed and through the duration of the last 2 years of COVID, it's become noted that having an outdoor gathering space is something we don't have here in our community, shaded outdoor gathering space. So Centennial Circle was reviewed as one of those places that is underutilized and could stand to be improved with a shade structure. So what you're seeing here is a rendering of a potential shade structure that does not have a center post. If you're familiar, most tent structures have that kind of center post. What we would recommend doing is pursuing a shade structure that does not, in order to provide a entertainment space, a gathering venue, a performance place, under, over this existing Centennial Circle. It would be an extension of the community center and usable throughout for our other campus partners, such as the museum, the library, and the community garden.
Yeah, here I go again.
Dark skies.
I know.
Dark skies. Key supporters.
I think we should have lights in the, anyway. Isn't this, we have not had a shade structure for how many years there? Decades? Forever?
2012.
Okay, all right.
That's when we built it, 2012.
All right, well, I just wonder if this isn't another nice-to-have item that just really isn't necessary. The other thing I want to say before I give up the mic is that last year or the year before, I asked that we get a list of all the possibilities for spending this kind of money so that we could take a good hard look at it and see what it is we want to spend money on and what it is we want to put off. So when we're presented with these, it's almost like the staff has made all the decisions, subject to council approval. And I think that has to change.
Well, if I could just address, I mean, if the council didn't want this and they provided us guidance today, this would drop off the proposed listing of projects. So, I mean, we do listen to the council.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
You're saying if it's in the approved list and the council adopts it in the budget, that something come back to you guys to determine if this is still a high priority or not?
Well, and what other items might be priorities instead of something like this?
Okay.
Because the list can be very long. And I'm not saying this isn't worthy, although I do have some questions. But what are we, when it comes to this, what are we balancing this off against other items that we're not talking about funding?
I don't know, I guess I think of this, yeah, I think this is that exercise. Councilwoman?
No, I just was going to address Rachel about this and say this is basically an extension of the community center. It's basically something that could be rented out. Although you may not recapture 100% of the revenue spent, you would recapture some of it. Would it become another focal point that's more usable than the one right now?
Correct. So yes, it would be a rentable resource.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, it is the Centennial Circle, while it has been installed since the Centennial, the Arizona Centennial in 2012, it is an underutilized space.
Right.
I.e., so the idea here would be to create a better system to use that space and make a new usable resource
Right.
for the community that would be accessible,
Right.
for 65, so to speak. So yes, that would kind of check both boxes, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
And then before, just to your point, Alan, I had a couple, and probably all of us have had people suggest things that they'd like to see, and I would like to bring that up when we're done. And those are the kind of things I think that we measure against when we decide whether to move forward with something or not. And again, the final fail-safe is when it comes back to us as an actual project, we can say, no, so much has changed, something has happened, we want to do this instead, or we can't do anything. So I think there is a lot of flexibility, but this becomes the list. And when we do our budget, the capital improvement part of it, the SIP, literally has every project on there. And those things, as they come up through the course of a year, that's when we make those decisions.
I'm just saying that, with all due respect, Mayor, this is not the list. This is a preliminary list that has been selected by staff to put before us, that in their judgment are the things that we ought to consider funding. So this isn't, to me, this is not the list.
Well, so, and again, this is, it's all very flexible and movable, but if you look at our budget from last year, it moves, it goes forward. So you'll see projects that extend for several years. I always refer to that, or I go back to our budget on the website when I want to see, well, what have we done? What's the list of projects? And this right now is literally the unveiling of the ideas that staff has. And it is absolutely up to us.
That's what I said. This
Okay.
is the unveiling of what the staff thinks should be funded. And I'm saying we should have more of an opportunity, and we will, to look at other projects as well.
Okay. Councilwoman?
I feel like one of the first things Rachel mentioned was with the pandemic, it kind of came to light that we wish we had an outdoor space. I should say a shaded outdoor space. So while this has been on the back burner, maybe in her mind, something that's been talked about for a while, just the mere fact that we have no shaded structure that we can rent out, whether it be for a wedding, and honestly, I feel like the library and the museum would absolutely love this. But I feel like one of her first comments was the pandemic, when blah, 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 the pandemic brought this to light. So I think that that's an important thing to mention is it's not that it wasn't on a list, it's just that it became more important.
Unfortunately, my wife is sitting in the back, nodding her head in agreement with you.
Well,
Yeah, but also that has to be, the Centennial Circle has to be renovated anyway to some degree, right? Like with movement of statutes and things like that.
correct. So there's
Okay.
there's a number of things that will that need to be done within Centennial Circle. So this seemed to align with the timing of that. Now that being said, and Vice Mayor, thank you for your feedback, because I do want to make sure that everyone understands this isn't just Rachel's wish list of what I think about at night. This is this is born and based on community feedback. It's born on the conversations that we have with staff and with other community members. Actually, this one kind of came out of when the community center was closed, both for the pandemic and the remodeling, there was conversation of, oh, we want to keep our Spanish class going, or, oh, we want to keep this group going. Where could we meet instead? And so we did use the back patio for a little bit, and it was, we couldn't accommodate. And so people were naturally gathering in Centennial Circle or in little shady areas of the parking lot. And so it became this conversation of, okay, if we had a place where we could program and support these types of uses, does that make sense? And then it sort of kind of snowballed from there as people said, actually, yeah, that would be great. Wouldn't it be great if we could move Munch and Music outside? Wouldn't it be great if the Dark Skies Festival had a place, where they could have this or that? And it just sort of blossomed from there. So while I think it is a good idea, and this is why I put it on our list, so to speak, it is born through support of other people.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those things where, Alan, you'd mentioned, it is a nice to have. I agree with that. But on the other hand, the splash pad's a nice to have, a new playground's a nice to have. These are amenities that the community uses. And I think if it will increase activity in that area, it's definitely worth it. And it just makes that whole space more usable, and you just don't see anyone out there now because it's just all pavers, and people walk around, look at the statues and stuff, and that's about it. So I think this would just enhance the whole area and be used a lot more.
All right. Next up, this would be another playground lighting. We have some existing lighting at our Four Peaks playground. It's kind of the view from our camera. It has lights on one section. They are the old basketball court lights from when the basketball court was there. We'd like to retrofit those and add lights to the 2 to 5 year old side. This is roughly a $135,000 project, again, to make the playgrounds usable after dark. Noted, thank you. The Four Peaks Park improvement, the upcoming fiscal would be the last year for this project. The Four Peaks Park project has been kind of an ongoing rolling project for the last, we're in year 3, 4 now. So the last request is for the last $100,000 of the project to finish out the landscape improvements. We have big, beautiful tree pictured there because we do want to add some additional foliage and natural landscaping over there. Desert Vista. So as I mentioned, we are wrapping up Four Peaks, and it's now time to turn our attention and our efforts to the Desert Vista Park. Desert Vista is where our dog park is. It's where our we've been putting in some efforts to improve the turf over there. That's where we added the lights for the skate park, which incidentally have been super well received. And that's where we also added the mini pitch through our partnership with Musco. So there's a couple of different projects proposed at Desert Vista. One is a $65,000 continuation, so a second year of the turf improvement. We started this year. We made a lot of headway. We'd like to continue that aggressive push to get the turf up to best quality. And then we're looking at 2 years of $200,000 each to continue with park improvements, including adding a pavilion, so a shaded pavilion out there over near the playground area, adding some fitness equipment, and adding a couple other amenities within the park to upgrade it to our park standards.
Rachel, would you be adding benches and seating, you know, that has come up in recently from folks?
So I think if you're talking about the specific to the dog park, we have a second project specific to the dog park coming up. So this is specific to what I'll call the park side, not the dog park side, the soccer side, the active side.
Yeah.
The general side, the non-dog park side.
And then the other thing is, though, I see you have the exercise equipment, and somebody asked about senior exercise equipment?
Yes. So we would like to make sure that we have options for all of our users. And we do have an identified area where this fits actually quite nicely into this park layout. If you're looking at that middle picture of the park overhead view, along the right edge there where the walking path comes around, there's a nice bump out there that would accommodate fitness equipment nicely.
You mentioned this pavilion as a shade structure. Is it cheaper to do it with a shade structure similar to the Centennial Circle, or are you looking for something more permanent?
We would look at something more permanent, consistent with what we have in our other parks. We would want to keep some of the aesthetics that we have at Desert Vista. So we are going to be doing some renovations, and you'll note that here later, to some existing shade structures that are there. But right now, this park is the only one that does not have a ramada near its playground and near its active amenities. So we want to add that to this park. We'd certainly look at how to do that the most cost-effective way. It may be prefab, it may be similar. We would want to make sure that that's the best way we can do that.
The other pavilions out there, are they in good shape?
They have some structural issues that we're addressing right now. We would want to, that needs to be addressed out there, so we would probably go a different route. We wouldn't put quite as much, I don't want to say there's a lot of decoration on some of them out there. They're a little more ornate. Thank you. That's a great word. I'm like, I don't know what to call it. They're fancy. We wouldn't go as fancy. We would be a little more basic about what we would do out there.
And then one final comment. Musco seems to be the lighting destination for us.
Musco? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With all these parks that we're considering, is there any kind of a package deal we can get from them?
It's certainly a conversation we could have with them, knowing if once the projects are approved or whatever we have direction from council, we can certainly work with them. And they've been great partners. They are the ones that worked with us on the skate park lights and the mini pitch that is out there now. So they've been great partners. All right. So also within Desert Vista, there is a focus on the skate park. As we know, we added lights. The skate park is a really well-used resource in this town. We are proposing a 2-part funded renovation and expansion of the skate park. Skate park as it is today needs work. If we're going to do the work, there's some layout changes that should be made to the skate park. So we're proposing a $400,000 from the CIP and $275,000 from development fees for the expansion component. We would upgrade the layout, as you see here. If anybody if you skate or ride a bike, there's kind of, I'm not a skater, that's not what I grew up doing, but I understand that you can't come down a quarter pipe there and then hit a box. And again, I don't know. Exactly. And so there's portions of the skate park that, in my best guess, is that it was laid out in phase 1, and there was always supposed to be a phase 2, and phase 2 just didn't happen. So the layout was inspired to be completed, and it just hasn't been. So at this point in time, it makes sense for us to look at that expansion, redo what's there, expand the space, upgrade it, and create a better space. So that gives you an idea of what the skate park looks like. It's been there. Mayor, to your question, this is a project specifically proposed for the dog park side of Desert Vista. Staff and a number of council have met with ADOG representatives and a number of users of the dog park. One of the concerns about the dog park is that when it rains or when we have other irrigation issues, the park drains and floods to the area shaded in green, and it gets muddy and it becomes a problem, and then it becomes an ongoing problem because once the mud's there, then the dogs dig, and then it kills the grass, and then it's an uphill battle continually over and over. So the best solution is to fix the problem and regrade that entire space. There's two ways we can do that. We can go in and regrade and then resod, which is much more expensive than if we go in, regrade, and allow the natural grass to come back. It's a little longer time period, but it's much less investment to do it. We've talked with a number of users, especially with our ADOG partners. They understand that it is a little bit longer, but that it gets us where we want to be and fixes the problem permanently.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Friedel and myself met with Denise Ricketts, the president of ADOG. Actually, it was over the $28,000 donation that an anonymous donor had given, which is a sizable amount of money. And I thought to myself, who would give $28,000 for a dog park? I didn't even think it got that much use, but then I was schooled about the tremendous amount of use that the dog park gets. They were having rattlesnake issues with the bordering of the fencing that was all overgrown, and then the rattlesnakes would crawl in through the high grass and everything. Also, there was, I wrote it down so I didn't misspeak, there was dogs that, when it did rain and they would play in the water over there, they would get leptospirosis and giardia from the contaminated water that they were drinking. So, I mean, I think there's a liability issue there also because, I mean, we don't want dogs getting sick and getting these two diseases and having to go to vets. And recently taking my cat to the vet, it was better to take her to the Mayo Clinic. So I just want to speak on this because I've been silent on everything else. I'm completely for this. I know it's a sizable amount of money, but in the grand scheme of things, with the amount of use that the dog park gets, a citizen coming up with 28 grand and everything else, and I'm for it. So just wanted to talk about that.
Mayor, to answer your question, you asked specifically about benches and whatnot. So you can kind of tell in this overhead shot, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shade structures shown. There's one actually under the green shaded area as well. So there's 6 shade structures within the dog park. 2 of them are located in what we call the small dog, which is kind of that portion off to the left, and then the remainder are in the big dog or active dog side. There is an intersection between shade and grass, i.e. grass doesn't like to grow in the shade. So providing shade structures does diminish the grass and the capacity to grow it. So we're trying to find a balance there. That being said, we are in the process of replacing benches that are in the park, and we do have an eye towards adding several other permanent benches. There's been some conversation about temporary chairs, and while temporary chairs are allowed when you come in, we're just asking that you take them with you when you exit. Leaving them strewn around the park creates not only grass, issues with irrigation and other things like that, but they do break. They become dog toys for other dogs. They become a hazard for big dogs. So that's where we're at with that project. Absolutely.
Rachel, are any of these structures on here new ones, or that hasn't been done yet?
Oh, no, they're complete. Actually, we will be doing, note to everybody, if you haven't already received Angela's invitation, there is a official ribbon cutting for the new shade structures next Monday at the dog park at 9 o'clock. But yes, those are all in, and they look great.
I know one of the big concerns about the grass, we had a conversation at the meeting that we were at. they're always asking, can we reseed when you reseed the fountain area? And the big conversation as to why you don't do that is you're talking 6 to 8 weeks of closing the dog park to do a proper reseeding and watering and whatnot. What kind of timeline are we looking at? You're going to have to close the dog park to do the regrading. What kind of timeline are we looking, and is there any way we can actually reseed and just kind of kill a couple of birds with one stone?
Great question. So keep in mind that, so when they talk about overseeding or reseeding, they're talking about changing from Bermuda grass to ryegrass. Ryegrass is what we have here in the wintertime. That's what we have in the park right now. It's beautiful, it's green. It's really, really delicate though. So if we put that in the dog park, the dogs are going to tear it up and it's going to be a mud pit by the end of December. And then Bermuda grass will come back when it starts getting warm. Bermuda grass likes the sun, it likes the warm temperatures. So we start seeing that regrow somewhere, let's say April timeline is maybe when we start seeing that. Kevin would know better. That being said, we would time this grading in a couple of ways so that we would portion off the area where we are regrading, hopefully not to close the whole dog park. We wouldn't want to close the entire facility, but probably just fence off the graded area so that it is still a usable resource. Yes, it will take a couple of weeks, if not months, to regrow the grass. So we would time this ideally when spring is springing, when the grass is coming back naturally to work with Mother Nature, if that makes sense. So if approved, this project would be undertaken next spring so that as the Bermuda grass is naturally coming back anyway and coming out of dormancy, it would hopefully start to fill in this area.
I don't know if you know the answer, but what was the thing about dogs getting sick from drinking water?
That I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. I'd have to talk with Denise a little further. Yeah, my guess, if I had to guess, is that it's standing water because it's not draining properly, and that's the result of that. Thank you. I believe that's our last project. So this gives you a breakdown, a list, if you will, of all of the proposed projects for this year. Not a small number, but this gives you an idea of what we're recommending for the Community Services Department.
So we'll be looking for grants, we'll be looking for development fees, we'll be looking for naming rights, we'll be looking for whatever we can. Economies of scale with the lighting company. So we talked about this a long time ago, but over by, I think they were talking about by Kiwanis Club, having a Spartan training kind of a thing. Is that something that's ever come back up in a conversation?
No, but I do know that staff has looked at the Kiwanis property and kind of eyeballed what it could be or what it might serve as if it were to ever be part of the park system. Right now, the Kiwanis building and the Kiwanis Park is not recognized as part of one of our identified parks. If we were to ever look into bringing that into our system, there's definitely some options there that we could explore, whether it was a Spartan training, whether it's a senior active space, whether it's rehabbing the existing bocce courts that are there. There's a couple of avenues we could certainly explore there.
Okay, the next presentation is capital projects, and Justin Weldy, the Public Works Director, will be presenting these.
The first little section of this is going to be covering the capital projects that we currently are approved and either completed or underway. It'll also discuss the proposed capital projects for next year and also the 5-year horizon. Date. Thank you, John. Let's try it again. This slide right here shows the projects that have been completed. I think it's important to note that the very first one has been in the capital budget project for the last 10 or 12 years, and the funding this year was utilized to address some drainage issues on the town hall campus, primarily the runoff that was entering the front doors of the community center. So we addressed that. And the reason I bring that up is because we're going to be discussing that with future projects moving forward here.
Justin, wait, there's more coming, never mind. I wanted to know where the road repair and actual rebuilding that has been done, does that fall into this? Because sometimes I think there's a little mix-up between the $2.5 or $2 million we put into roads, basically, from Herf, including now, last year we added another $2 million. And how does that fall into projects like this, and then the other things that you do around town by, just repairing? I see you're doing something right now, and like on El Lago and some of those other projects that have been done. How does that funding, the HERF funding, fall in with this and with all the other things that you do? Because we spend more than the $2.5 million a year that's HERF, even though we added the $2 million last year. That's not the usual. So I wanted to, and you don't have to do it right now, but as you go along, maybe it would help to clarify some of those projects.
Understood. Madam Mayor, that is an excellent question. What we are presenting and discussing here today is capital projects. And while several capital projects include improvements to our roads and sidewalks, it's separated. So our pavement management and maintenance is from the highway user transportation funding, or as we refer to it, the streets fund. No streets funds will be used for any of the capital projects. However, the capital projects will directly impact our streets.
And if
You're
I may,
welcome.
just to clarify, so we do bring every spring to the council the proposed street projects that we're going to undertake for next year, and we always provide to the council an update on what we did in the current year, kind of like what we're doing here on capital projects. But to your point, sometimes there is crossover because they might involve, like, for instance, you see the Desert Vista Park crosswalk sidewalk, that project. They do sometimes overlap with one another, so it's a good question.
And overlap with sidewalk work as well. Thank you.
These are projects that are ongoing. The ones that are multi-year or had been previously approved as a multi-year and will be showing up in the 5-year horizon are noted. This is a continuation of our ongoing projects for this year. These next few slides are proposed projects. It should be noted that when we are putting capital projects together in engineering and streets, we primarily focus on safety. And each one of these projects is a result of feedback from elected officials, management, the residents, or through our own local knowledge and experience of what's happening. This first one is an excellent example. Excuse me. While we were installing the driveway on the Avenue of the Fountains that was approved in this year's budget, which was referred to as the shared parking for Park Place and Town Hall, we had to remove one simple light pole. During the removing or relocating of that light pole, we discovered that the lighting and the electrical circuits on the avenue, while they're in good shape and of adequate size, they're incorrectly labeled. And that now helps Rachel, Kevin, and I understand why we have so many faults when it's time for special events and they plug in. We do our best to test them in advance and keep them operating however they fail. The next portion of this project is related to the up lighting on the palm trees. While this type of lighting was a very nice to have, it is also very, very expensive to maintain and operate. And with the recent improvements on the Avenue of the Fountain related to mixed use, there are at least one, possibly two of the residents there that have taken to adjusting and/or vandalizing the uplighting. So this project will eliminate what they are experiencing, which is light into their windows, and replace it with a more modern LED that is controllable and also, if so desired, possibly color changing for a fraction of the cost of what it takes us to maintain the current ones.
Justin?
Sir?
Before you go to your next slide, could you please have code enforcement cite that girl for riding a horse on our sidewalk?
This project right here is actually, it was originally proposed approximately 10 years ago. And we did reach out through a request for proposals, and we had several submittals. We did narrow it down last week to 2. We did the interviews right here in this room. We have selected one based on their presentations. This is the first part of what we would strongly recommend be 2 projects that are tied together. This is a proposal for a roundabout at Avenue of the Fountains and Saguaro. Please note that the funding level for this is just based on design. We will not know the construction cost until later. The next one, which is tied to this, is the pedestrian access and lake overlook. This one here, and this is a good use of the natural topography and the terrain. The engineer proposed utilizing that area as part of an amphitheater. Also, they show on the right or the left the accessible routes that would make this amenity and Fountain Park usable to all from entry on the Avenue of the Fountains. And lastly, and you'll see just on the top right there, there is a bridge crossing Fountain Channel. This again would create a short route that is accessible and available to all users to tie into the Great Lawn and the main walking path in Fountain Park.
A couple of years ago, maybe it was 3 years ago, the possibility of an overlook by itself, I think, came up before the council. And it was very expensive, and the council unanimously voted against doing it. As part of the roundabout, which I favor, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, did you have something? Oh, sorry. I wanted to, I'm sorry. Thought I heard something.
If something like this were to be voted and happen, would it replace the existing amphitheater?
No, ma'am, it would not. This would just be an additional amenity for the end users.
So
In fact, it's not an amphitheater. It looks
Yeah,
like
it looks
it.
more steps.
It's steps. It's a seating area. You see these in a lot of urbanized areas. But no, actually, this would be an additional amenity where people could actually eat their lunch, or they could be at an event, and it would provide actually, it would provide a nice shaded area at the end of the day if there was a concert going on in that location.
I want to mention the Swaback downtown area-specific plan that we did in 2009 and was incorporated into our general plan at the time, which included, obviously, not only the roundabout, but it also talked about Saguaro being one lane, one lane each direction in that area, and having on-street parking. And again, this is a discussion that changes the, pretty much the character of that whole idea of Saguaro Boulevard being a way to get through as fast as possible, or are we creating a downtown, an area for really, you're not going to speed through there. You're going to have walkability, kind of goes along. And part of the reason why you all didn't, move ahead was because they were getting ready to do Park Place, and they wanted to know, well, how's this going to end up? Because there were a lot of moving parts. And so now we're kind of seeing that start to happen. So whatever this discussion is, I wouldn't mind, and I would advocate for looking at this again, because it was well vetted, had a lot of people involved with creating this. Swaback is also involved with some other projects that we're doing now. I'm sorry?
Discovery Center.
This is Discovery Center, yes. So it's a different way of thinking of that whole area, really, of Saguaro Boulevard. And so as we, or if we move forward with this design, which I think we did approve a year ago, to move ahead, that we keep in mind a bigger picture.
Madam Mayor, when we come back next month with capital projects, we will include the original concepts by Swaback and also some additional concepts that we received for viewing for this intersection and the improvements.
That's really good to hear. And Grady, maybe along those lines too, since there are other parts of this project, of this Swaback plan, you'll see that we've actually done some of the districts, and we're not calling them districts necessarily, but some of the stuff is actually falling in line. The residential along Avenue of the Fountains, these kind of things. So it might be worth the look, because I bet there's a lot of people who don't even know that this exists.
Mm-hmm.
Mike?
Good, that's a good point.
No, I think, I mean, I know there's some people cringing already, but I mean, I think just approving a design at this point in time at least will give us an idea of potential costs, and it's probably going to be a future council that'll decide construction or not. But you know, speaking of the long term, I mean, for us old timers out here, Saguaro Boulevard, you know, for a long time there weren't any stop signs there. You just kept going on Saguaro. And then when the stop signs went in, a lot of people were complaining, like, oh, why are you forcing us to stop there? And, you know, but if you go from that time period to today, there's a lot more pedestrian traffic in that area. You know, Park Place has been built, other businesses in the area, and there's been a lot more events held at Fountain Park in that area than there used to be. So I know access to Oktoberfest and St. Patrick's Day, et cetera, has always been an issue at that intersection because there's just a pretty steep grass slope there. I mean, I know people have fallen there and have gotten injured trying to get to an event. So I know it's a big ticket item, but yet I think this would really enhance the usability and accessibility to the park and to future events that are held down there. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I totally agree with those comments, and it reminded me that when we discussed it originally and turned it down, it not only had stairs, I'm recollecting it had stairs to get down to the grassy area, but we also talked about trying to do something for the handicapped, the disabled, elderly people, and so on. So that would clearly have to be written into any kind of a plan that we go forward with.
That's a good point, Vice Mayor. Keep in mind, any time that I use the verbiage, and I should be more clear on this, accessible route, that covers that portion of it. It should also be noted that for a project like this, if and when it's decided to move forward, when it is a 30% design, we will return to council with what we refer to as a 30% roll plot and allow council to not only view the project, but make recommendation and have comments on the design up to that point.
And to overlap a little bit with what Rachel does. Hi, Rachel. To give you more events. Well, this week, or I'm sorry, in March, we're having the Fountain Hills Days, which is going to end up being a really pretty cool day in town. We've got stuff going on at the museum and the community garden and Dark Sky. And we've talked about this, about a downtown regular vibe, for lack of a better word. I've had some businesses there approach me about, and not recently and in the past, about, you know, having some sort of a regular event. I was calling it Third Thursdays, but it could be whatever, First Fridays. They have a lot of good ideas. They have ideas for, you know, shows and things that they want to do. And if each business, and I think, Grady, you mentioned that in some communities they have business, but downtown business associations or such, where maybe the burden isn't so much on one entity like us, or where a business might say, hey, I'm going to have a fashion show this weekend, or another one, or this Thursday, whatever, or I've got, you know, a band, or this kind of food or something. And it's really, you know, when you think about our weather, it's kind of a short period of time, you know, you have to be able to do that. It's usually going to be after Christmas. and then April, bye-bye. So, really, the way to have something, this is conducive to it, however it ends up looking, where people are walking and mingling and eating and dancing and all of those good things that we talk about. And I think that we could share that with some of those businesses, and they could take responsibility for maybe, one a year, it'll be this one and this one. So I'd love to, again, big picture kind of thing. You guys are doing this together, so you're responsible. But we all understand when you have staffing issues and things like that. But I'd love to see something like that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if you are all familiar with the Southwest Airlines ad of when the bell goes off, that ding, want to get away? I'm having one of these moments right now. I can't imagine what the cost of something like this is going to be. And I think it will make Rachel's $500,000 umbrella look like the best idea she's ever had. Justin, do you have any idea whatsoever, just putting the $900,000 price tag on this, what, the roundabout outside the door, Justin, what possible number could even remotely be attached to something of this scope?
Councilmember, it's awfully risky for me to make projections, but I will tell you that when we looked at it last year, it was estimated at about 1.2. So we added a slight escalation, and that is just for the traffic portion. It is, at that time, the overlook was estimated at somewhere around $800,000, which included about $300,000 or $400,000 worth of retaining walls to support the existing facility and make a much larger. We try to the best of our ability to estimate about 10% of the total cost by 10% for the design. And again, these are just estimates based on research from the surrounding areas and something similar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would presume, or maybe I shouldn't presume, as we look at this seriously, the roundabout could be phase one, the overlook a year or two later, phase two. They don't have to be built all at the same time, I would assume.
Councilmember, we would strongly recommend that if selected, they be constructed concurrently. The reason is because of the offset. The idea would be to build half of the roundabout and the overlook, and then put traffic on that side and then build the other half. The challenges that we face with Saguaro, it is the primary trucking route, not only for Fountain Hills, but for areas north of us. So, and for those of you that may not know this, Fountain Hills has two primary trucking routes. One of them is Saguaro, the other one is Palisades. There is an exception to Fountain Hills Boulevard, but that's north of Palisades, leading out of town. The reason is because Fountain Hills Boulevard, south of Palisades to Shea, was not constructed to handle that type of traffic. So the primaries are Saguaro, which is our highest truck count, truck count, and then Palisades, which is our second highest.
I just wanted to say how much I love this design. Say what you will about a roundabout. I don't want anyone to get involved in that topic right now, but this is lovely and very inviting for outsiders. I can't imagine a better look for a newbie visitor to the town to come in and stand there. I think it's stunning. I think it would be great for visitors as well as potential new businesses for them to help pick a spot downtown as opposed to out of town or, on the outskirts of our town.
Thank you. Anything else? Thanks.
You're welcome. This next project is actually in this year's budget. However, after meeting with an engineering firm, and we had met with several, the one selected decided not to move to construction, but to rather provide a design concept report. As a reminder, this neighborhood, Brantley, is just over the mountain from Fountain Park to the north and the east, where runoff in that area has created challenges not only for the homeowners, but also for the town in maintaining the safety of the roads. To be on the safe side, we placed this into next year's budget. This one right here, and thank you, all of you, for voting to approve the first phase of the community center. Some of that was capital funds and some of that was from the reserve. During construction, we discovered challenges that we simply did not know existed, or we were misinformed or misunderstood. Let me provide some clarification. We had numerous issues related to moisture and the carpeting and or the flooring. We were told by experts for several years that moisture was coming up from the bottom because the community center on-grade slab had not been properly constructed and did not have a vapor barrier. We learned when all the flooring was removed that only a part of that was right, because during rain events, water comes in everywhere around the building from the walls and the storefronts, and it slowly but surely makes its way across the floor to the middle or other locations. We are currently working on the storefronts. For clarification, when I say storefront, that's the doors and windows. But during this, we also discovered on the west side of the building, in a little closed off patio, that the rain that falls in there stands approximately 3 inches deep against the building for weeks, and slowly but surely flows in to several parts of the building. The intent of this project is to address those water issues on the storefronts and on that wall, but also make some minor changes to the interior of the building, including adding one of the collapsible walls to more better be able to utilize that area where that wall will be constructed. But again, the primary is to deal with the rain issues related to the storefronts and the walls and get water to drain away from the building. This one here, this will be a 2-year phase. So we're asking for some funding in this year, and then we'll be asking for additional funding in the 23-24. And I think it's important to note that as part of phase 1 for the community center, while these things were being discovered, that project was being fast-tracked. There were a lot of moving parts. Obviously, we were not able to meet our obligation for an opening date, but had we begun to address these other issues, we would have certainly been delayed by a considerable amount of time and quite possibly rushed through, and they wouldn't have been addressed correctly. So we will be addressing that with this next phase split over 2 years.
Justin, will it necessitate the community center being closed for any extended length of time?
Excellent question. It will not. The majority of this work, we can do the very sensitive stuff at nights and on weekends whenever it's less likely to be occupied. But there won't be any extensive closures. Some of it will just not be accessible for a limited amount of time.
Thank you. So question, Justin, if we have a huge rain event, are you saying that without this being fixed, the 800 grand that we just spent on the community center with updating everything, there's going to be water that's going to come into the community center?
That's an excellent question. And the answer is yes and no. So there's a minimal amount of water that comes in, but we have taken preventative measures, including caulking, sandbags, and other things that we ramp up for each time we know there's going to be an event, and then we clean it up immediately so there's no permanent or sustainable damage to the building.
Well, I would think that the council should seriously consider allocating whatever funds you need to accomplish this project immediately, not over 2 fiscal years. I mean, this is...
If I may, we are currently...
One second, Grady. So I think it's imperative that we just gave you guys an open check with a lot of money attached to it to fix this, so it'll be the jewel of the centerpiece of the town and the community. We don't know what's going to happen with the weather. There's no way to determine what's going to happen with the weather out here. If there is an event that's a huge event, when I mean a weather event, and we sustain significant damage to, I mean, this is totally reminiscent of the way that we rip up roads in Chicago. We put down brand-new roads in Chicago, everybody loves it, and then the gas company or the water company comes in and tears up every single thing that we put down brand new to put in new gas lines and new water lines only to lay the road back down again. I mean, I don't know about the other council members, this is so troubling and it makes me angry, really angry, that this is even a possibility. And I'm not blaming you, Justin, and I'm not blaming Grady, I'm not blaming anybody. It's an issue, and it's an issue that needs to be addressed immediately, not over a course of time before something bad happens. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if there's damage sustained to that community center, the residents are going to lose their minds. They're going to lose their minds. It's like paying all the money we did to fix the ballpark and then not mitigate flood damage that could happen after we spent all the money to replace the sod. So I'm not going to speak for anybody else here on the council, and definitely I'm not going to speak for the mayor, but it's absolutely imperative that this be put on the top of everything. Let's hold off on the umbrella. Let's hold off on everything, and let's focus on protecting an investment that we made into the community center of over $800,000.
Mayor, I couldn't agree more with Councilman Spellich. That's a big investment we've got sitting there. It's beautiful. We've gotten a ton of compliments on it. Why put it at risk? So I agree. We get on this ASAP.
I'd just like to just speak that we didn't even know until just recently as to what the possibilities were to fix it. So we're still trying to get that firmed up, correct, Justin?
Correct.
So that's part of the issue. We don't have the solution in hand right now. We know there are solutions, but we're trying to determine the ideal solution, and I've seen consultants out, or not consultants, but I've seen workmen out there trying to assess the building and trying to figure out by the windows where the water's flowing in from to try to get this determined. So it's really not even if we could do it right now, we don't know what needs to be done and at what cost. So I think as soon as we know that, if the council, what I'm hearing is we can do an emergency approval, then we'll try to do that. We just didn't have that information ready for you today to know what that might be.
And I think it's important that everybody know this. The community center footprint concrete is big, and then the walls on it are set inside. So any water that falls around it, it actually seeps back up to the doors and windows. And again, we have taken numerous measures to minimize this intrusion of water. We still have a little bit during rain events, but nowhere near what was happening prior to us actually being aware of these entry points. So absolutely, we have met with numerous industry specialists that have several different recommendations, and we just don't know the fix to the storefronts. We certainly know what to do on the west side of the building. That we will address. In the meantime, we have taken measures to keep that one dewatered. So we are aware, and we appreciate the challenges.
Thank you. Mike?
So in light of Grady's comments, and I mean the 225, you're just kind of spitballing that, or is that phase one of phase two, or we don't really know yet since we don't know what it's going to take?
It's based on estimates that we've received from several different professional trades that deal with this type of thing. The next project, this has actually been on the radar for the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. It's a subcommittee to this council right here. And this was originally brought up several years ago from residents and road users in regards to northbound Fountain Hills Boulevard, left turn to westbound Palisades. There is what we refer to as stacking there. Several cars in the left turn lane, and they are not able to be serviced during the phase. Currently, this traffic signal configuration is protected left turns only. We recently went out and increased just slightly the timing by a few seconds to allow for additional time to service not only the north and southbound, but also the east and westbound left turns. We know, at least based on our knowledge and the knowledge of the traffic engineer that had originally assessed this intersection, while that may provide some temporary relief, it's not likely going to provide the long-term relief to these turning movements. This came before the council last year, and there was a decision to defer the project while we attempted these timing changes. We have done that. We also split it up. This year, we are asking for the consideration of design funding, and then in outlying years, we would come back and ask for the funding for construction. Again, this is to improve the level of service for the intersection of Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades, where we are currently not meeting the needs of the end users. This one right here is a multi-year ongoing. You will note that there is a 0.5 increase. That is a result of information that we have gathered while doing the initial design. The utilities, including electrical and water and possibly the fortification of some sanitary items, are necessary. Once again, this is a multi-year, but we thought it important to show you that the price most certainly had increased in the engineer's estimate.
Let's go back one slide. So I literally just spoke about this 3 minutes ago. So am I under the assumption that these changes, are these changes related to mitigating any type of flood damage that would happen at Four Peaks Park? Or, I mean, Golden Eagle?
Absolutely. So the changes that we are referencing is primarily we need to relocate the existing utilities to increase the width and depth of the existing channels. I want to be real clear here. After the storm event that created hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage, town staff and contractors went into these areas and cleaned out the channels and removed the overburden. We also removed some access barriers that were reducing the flow through the dam. Since that time, we've had a minimal amount of backwatering and a minimal amount of outflow. And the mayor and council are aware of that. But yes, the increase in cost for the overall project primarily is a result of relocating the utilities and creating a less challenging multi-use path for the end users.
So if we have a significant rain event, then we're going to be looking at the same damage because that really hasn't been mitigated.
If we have, we did have two very similar events where again we had a minimal amount of backwatering and a little bit of outfall, and once again we took corrective measures immediately. And while I cannot guarantee you that there's not going to be a backwatering and an outfall situation that caused the hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage, it's much less likely because of the work that we have done leading up to this. Again, this is the overall cost for making, so it was originally right around 1.1 million to finish the project after design. We're estimating that it's going to take about another $500,000 to accomplish that.
I just think moving forward, when I say we, I mean staff, I think there needs to be a better line of communication between, like when we're doing projects like this, like a prime example of this would be the community center. We updated the community center. Rachel spearheaded the community center upgrade, and then all of a sudden you find out that there's going to be water infiltration into the community center. So there seems to be some kind of a
Well, I want to make sure that we understand that this was actually a facilities project, and it was in Public Works, so it wasn't Rachel. Rachel, and I'm not blaming it on anybody, I'm just saying it was his staff that actually oversaw the project. Rachel actually came before you to request the money, but ultimately because it's facilities and facilities is a Public Works, this was their project. And
so you're disagreeing with what I'm saying?
I'm not disagreeing about a disconnect, because part of the issue with this is that this is only addressing Golden Eagle Park, but as we've talked before, we have a system-wide issue with our washes. So it's not just, I mean, as you know, Cloudburst and some of these other washes are all feeding into this area. And so we got to really address those other areas, because there's erosion going on and homes are at, potential for loss and all that. So this is just one slice of a bigger picture. So I agree with you on that this is not going to just probably take care of all of our wash issues. Absolutely not. As far as the project, we did do some, and I don't think Justin got into this, but as far as the community center, there was mitigation that was done as part of that renovation. And we were led to believe that that was going to take care of that issue, and it did not. So that's the disconnect.
Okay, well, I'm just worried about how this plays to the residents, because the residents see, oh, we just spent $800,000 on a community center, and now there's a possibility that the community center is going to have a significant damage done to it after we just spent that kind of money. Oh, we just spent $750,000 or $800,000 on fixing the ballpark, and there's a possibility that there's going to be more flood damage now because there's more mitigation that needs to be done. I'm sorry, this is my perception, and this is what I'm thinking, and I can only think that since I'm up here and we do this every day and eat, sleep, and drink this, residents that don't see this every day and don't live it like we do are going to be very confused. And like I said, I feel in my heart of hearts that I just think we all need to be singing off the same sheet of music when we tackle projects. My opinion, Grady. If you disagree with it, I'm sorry.
Well,
but I'm entitled to my opinion.
Could I just say something?
Sure.
About the community center? The water issue was apparent right from the very beginning. It was one of the first things before anything even started that I was told about. And so you're right, and it's a more immediate thing. It's a new extension of that as far as the community center goes. So, and we have to take care of it, and I agree with you that we should do that as soon as we can, as soon as we know what the remedy is. But water being an issue at the community center was not new. This Golden Eagle extra work isn't really extra. I believe it was part of the capital
It's part of the Fuller study that we
we've
had.
been for the last few years. So the flood was actually 2017 or something, and the amount to completely take care of that, it was astronomical. So we've been doing it little by little. Well, not even little by little. We did, big
Incrementally.
chunks. But this is not new. This to me isn't new, seeing this picture.
Right.
And then the last thing I want to say is over the last 4 years, we probably would have collected $2.4 to $2.5 million in environmental fees if we'd been allowed to do that. And this water mitigation, stormwater management, which is odd because we live in a desert, but it's been huge, and it's something that I think we see as homeowners, and we are seeing in this desert environment. Stormwater management is huge, and that's money that we would have had to put directly towards this if we had been able, unchallenged, to continue collecting that.
And I just want to clarify, so Justin, when he first started talking, Justin, this is the J.E. Fuller design, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I heard you say when you first started talking is that you believe that there's been cost escalation. When did J.E. Fuller get the design done on this?
The design is not done. The design is about 85% So the project designed to address the majority of the challenges that we faced from 2017 is still underway. But as that design goes forward, we discover things.
So that's the issue, and that is a disconnect. And I will tell you that we will likely not be continuing to use J.E. Fuller because I believe they're about 2 years behind on
I
this.
agree.
So we should have had a design from them, in my opinion, 2 years ago.
So what are we going to do about it?
We're at 85%, we're going to get it done, but we're not going to continue to use them. There are other firms out there that are outstanding that we'll continue to use.
Two comments. One, I think it's imperative that we take care of what we have. It's obvious that we have some things we need to catch up on. And I know, Justin, we talked about this at length before, about lateral migration of some of these washers further upstream as well. So does that 1.5 include some remediation in those areas where they've laterally moved some of those washers?
No, sir. Our estimate and the engineer's estimate is just to complete the improvements for the Golden Eagle Park impoundment after the design is done. In regards to the lateral migration and the other erosion, which is quite substantial as of July 15th and August 13th of last year, a lion's share of that is going to be addressed with the area drainage master study that's being paid for by the Maricopa County Flood Control District. Without getting off too deep into that, that completed document will be our guide for future projects and also applying for and working with other agencies on corrections and remediation and securing grants.
So those homes that Grady mentioned and that I have seen off of Bainbridge that wash right across the street from Golden Eagle, that's not even part of this yet?
No, sir, it is not.
Thank you.
But to your point, it's getting to a critical point where we got to do something because I'm very concerned about loss of private property and towns' liability for that.
That's exactly why I brought it up. Thank you.
Jason's probably an easy answer to my question. Justin, rather. What did I say? Jason? Justin. Is that your name? I was close. In 2017, was it, we had that massive storm, right? That buried the ball field and so on and so forth and cost, what, $800,000 to solve the problem. It seems like over the last several years, every so often, we get a new project for that area. And I guess I find myself wondering why back then we didn't have a comprehensive study by engineers, or maybe we did, for everything we were going to need to do over a period of time and the cost to mitigate.
And thank you for that. Excellent. So what's happened here is I have failed to communicate. There was a storm event in 2017-18. The end result of that was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage to the Golden Eagle Park impoundment. Under emergency measures, we came to the mayor and council, we asked for funding. That funding was to clean the amenities in Golden Eagle Park and do a minimal amount of grading to the channels that were there. It was at that time we also did exactly as you mentioned. We reached out to a professional organization to do design or provide design and guidance. And that's what we've actually been working on since that time frame. So the initial investment that the mayor and council approved was for cleanup of the amenities and also to clear the channels and the overburden that was in the channel, and staff absolutely undertook and made those corrections immediately. It should be noted that since that time, we have had several rain events that prior to the 16-17 fiscal year most likely would have caused additional damage to Golden Eagle Park. But because of the upfront measures that were taken to increase the width and the depth of the channels and provide some barriers, we've not really had that. And again, the total money here, it's not a new job, it's just a slight increase in the original estimate of what it'll take to fix it to the best of our ability permanently.
That's helpful, but I'm not sure it addresses my question. Maybe I didn't ask it clearly enough. We still have these projects coming up to mitigate the flooding.
Correct.
Whether it's cleaning out channels or all this stuff. Did we have a comprehensive list of everything that would need to be done in that area with prices that was put before us so we could at least look at it and see what was ahead?
We will shortly have a list from the Maricopa County Flood Control District that covers the entire town, including this area. We will not know the numbers until after that is actually that study, which again, the Flood Control District is paying for, is completed. Once that is completed, then we will much better be able to determine the projects and the potential cost of those projects moving forward.
The flood was in 2017. Couldn't we have hired consultants and engineers to go out and take a look at the whole area and tell us exactly what was going to need, what needed to be done over a period of time with the cost? Why do we have to wait so long?
We did. It's J.E. Fuller. They've been working on it since 2018.
Then why didn't we fire them? Why didn't we fire them and go to a different contract? That's outrageous. That 2018, what was their scope of work? Were they supposed to take a look at that area?
They did.
And tell us everything that needed to be done?
They did.
And they're still working on that?
They didn't tell us everything that needed to be done. And while I'm not going to get into J.E. Fuller directly, because I don't want that to get into that situation here, I will tell you that they were provided a scope. We agreed to that. They started working after that was started. Numerous things were discovered that town staff didn't know, the previous town engineer did not know. The scope and the fee escalated. As we began to work forward on additional design, we discovered that the water main, the electrical, and the sewer are now going to be impacted by this. Again, these are things that we didn't know. So while we've made progress on the design, in doing so, we've discovered other deficiencies that we were not aware of. And so it has been ongoing since that time. There was a study that we paid for that showed us approximately how much water in a 10-year, 20-year, 100-year, in the worst-case scenario, 500.
I just simply don't understand. Maybe I don't know enough about it.
Part of what we
Excuse
experienced.
me, but four years, waiting 4 years for this, I just don't understand. And I question, I don't know what the contract looks like, I know nothing about it, but it sounds like a lack of performance.
Mayor. Thank you. It's obvious that contract negotiations, fulfillment of contracts, and everything is not the proper place to discuss this during a budget retreat. Okay? I'll give you that. Obviously, the vice mayor and myself are both pissed off. So, I'm sorry, upset. Would you please, and the town manager and the town attorney, meet together, the three of you, four of you, whoever needs to be involved, John Wesley, anybody, the mayor, meet and discuss this contract. Go over every portion of this contract. If there's some liability on their part or malfeasance on their part, I'm going to assume we've already paid them in full, which completely sucks. Oh, well, if we didn't pay them in full by your head nod, I believe that the town attorney, the town manager, yourself, and the mayor should sit down, go over every aspect of this contract, and hold these people responsible for what they've done to this town. I mean, it's one thing to say we're never going to use them again. Like if I go to a restaurant and have a bad meal, I walk out and I go, I'm never going to use you again. You know, Burger King don't care. They got 300 million, billion, zillion customers. But, I mean, we have to make a point in this that we cannot be taken advantage of. This is affecting the entire town and the residents, and the amount of money that we spend of their monies, that I'm so upset I can't even put words together, for Christ's sake. We are stewards of the town's money. So let's get together and let's find out what this company is responsible for, what they didn't fulfill. Let's not pay them if we owe them still more money. Let's get together on this and then report back to us on what the findings are, because we have to hold somebody responsible for this.
Understood.
No, I completely agree.
Kind of a larger issue there, David, too. We talk about studies and all of these other things that we do, and part of our being the size town that we are, whether we have people on board who are actually, you know, in-house or not, it's kind of a constant challenge for us because we don't have necessarily the expertise for the variety of needs that we have. You know, the fountain is like the best example of that. So this is something that we've seen it with the roads, seeing it with this, but these aren't usual challenges. So I agree we need to get a good feel for it, but I also want to acknowledge that when this very first started, when it first was an event, and you know we weren't on the council then, but we were aware that this was going to be, there were going to be a lot of steps to this, but I don't know whether we should have expected it to take this long. In the meantime, though, I'm relieved that we've been able to mitigate in the storms that we've had in between anything like that ever happening again. Thanks.
This next project is related to pedestrian safety and, more importantly, to eliminate conflicts between pedestrians and automobiles. This is very similar to the Desert Vista crossing. Town staff is proposing that a marked crossing be installed at Kingstree on Saguaro, and also part of this project right here will include necessary drainage on the south side of Saguaro here at Kingstree. We currently in that area have undersized drainage facilities, and during and after larger storm events, the water ponds in the street for extended periods of time. Again, two-phase project. One of them is to put in a crosswalk that would allow people to cross from one side to the other. The next one would be to increase and minimize the drainage issues that we have in this intersection.
I want to go back. I want to go back to Golden Eagle, just briefly. Councilman Spellich and I don't always agree. That's no surprise. But I just want to light a fire and say, I want to know, and he can't answer right now, I want a report on when we're going to hear back on a discussion of the contract and what we're going to do about it, okay?
Okay, the Kingstree one, is that the same area where the project is going in, the mixed-use project?
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's also, this is one of the very few locations where we actually have sidewalk on Saguaro that leads to one of our amenities, which is Desert Vista Park. And it should be noted that Kingstree is a very wide road that is heavily utilized by walkers, and they walk down to Saguaro, and if they want to cross there, it's challenging, let's just say. This location is very similar to Desert Vista. We have good line of sight from where this crosswalk would be placed, which allows not only the pedestrians and cyclists to see the motorists, but the motorists to see them in kind.
Yeah, Justin, I was just gonna, I mean, you answered part of my question, because when we did the Desert Vista one, that was all centered on, you know, Desert Vista Park and the access for kids and everyone else to get over there. I was kind of questioning this one in terms of, you know, where it leads to or how much it's going to be used. I mean, I can see some benefit to it. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people in the area that kind of walk around there, but the drainage, obviously, that's probably a no-brainer. So I don't know. We probably can't get anything out of Mr. Kaufman related to this, can we? I mean, in terms of his project, if it goes.
I believe that would have already had to go through the pre-application process, so I don't think we're going to be able to get participation from the developer of that corner.
Mike, you're reading my mind. I was going to ask the same question, and maybe in the future, we need to consider projects like this, and if they're going to impact a intersection in the future, we need to make note of that and make sure we get some help.
Understood.
Duly noted.
The next project is Palisades and La Montana. This intersection has been a point of numerous discussions in regards to possible mitigations there for the level of service. We don't have a recommendation for how to increase the level of service. It's currently an always stop, controlled by an always stop rather. So what we would be asking for is funding for an analysis to determine what could possibly increase or improve the level of service for this intersection.
Justin,
Sir,
that's an always stop?
correct. Wait,
I don't think so.
Palisades and La Montana?
Oh, yeah,
is-
Palisades,
is an
I'm sorry. I was
always stop.
thinking another intersection. You're right. I'm sorry. Correct. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking.
Well, before we move on, we brought this up at our safety committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and, obviously the proposal at Avenue of the Fountains in Saguaro is going to bring a lot of ongoing discussion, I'm sure, here in the community. But to me, this intersection almost, at least personally, takes on more priority just because, there's so many lanes coming together, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic in this area, and it's just a lot of confusion among the motorists. And I know, we did have one or two crashes there recently, but that was more just people running stop signs or what have you. But to me, it seems like some kind of improvement is really necessary here, especially this time of year when the traffic volume is so much higher. And I just think our traffic in our community would be better served by some kind of improvement, whether it's, signals or roundabout, what have you. But I am totally in favor of looking at improvements here because I think that's almost the next priority before the Avenue one, but my opinion.
Understood.
Mayor, if I may, I'm sensing people are starting to get a little hungry and probably have some nervous energy. What I'd like to suggest is we just take a 5-minute break. We go pick up our lunches, and then we'll have a working lunch so we can try to get through this. So we're not going to have this, delay. We'll try to stay back on track. The next 5 items after this are very quick reports and updates, so we can get hopefully caught up. So let's do that.
is actually a walking path connector. Currently, if you use the Lake Overlook Trail and you come down on the east side of the park, excuse me, there is not a marked crossing there, and this is heavily used by pedestrians. We believe strongly that a connector sidewalk with a marked crosswalk crossing panorama will be a benefit to the Lake Overlook Trail users. The next one is Saguaro in La Montana. This is controlled by stop signs on either side of La Montana. We have faced numerous challenges there over the years. The primary issue we have is on Saguaro, just north of La Montana, is a vertical crest or a heel. And what happens is for eastbound La Montana drivers wanting to make a left turn or go straight, the amount of time they have to determine if there's adequate time for their turning movement or to make it across the intersection is very, very limited as a result of this hill. Just last Thursday, the town engineer and I received back from the traffic firm an analysis of this intersection. We have not had time to completely review it nor discuss it with the town manager. The next steps for this project is to bring it before the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee with recommendations from the firm and determine what direction we'll go forward there. This is a placeholder for next year to determine or to be utilized for those improvements should they be approved by this full body when we come back with a contract. This one right here is a multi-year. It should be noted that for the last several years, the mayor and council has generously approved $200,000 to do sidewalk infill. We have discovered that we need additional funding, and primarily that funding is for design. We have several locations, and this one right here is on Saguaro, where the sidewalk just dead ends into a steep slope. While applying for grants to do sidewalk infill, and we currently are working on a $2 million one that we got a grant to build sidewalk for, we discovered that the recipients of these grants oftentimes have better results in receiving if they have their design completed. So again, this is primarily for infill. Those are locations that are identified in the active transportation plan, the general plan, and our short and long-term sidewalk infill plan. And the additional funding is to design in those areas that are identified in each of those documents as a priority.
Justin, I think I've seen it. We have a long-term comprehensive plan for sidewalks, do we?
Yes, sir, we have two of them. We have a short and long-term that is designed and utilized by town staff, and then we have the recently adopted active transportation plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This next project here is, it says Town Hall Campus. That is the community center, the library, and the town hall. The exterior lighting on these buildings is incandescent or metal halide and outdated. It is not cost effective. Also, there are several uplighting areas that light the town hall. We utilize some of them for bathing the light in different colors after proclamations are read by the mayor. It also will address the deficiencies that we have in regards to not having working lights on the town hall campus. It should be noted that several years ago, the mayor and council approved a project to replace the lighting town-wide, primarily related to parking lots and the Avenue of the Fountain. Those were converted to LED, and we did receive a substantial amount of funding back from SRP as a result of those changes. With this change, we intend to apply for any and all rebates that are applicable to this project at that time.
Justin, is this Musco too?
Excuse me, sir?
Would this be Musco too?
No, sir, it will not be Musco lighting. This next project is once again an ongoing. We discussed this short 2 years ago with the failure of a pre-incorporation pipe. Since the mayor and council approved this, we have made substantial headway on clearing and getting assessments. And again, this is an ongoing where we are going to do rehabilitation as opposed to reconstruction. So we're being proactive on some of our infrastructure, and we're focusing primarily on pre-incorporation drainage pipes and structures. That was our proposal for the 22-23. This is the 5-year horizon. You'll see several of these projects reoccurring as it's ongoing and long-term to address the needs over a period of time. It should be noted that the video surveillance cameras, which started off several years ago, used to be a P because it was primarily related to parks. Rachel commented on this earlier today in regards to progress. It has since been changed to an F, which is facilities. For this year, we are going to be making substantial improvements to Town Hall. We're going to be adding additional locations at Golden Eagle to address some of the vandalism there. We are also looking at Desert Vista Park, and we are looking at Darrow Canyon as well.
Justin?
Sir.
I want to be careful not to poke the bear, but the top two, any of that for Golden Eagle?
Some of number 2. So the drainage structures leading up to Golden Eagle in those 3 washes, some of that will be addressing that. But inside the impoundment area, no. But leading up to it and after it leaves there, absolutely.
Thank you.
This is the CIP summary for the projects that we've presented here. The next slide shows the total that we are requesting, which is just under $4 million for Public Works and just over $4 million for Community Services. And that is the end of the CIP for Community Services and Public Works.
Okay, any questions of us before we move on? Okay, we have really the next 5 items should be very quick that we're going to start going through. So David's going to lead a discussion or an update on the facilities reserve plan that is currently underway. That Mr. Pock? Dave, if you can just pull it up. That mic seems not to be as sensitive as the others.
All right. Thank you. That sounds like it'll work. Even for a low talker like me. All right. So facilities reserve. The original study was done in 2016. It was meant to look at the buildings, parks, as well as some of those selected components of each of those, and determine their useful lives and replacement costs, and the replacement dates. They provided a suggested funding plan per fiscal year for, I believe it went out 30 years. There's been some deficiencies noted with that original plan as far as the estimated lives needed to be updated. The replacement costs were underestimated, to say the least, on some of them. And then some items that were just not included with the plan whatsoever. So a couple years ago, I think it was actually 2 years ago, but we had a little pandemic in the middle that kind of delayed things a little. Wildan Financial is the company that does our development fee audits every 2 years. They also were the ones that helped us with the user fee study. They're going to be looking at our facilities reserve plan and making the needed changes. We'll have an updated list of items included in the plan, revising the estimates of useful life based on actual experience, have a more aggressive replacement cost so that we can better fund those replacements when they come due. And then also putting together a strategy as far as what we need to be included in the different years as far as when expenses come up. We're looking to have this finished in July. I actually got an email from Wildan this morning for a phone call to kind of start looking at a project schedule, so we should have that set.
I'm sure that they are professional enough to take this into consideration, but with the 7.5% inflation you were just talking about, the fact that they're doing it now, I would imagine they'll have their own mathematical formulas in there to mitigate that, because that's
Absolutely.
not normal.
It's definitely not normal, and hopefully it's not, 3, 4, 5 years out there either. So, but yes, it will be taken into account. That's for a fact.
Mayor and Council, this is really good news, and this is I think it's good timing to do this. As David was indicating, it's been a long time and that we've used this. My predecessor and the previous council approved the current facilities reserve plan or program. And so it was really kind of ahead of its time, because I know a number of cities don't have these. So this is really good. A lot of cities do this pay-as-you-go or include these types of projects in their capital improvement programs. So this is really good. It helps us kind of plan ahead so we can kind of budget appropriately for replacements of major major facilities. So anyways, I think the timing is really good, and we did find that there were a number of things missing from that. If there's no further questions, we'll move on to the next item, which is the proposed establishment of a Culture and Preservation Commission. Ms. Goodwin will be giving the presentation on this.
Thanks, Grady. This one is a item that was actually brought forward by a number of folks that were involved with our 50th anniversary. As we celebrated our 50th, 2 Decembers ago now, I've lost count. The idea of the Fountain Hills heritage and the preservation and sort of the significance of our different historic and cultural landmarks has been brought forward. So there was a consideration to potentially develop a new commission that is focused around the cultural and preservation, cultural highlights and preservation of our community. Based on our other commissions and how they operate, this would be at the direction of council. The proposal would be to probably structure it similar to how most of our other commissions are, with a seat of 7. And here are some suggested areas of focus to increase public awareness about our historic, cultural, and architectural preservations, developing public education programs, and the like. We would looking at National Historic Landmarks and potentially National Register and Historic Places. If you have any questions, this would really be at the will of council if this is something that council has interest in.
I just want to thank you for that. Looking forward to seeing how that goes forward. We have several models to look at from other cities, and it became apparent, like you were saying, some of the organizations here in town have possession of documents and photos, and started to say, what should we do, with them, and talk to the museum. And I think this would be a good thing for us to do, especially following the 50th, that it came into play from several sources.
Do you have people lined up to be part of that committee?
I think there are a number of folks that would be interested. Unfortunately, our what I call our sort of unofficial historian, Amy Arnold, would be a great model. However, I don't think she's currently a resident, but is looking to be back involved in some capacity. I think a number of our folks that served on our 50th committee would be interested in that as well.
Oh, good. Thank you.
All right, moving on.
All right. It's passed the mic between Rachel and I for a couple of these, I guess. Off, I'm on. Off, I'm on. All right. So we talked about this earlier today. It came up during some of the budget conversations. But just to give you an update on the public services or public safety evaluations that are currently going on. Matrix Consulting is doing the law enforcement evaluation. Was that planned? You're the next slide, okay? Relax. The consultant is Greg Matthews, Senior Manager. I believe everybody on the council's had a chance to speak with him. Grady's had a meeting with him. I have, and has also talked to Larry at the same time. So right now they're going through the process of collecting all of the different documents and data from MCSO as far as areas of responsibility, reports written, calls for service data, that sort of thing, as well as personnel information and staffing reports. And then some of the other management and performance reports as well. They are in the process of setting up a town hall style meeting, trying to coordinate that. The estimated completion is late spring, early summer. Hopefully that will be done before council breaks for the summer. That's the goal.
Question?
Yes.
We're going to get a report based upon Matrix Consulting interviews, discussions. What's the purpose of the town hall style meeting? What are people going to ask or talk about, or
I think a lot of that goes back to what was during the first presentation, as far as satisfaction areas that, I think if I remember correctly, that was one of the main points was MCSO and levels of service and what are they doing to prevent crime, that kind of thing, get that kind of information to be more responsive to the community. Since kind of the underlying question with this study is, are the residents best served with continued contracts with MCSO versus other options?
That's the part that I don't know how the residents could address that issue. I mean, everybody can have an opinion, but they're not going to have enough information to make
Vice Mayor, if I may, I think what we're really trying to do is, this is really all about the transparency component that, as David mentioned earlier, we're wanting to find out what is it that they're doing well from a citizen standpoint, because these are the folks that have the calls for service. They've also have experienced some level of maybe personal involvement with either crime. So these are all things that I think is really good. We want to also find out what areas do they think that they can improve on. So with these being outsourced services, we don't really hear about, other than when they have a complaint that the council receives, we really don't hear from the residents. So I'm not, to your point, I'm not confident a lot's going to come out of this, but I think it's more of the message that we're doing this to try to get some feedback and input from residents, and that they'll be involved in it.
Just speaking of that, would you go over the qualifications of the folks that are doing these evaluations? Because obviously this is something that it's important that they have no motivations besides serving us and giving us all the facts in a even-handed way.
That would be great. I know both of these were selected through an RFP process. And I honestly can't remember the exact qualifications on the law enforcement side. Do you, Grady, if I
Well,
can't remember.
David and I have talked, and I know David's familiar. I'll let David answer.
I reviewed all the contracts. As I stated in the council meeting when we were hiring these groups, all of these groups that put in for the contract, I believed were a little light in the law enforcement category and real heavy in bean counters. No offense to you. No offense to you. But there wasn't really any of the people that responded that were more law enforcement than they were bean counters. So on our initial, the first time I spoke with Greg Matthews, I mean, right up front, for those of you who know me, I don't sugarcoat anything. So as soon as he picked up the phone and we began our conversation, I let him know that I thought that his company was light in law enforcement and heavy in bean counters. He explained that they have more people on staff that are not in their upper echelon, but in the reviewing process. Once they, you guys gather all the information, it's run through him, and then as other people that they have on staff, I believe they have a commander that was on the Seattle PD, which is a pretty big department, a couple from California. He said right off front, we don't have anybody that was on Chicago or New York. I take a lot of credit or a lot of, I guess, I hold people who have been in a major law enforcement organization a little more than a smaller department. But he was open to all of the issues that I had with MCSO and the problems that I saw we had. I think I haven't seen anything, but I think we're going to get a fair report back. But like I said, none of the people that applied, all of these contracts, all of their resumes, all of the people that are in their upper echelon, none of them were more law enforcement than consultants and bean counters. So maybe that's just the way it goes with these consulting companies. I don't know. I've never called a consultant for anything. But it seemed like they were, of all the ones we picked, the one that is doing this had the most amount of law enforcement on staff. So that's the only thing I
I think you summed it up very well, Councilmember. I would just add also that Matrix, I was familiar with Matrix. Matrix does a lot of these for particularly in this state and as in the western United States, particularly in California, where they have maybe cities that are newly incorporated that are looking at starting their own law enforcement department. They are really tops in that area, or also doing the kind of study we're doing, which is to ensure if we are outsourcing, are we getting the value for what the the taxpayer money is for this. So I do think that that's really good. And then on the fire side, they were definitely, the fire side definitely had people who were qualified that worked primarily as fire personnel. I understand that Councilmember Charnot wanted to say something, so I'll stop.
Yeah, just real quick, getting back to the town hall meeting, is that something the consultant's going to run, or town, or?
Bo, myself, will get together with the consultants to kind of talk about what we want to do, what we would like to give them some insight as to. For instance, we're going to provide the recent survey results that we just have, so they have that for police and fire. And I think what I would do is I would say, hey, based on these results that were just recently came out of a survey of our residents, do you feel that these are accurate, and have that be like the icebreaker, then get into some more detailed questions. But we're going to be involved because I want to make sure that we're getting at the right types of questions, and then we're not getting into some areas that might not be appropriate for them to get into.
Yeah, and that's why I asked that, because I could see that kind of getting out of hand very quickly. So I think it's important whoever runs it has a full understanding of the issues in the background and exactly what we want to get out of the forum, so.
Actually, I'm for this town hall meeting. What I would like to see is if Bo could somehow get the word out. As I stated before, we have a huge, huge population of retired residents that live here that were in law enforcement. And I don't hang with firemen, but but we do have a lot of retired firemen here. I can think of 2 retired captains that live in here that are New York Fire Department captains. So I think it would be beneficial if we get the word out to retired law enforcement and to retired fire department personnel to let them know that we're having these town hall meetings. Because God knows, anytime I've had a drink with them, they let me know all the things I do wrong and all the things MCSO does wrong. And so I'm sure they weren't a part of that 94% satisfied, because you'll never satisfy a cop. But I think we should include them, and we should watch it. I think we should include them, because I think if they come to the meeting, we'll make sure that we tell them they have to be civilized. And if it's recorded, to cut down on profanity, and invite them and have them come and get their ideas of what they could have to offer. I think it would be beneficial.
And something we will run by them are the different service delivery models too, just to your point.
All right, so then on to the fire services, kind of the same story. I know on the fire side, there was quite a bit more on-duty experience and a lot of captains and people that developed programs and that sort of thing, so I do remember that. Craig High is the consultant from McGrath. Again, he's met with each one of you, all the major stakeholders. He's visited neighboring departments, and got some different information from them. Got some information about the dispatch system and the Topaz system through Mesa and that sort of thing. So he's done quite a bit of background investigating. He will also be, even though a town hall wasn't in their contract, he will be invited to participate. And I haven't had that conversation with him yet. I do assume that he would take up that invitation.
I had that discussion with him, and he was open to it.
Okay, great.
So I do think it's going to happen.
All right. Again, estimated completion towards late spring or early summer. I will take this opportunity to add, even though we did mention it slightly before, and even though these evaluations weren't a part of the contract review with MCSO, as Grady stated earlier, we have met with them. We're awaiting kind of their review of our analysis of that number. And I guess we need to have a follow-up meeting with them. Yeah, if there's
The
any
timing of
questions
this
about
makes
that.
it, we're not going to have, so the contracts, which are June 30, right? So we won't have this information in time for it to affect our contracts. Is that what we're saying?
Right. I think that what's going to have to happen for this next fiscal year as far as MCSO contract would be that we extend that one year. I think this is the 3rd or 4th year for our rural metro contract, so it will renew.
Right.
Okay.
We're at the end of the 5th year. We have a 2-year, two-year renewal.
Okay. So again, the other thing was, I think maybe a year or so ago, we had the assessment done in the Maricopa, or the Valley, I think, and that we had tied with the Gilbert zip code for the safest zip code in the Valley. Now that's probably not current information, so if we could get maybe wherever that was from, which I know I have someplace, if there's something current that we could, because obviously wherever, whatever that survey said, it did say that people feel safe and taken care of medically and safety-wise, so I want to keep that in mind, and as all this conversation comes up, to make sure that the people that are taking care of us know that we appreciate that.
So am I to understand that we won't have the final audit by June?
No. The contract review not audit, but yeah, as far as those results, we'll know. We already know what we've put in to that report. We're waiting their reply back from that. We won't have those, the outcome of that contract review into a new contract in time for July 1st.
Which is what I just said earlier about doing it one-year extension.
Well, you said the word extension. I didn't know you meant 1 year. Is there a way that we can have an extension pending the review, the finalization of the review? I mean, can we get an extension with them for a couple months until we have the review before we enter into a whole new contract that's going to have a 6% increase and all that?
So I'll let Aaron answer that, but
my attorney.
what we're trying to do is we want to do without having an issue of having a disruption of service, we want to just go ahead and do the one-year extension. But the one-year extension should have contract language in there that just says that will be superseded by the new contract. So whenever the new contract has terms and conditions and things that you're talking about would be referenced in that extension. We don't know what the outcome is. I mean, we sort of know what we believed it to be, but we don't know at this point. So I'll let Aaron, he
Counselor?
can probably respond to that better.
Mayor, the town manager, and Councilman, the town manager said it pretty well, that whatever the term of the extension is, I don't know what MCSO will and won't agree to. But certainly if they would agree to a lesser term, or if they would agree to a year's term to just extend out our current status quo to be able to maintain that, and then we roll whatever into a new contract, I think that's what we're going for. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. The question that Councilmember McMahon asked, if it doesn't take a year, it will roll into the new contract, and I answered the affirmative yes. And council members, this next item just kind of, we touched upon a little bit with the financial review earlier. The finance director is going to go through this brief presentation and hopefully get your buy-in to the staff recommendation before you.
All right. So as everybody's seen these slides before, but as far as the ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan Act, we were awarded $8.4 million to be distributed over 2 years. We received $4.2 million in July. We're scheduled to receive another 4.2 at the beginning of our fiscal year 23, which is July. We did touch on the final rule was just issued in January. So we know that we're going to be okay with how we're spending those funds. Our entire award may be used to fund any governmental service, which public safety obviously fits that category. Fiscal year 22, for the 4.2 that we received, 80% is going towards a rural metro contract, 20% towards MCSO. I am suggesting that we just do the same just to keep things simple. Don't want to throw our auditors too much of a curveball year to year, so let's just keep it the same. The resulting general fund savings for fiscal year 22 and 23 will be used based on your decisions. And these are the potential uses. So we did, council approved up to $300,000 to be used for not-for-profit grants. In the current fiscal year, that program is currently underway, and Eric Prochnow is working with that. So I know a few checks have gone out already. I don't know if we'll get close to actually spending $300,000. It just depends. I believe the final decision was that anything that fell under the 501.
No,
there's multiple.
There's like 14 or 15 different categories of 501s. It was pretty much all those organizations, because we have fraternal organizations like Lions Club, and then we have civics organizations. So we erred on the side of being broader.
All right, and then we had kind of set aside $100,000 to be used for any pandemic-related unforeseen things that might come up this fiscal year. So far, we haven't used those funds. And then this comes into what we had spoke about earlier as far as streets. The remaining $8 million could be added to the streets fund to supplement existing baseline budgets for fiscal year 23 and 24. This additional funding would increase the streets fund budget to almost $10 million for the next 2 years. Unspent fund balance at the year end gets, as far as the streets fund goes, unspent fund balance at year end gets carried over to the next fiscal year and can be used in subsequent streets fund budgets. So it's not like the general fund where if there's something left over, it gets sent off to the capital projects fund or something like that. Streets fund rolls year to year. So that $10 million that we allocate for two fiscal years, if it's not spent in those 2 fiscal years, it'll get spent the next year. So we know that that's.
That's a lot of money for streets. And that includes the $3 million you mentioned earlier, or not?
So we had 3.9 budgeted for pavement maintenance this current fiscal year.
So potentially almost $14 million is what you're saying.
Oh, so if we take and add 8 million to, I'm assuming that next year's street, I think our base budget for pavement maintenance was 2.5, if I'm not, so that would be 5, plus the 8 million would actually be 13 total.
I don't
for
know.
2 fiscal years.
I don't know how we publicize that, but we should try to figure out a way to get that out. The citizens, they're always complaining about streets. They said it was a top priority in the survey. We have to get that out. That's a lot of money. And I would just ask staff and Bo and whatever,
So, if I may, Jenny, just to add to that. So I want to let you know, obviously, the next item on the agenda is an update from the Citizens Committee on long-term street needs. But I do want to let you know, since we're talking about this particular topic, last week they met, and they were aware that the council was going to be talking about use of the ARPA savings to pay for streets, and they voted unanimously to endorse that. So, I mean, obviously, this appears to be consensus here, but they wanted to let you know that they wholeheartedly approve that and hope that you take that into consideration.
Again, I hope we can get the word out
We will.
somehow.
Can Rachel get her umbrella?
Well, speaking of that, do we know what we're going to get from the infrastructure bill? No?
I haven't heard anything from the league since the initial, it was passed on
They're
where
waiting
that's
for
at.
official guidance on it,
Okay.
other than the fact that we know it's broken into several different categories of, bridges and transit and roads and highways.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know what sort of limitations are going to be put on that. They may not know we have a fountain, but, if it's an infrastructure issue, to go back to what David said, and we put the $1 million aside, if we wanted to put a little bit more towards the fountain, I would imagine when we got that infrastructure money, we could do that. It seems like it would align with it.
If I remember correctly, that was going to be administered through the state, right?
That's correct.
Oh, the
So
state.
at least
Yeah.
we'll have some local, somebody that might have an idea of our needs, so.
And I think what we may do is we have several different options. One would be, they're going to have like sewer and wastewater grants as well through the infrastructure bill. So that might be the route to go, because there might be fewer applicants for that kind of money.
That's true. So is this going right into the committee discussion, the roads committee, or is that separate?
The infrastructure?
The citizen committee, are we doing that now, or is that the next issue?
That's the next
The
one.
next issue.
Okay.
But it's going to be up for discussion.
Okay.
I was just going to say real quick, too, another use might be for the stormwater management stuff, too, and the improvements we need
Very
to do.
good. Usually they will fund the projects, but not the studies. So as much as we can get design work done, so it's ready to go, shovel ready, So if I can have the remote? Oh, I have it. So as I mentioned, a year ago, we started this process with the Citizen Committee. We recommended that the council consider a citizen committee to study and evaluate our condition of our streets and to develop a plan to address the long-term needs. Last summer, we advertised in the local newspaper, and we had a number of residents. We actually had more than 13 residents apply. We had closer to 16 or 17, but a number of them were seasonal residents and they dropped out. But just want to make it very clear, all 13 who actually were able to participate were invited to participate on the committee. In other words, no one was interviewed. Everybody was invited to the very first meeting, and everybody has stayed on with this process ever since then. We've been meeting since September. Initially, it was trying to get them, the committee members, up to speed about our pavement management plan, and also to have a better understanding about how we budget for streets. We looked at Maricopa Association of Governments and the fact that we get a lot of money through them for a lot of our projects, and we also talked about strategies. Just to let you know that the committee is currently going to be meeting its objectives, I believe, to be presenting to you their findings in April or May. What we're waiting for right now is IMS, the firm that the town utilizes to actually maintain our database. They were given basically four different strategies. The $8 million we just talked about from the ARPA savings show us what we can get for that. And we were looking at primarily arterials and collector streets. Then we also asked, since $8 million was the most recently successful bond program for streets, that was the Saguaro back in 14, we asked them to do an $8 million, $10 million, and $12 million, just to kind of see what we could do with that kind of funding and what streets we'd be able to undertake. So right now, we're waiting for that. They should be presenting that in 2 weeks, actually next week. We'll be getting the results from them, and we'll share recommended street segments that we can do with that. So the committee is very committed. They're a very good mix of people, from business owners to engineers to public works people, marketing. I'm very proud of this group. They're very savvy, and they are working very well together as a team. And so I'm very hopeful that they will not only address our 20-year needs, but also the one area that I've had a concern all along is I don't believe we have a large enough budget relating to the street maintenance, the annual maintenance that we spend each year. So they're going to look at all these different street long-term needs. They're also going to look at funding options. And at the report that they give you in May, they'll be presenting a report to the council with their findings and their recommendations. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Just want a little history here. So June of 2020 was when we unanimously, as a council, passed the pavement management plan. So that's what we're working off of. In February at our last retreat, we talked about putting the CARES, the $2 million of CARES money into roads, which we did. Then last September, we talked about, the idea of a bond possibly, and that it was one-time use. But then several of us, Vice Mayor and Jerry, Councilman Friedel, we talked about credibility and how we don't want to necessarily be sitting on a ton of money for the liner, but, and then go out for a bond for a road. So I think that we have a lot of moving parts here, but this $8 million over 2 years is almost enabling us to put off the $3 million shortfall we have every year in how we take care of our roads. So I wanted to make sure that we kept that in mind and remind you of the discussions that we had already had.
In the today's presentation, question 16, would you support a bond referendum to raise funds to help improve streets 60% of the people that answered said yes. So I thought that was interesting.
Until you tell them how much.
The next presentation is going to be tag teamed by both the town attorney and the development services director. And John, I do have the remote here. I don't know who's going to do most of the speaking. Yeah, we added this item on here. This was something that's been planned for a few months. And the timing is really very good. As you know, the planning and zoning has been dealing with this for probably the last, going on 3 months. So it's, but the community's been dealing with this considerably longer. So I think it's very good knowing that this is going to be coming up before the council in the very near future. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Development Services Director, John Wesley.
Okay, Mayor and Council. Turning to less numeric-driven discussion topics that I know some people are excited to talk about. Here are the things I'll be bringing up. Yes. So, let's see which button. Here we go. So, a quick overview. Mr. Miller's already kind of mentioned that. We've been discussing now for about a year, off and on, these topics of detox centers and group homes in the town. The ordinance currently does not provide any direct guidance with regard to detox facilities, and this went off. Green light's on. Can you hear me? Maybe I just need to be a little closer. Okay. With regard to the detox facilities, so that's a new item for our zoning ordinance to consider. There's a sweet spot in here. I'm either too close or too far, so I'll try to get it. We do have group homes currently in our zoning ordinance. The P&Z Commission, after hearing the discussions as we talked about hospitals and hearing from the community, decided it was important we go ahead and start to specifically direct work on those two items. So we're working with them currently, focus initially on the group home piece, and then we'll be following up with the detox. Today we want to give you a quick overview on both of those and what they are. Wrong direction on the buttons. There we go. So with regard to detoxification, it is a medical procedure. There are concerns in the community that this is taking place in residences, or that we might be proposing that it would take place in residences, but it's not. It's a medical procedure that should take place in commercial locations, often in, depending on whether it's a major or a minor.
Excuse me, could back up
Yes,
a little bit. We're getting
back up, and I'm afraid you can't hear me at all. So it's
well,
kind
we're
of,
getting a, whatever, an echo.
I need to try one of these other microphones again. We'll see. Okay, maybe this won't be quite so sensitive, and I can get in that spot back here that's a little easier to hear. Yeah, that's better for me too. Thank you. So there are generally two types of detoxes that go on. Outpatient, which can take place in a typical medical office. Oftentimes people go home and whatever in the evenings, or go to that office and get whatever level of medical care they need while they detox. Or there's the more significant inpatient type overnight stay detox. And so we'll be looking at both of those as we talk about this type of activity. As I've looked around various city ordinances to see how other towns and cities handle them, very few have I found that address them specifically. And as I've talked to the people in the cities, they just treat them as other medical type facilities, medical offices. But we'll be looking at that here in our community again, just starting to pick up on that issue specifically. But again, we recognize it is a commercial activity. It's not a residential activity. It should not happen in residential districts. So the one we've been tackling more specifically currently, the group home issue. We've allowed for group homes in Fountain Hill since our very first zoning ordinance back in 1993. Interestingly, those ordinances have not changed any since that time. But I think we've seen some changes in the industry, particularly over the last 5 years or so, as the sober living type homes, the drug treatment facilities have grown. They're a little bit different than maybe where they started, with more of the senior housing type of activities. So there is a need for updating and revising that particular piece of our ordinance. Currently, we have 13 licensed and registered homes within Fountain Hills. when someone wants to license or register a home with the town, they usually start off by coming into our office to see if it meets the separation requirements. If it does, then they proceed with actually making an application. In that application, there's certain information that we ask for to understand what type of home they will be operating and to ensure they're meeting some of our very basic ordinance requirements. You can see that list of items. And then once they submit their application, the building official, the fire marshal do an inspection of the home to make sure it meets the basic life safety requirements. If they find anything that needs to be done, we require those to be brought up to the code requirements and signed off on by the fire marshal and or building official before we actually complete that registration process and put them on our map. We have a little bit of a catch-22 with the state because the state requires that they show they've complied with local zoning, and we require that they have the license. We both want the same thing at the same time. So often what happens is we'll go ahead and give them a provisional or temporary registration while they finish their state license procedure, but they're required then to bring that license in and update us to show that they do have that license. If that doesn't happen, then we go back to them.
So I recently heard that they don't need a business license. Is that true?
So that's, we have been requiring a business license. As we have discussed this, as we've gotten into a little bit more of the details with our attorneys and discussing how we're updating the ordinance, there's some question about whether we really should be requiring that on an individual home. The business operating the facility should have at least one, but do they or don't they for each house? That's something we'll be continuing to investigate. Since the 3 years that I have been here, so it's the knowledge I have directly, there were 2 sober living homes that we were aware of when I started. We have since relocated both of those, and in addition added 2 more sober living homes. There was one assisted living home that has been modified during that time to, and I think it was allowing 7 or 8, and they upped that to the 10. That's the maximum allowed. And then we've added 1 more assisted living home. So basically, we've added 1 per year in the 3 years that I've been here on average. So this starts to transition into Aaron's portion of it, talking about the purpose of the homes and some of the legal requirements. But they are an option that's available through Federal Fair Housing and the Americans with Disabilities Act to give folks with a disability the opportunity to find housing that they need that supports them and helps them in their process of addressing their disability, overcoming that disability, getting integrated back into the community. And a more common term that's being used these days is that of community residence, and so you'll probably see that in the future as we move forward with any text changes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Arnson.
Thank you, Director Wesley.
Just one question. Once they get the license and go into operation, what if they get lax in terms of meeting the requirements? Is there any way to follow up on a regular basis?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm going to come back to that topic at the end. We'll talk a little bit about some of the enforcement options that we have.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. We'll go through fairly briefly some of the legal requirements that are applied to these. The reason that I'm going to be fairly brief today is because we expect to have an executive session to advise the council on legal requirements, where we can get into some of the attorney's recommendations with respect to where we go from here. So we won't delve into that to the same depth that we will in a privileged setting. But in general, what you're looking at when you have either a group home or a community residence or a detox setting, it's 2 laws that sort of operate coextensively with each other. You have the Fair Housing Act, which of course applies to prohibit discrimination in the sale or rental of residences based on race or religion or color, or in this instance, the statute uses the term handicap. Likewise, you have the ADA, which has been in effect for many decades, that prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability. As far as the protections are concerned under either of those statutes, they overlap to a significant degree. So when we talk about the protections afforded by one, particularly the ADA, we're talking about the protections afforded by the other. So when we talk about legal protections, just be advised that we're kind of talking about regulations that operate similarly. In terms of the main point of these of both of these federal statutes, these statutory schemes, are to integrate individuals into the community. And what you see in the case law that shakes out is this constant tension between serving a legitimate governmental purpose and ensuring is serving a legitimate governmental purpose of maintaining quality of life versus making sure that individuals are able to be adequately integrated into the community. And you get this tension about what caps can be put on number of people in homes and distancing requirement between homes and what's too close and what's too far apart. Because if they're too close, then you get a clustering problem. And if they're too far apart, then you don't get a significant enough level of integration into the community. And so you'll see these case-by-case decisions being made about that are unique to the facts and circumstances of each community and each location. So in general, though, John, if you maybe want to advance to the next, sure, we'll stick there for a second. In general, though, what you're looking at with whether under ADA or FHA, particularly FHA with regard to residences, ADA with regard to detox facilities, is ensuring that we put caps that will reach that happy medium. That's the main goal that we're trying to reach here with any of these regulations. You can't have them be too low, and we'll go through what regulations are allowed. You can't have them be too high, because at that point you start to go against what the actual purpose of the ADA and FHA are, which is creating more of a concentrated type of environment. I believe here in Fountain Hills, we define single family as being able to have up to 4 unrelated individuals in a home.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Arnson, currently we don't have a cap on that. That's one of the things we're proposing to change as we do this amendment.
Okay.
Correct that.
Thanks. So regardless, what you need to make sure we do is create that minimum level of occupancy high enough to where it allows for a concentration of individuals living in these homes that will, allow enough capacity for people to be able to occupy the spaces. And then at the top level, that maximum is usually around that 10 to 12 so that you don't have that density concentration problem that we were talking about earlier.
Excuse me, question. Is there a square footage issue?
There are square footage issues, and usually the way that we address that is not so much with square footage, but rather with like capacity in bedrooms. Go ahead, John. Yeah.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, there are both options in there. A lot of, some communities regulate and say you can't have more than 2 per bedroom. In the building code, there are some minimum sizes. They're fairly minimal. I probably don't have these exactly right, but as I recall from talking with our building official, I believe the first person needs at least 250 square feet and then 100 square feet per person thereafter as a minimum size for a dwelling unit, up to a maximum then of 16 individuals through the building code that could be in a home. So again, if you do that math, it's not a very big dwelling that could allow that 10 to 12 people.
Yeah, just based on what you said, I would think that square footage might be advisable because you can have a very tiny bedroom with 2 people in it. It's just something to look at.
Yes.
Yeah, and to be clear, what we're talking about here, I kind of transitioned without making clear. We're now talking about community residences specifically on this slide, okay? So we do have the ability under the ADA and the FHA to set reasonable zoning regulations, reasonable zoning restrictions, particularly spacing requirements. Again, it's that sort of, we're looking for that not too cold, not too hot, just right effect, trying to look for what will ingratiate folks into the community or integrate folks into the community versus concentrating them in one particular area. We see ranges between 800 feet and 1,300-ish feet. I believe our separation is currently set at 1,200 feet, or is proposed. We also are allowed to limit those uses for community residences to residential uses. Detox uses, to be clear, are not permitted in residential zones. Likewise, although incidental medical treatment may be permitted, that more serious and intensive activity that would normally take place in a medical facility is not what's permitted, and that's not what we're talking about with respect to community residences. The last slide is what regulation is allowed. We take registration of group homes. One of the issues that we have run into and what was brought up before the Planning and Zoning Commission is that the state of Arizona has preempted local regulation on sober living homes specifically, and so they are the ones that handle the application and inspection process. The cities and towns have quite significantly been removed from that process. So what we're left with is taking information from the applicant at time of registration with the city and town. John, do you have anything else that you want to add to this?
Yes, just a little bit. In looking at how the state regulates the sober living homes, using that as an example of something we may be able to do a little bit better as we look at code amendments, they do require that somebody providing for a sober living home must submit as part of the application packet a contact person in case there are any complaints. And basically what I've stated here is a good neighbor policy that talks about how they will handle issues such as loitering, smoking, trash, whatever number of issues. And then supposedly somebody has an issue, can get in touch with that contact person. That doesn't seem to be working very well through the state. When I've asked them about it, they really don't make that information available. There's no reason we can't require the same information then be supplied to us that they're supplying to the state. And then if somebody contacts us, that gives us one of those enforcement capabilities then to contact that person and have them address the issue that's been presented.
Would we be able to do that ourselves, or would we have to report it to the state?
No, we would do that ourselves, is my thought in working on it on a revision ordinance.
I tend to agree with that.
And I think, that really was the last one. I thought there was one more on here. But coming back to the Vice Mayor's question, currently we don't have any renewal requirement with our group homes. So that's one of the things that we are proposing, that they'd have an annual renewal requirement. It gives us a chance to see if they've had any issues over the last year, make sure they still have their state license, that it's in effect, and ensure that they are operating. One of the concerns we've had is, how do we really verify in the home that they've only got 10 people and not 12 or 15? How do we know they're not doing some of these treatments in the home itself? Unfortunately, we don't have the right of entry. And so, just like any other type of activity, we can't really go in the home to see what happens in there specifically. So there has to be some level of observation that goes on from the outside, some level of trust that has to be built up and so forth with the operators. Input from the neighbors as they observe, they could see it more regularly than we do. That might give us some opportunity to investigate or raise questions or concerns. We can fall back to the state because they do have the right of entry into the homes. With a sober living home or anything that's licensed through them, they would have those rights. So it's going to be a group effort. It won't be a perfect effort, unfortunately, to try to keep these in close compliance as we can.
Maybe I didn't understand what you just said, but if there's a complaint from homeowners, is there any recourse?
For things that are happening on the exterior of the home, we have fairly easy recourse on that. Are they allowing junk or debris to build up again? If we have that good neighbor policies that says they're not going to allow the people who live there to loiter in the yard and up and down the street, but we see that happening. We can have some enforcement on things like that are visible, but things that happen inside the house that we can't see, that becomes more difficult.
But if it's noise, we
have noise ordinance apply there like we would any place else.
That's the key, like any place else.
Correct.
Question: if a business is advertising that in what we would consider a community residence or a sober home, that there is some more intensive medical treatment happening, just by seeing that advertisement, can we do anything?
So first of all, you're talking about in a community residence itself, if it's advertised that that's happening.
Yeah, like saying, go to this address and you'll get XYZ treatment, and we already know that is not, so we don't have to go in to see that, but that it's been actually advertised that would be happening there.
I see. Assuming that's correct, that it is actually happening in the residence and not at a separate facility, and then they're sort of shuttling back and forth between facility and residence to distinguish between those, I would think that wouldn't be something, if it's that more intense use, that should be happening. And we would have to report that to the state of Arizona. So yes, I think the answer is yes.
Jerry, did you?
I'm sorry, could we revoke their license then, or do we have to wait for it to go through a process, get something back from the state?
Well, in order to revoke any government benefit,
Right.
we'd have to demonstrate that they're out of compliance with it. But yes, so there would have to be a process for us, whether it's for our local licensing or for the state.
Okay,
And
thank you.
If you don't mind, just real quick, I'm going to jump in to make sure we use the terminology correctly. The state licenses, we simply register the home so we can keep track of the distances and know where they are and have the contacts and that type of thing.
So we're not allowed entry into these homes. Is the state on an annual basis? I mean, what if you have a home that's so entangled it's a fire trap? What about the fire marshals going in and taking a look on an annual basis?
So with regard to the fire inspection, I can turn that over to the fire chief. I think there may be some opportunity for that, but just as a general rule, we just want to randomly knock on the door and go in to see if they've got 10 people living there. That's the type of thing the town wouldn't have the ability to do, but I do believe the state could.
So that could be something that could be done with their renewal if we chose to go that route. Now, you also talked about reasonable zoning requirements. So if we take some of the things that planning and zoning has suggested and we incorporate them into our zoning, are we anticipating some kind of a legal challenge? And if so, are we going to have a legal defense fund or something to be prepared for that? Because everything will be tested at some point.
Yeah, everything could be tested, and it's entirely possible that it would. My advice at this point would be if we could hold off on that discussion until March 15th. That might be ideal. For the simple reason that because although I have certain predictions and expectations about what may or may not happen, I would feel more comfortable sharing them in a privileged setting, if that's all right.
Well, then getting back to the scenario the mayor brought up as far as advertising and following up on that, I mean, we're basically have our hands tied and we're depending on the state to follow through on any kind of investigation or penalty or whatever, right?
It is, unfortunately, the best answer I can give you, Councilman, is that it is a challenging area for local municipalities to deal with. Because, as we've stated earlier, the state has decided that they are going to regulate this as a state level. The degree to which they allocate resources for inspectors and for those types of things, it's, determined at a state level.
And if I remember correctly, there's one guy for the state, for the whole state?
I have heard that. I don't know that.
Let me confirm, there is one inspector, one, for the entire state of Arizona. His job duties are to license and inspect these facilities, first and foremost. Secondly, is complaints. So what do you think are the chances of when we complain, he's going to get around to dropping his inspections and everything that he does? And by the way, these facilities are inspected one time a year. So it's absolutely imperative when we construct this and we vote on this that we have something that's airtight. And if we face the possibility of some type of legal action, it's well in our best interest to protect the residents. And if that's what happens, that's what happens. You can sue a ham sandwich. You can indict a ham sandwich. So that's just the way it is. So let's not be worried about if something can happen down the road. If we face legal action, we can't always base our decisions when we're up here on, oh, maybe we're going to get sued. If it happens, it happens. But I just want to stress that if we rely on the state of Arizona to do our inspections and to try to catch these people doing things, forget about it. There's one guy for the entire state of Arizona, and his job is to do all of what I just told you. So making a complaint and hoping he comes out is not a good plan.
Except it sounds almost like, as far as enforcing, is we're very limited on what we can do. So I'm hoping that when we see what comes about, there'll be options there for us. But you're absolutely right. You know, I just looked at the general plan and just try to remind ourselves why we're here, maintaining the quality of existing neighborhoods, preventing intensification of uses. It's really it's along the same lines as the short-term rentals. anything else that interferes with, your own ability to enjoy your home. And it's not to say, we all have people or opportunity to have people that live by us that, there may be things that we like or don't like, but if there are ways with this or with short-term rentals or with anything else, and then I know we're going to talk about the zoning gaps, but that's part of our responsibility. And I wanted to ask you with something, Aaron, this process, which is, we looked at zoning that it kind of came up with the hospital. It's come up with other things before that weren't specifically spelled out. And John, I think you said in some places detox centers aren't specifically spelled out. But a year ago, when we broached the subject of detox zoning, we were, pretty attacked because it looked like we were trying to set a path for it rather than control it, I guess, for lack of a better word, just like we did with the, adult entertainment and things like that, where you want vaping, which, little by little, they're trying to prevent us from regulating also. But if you want to set a gap, but there's an active business looking to do that, what kind of risk, and I hear you, David, but don't you have a risk of looking like you're quickly trying to narrow the zoning when you know somebody wants to do that particular business? Like, we knew someone wanted to open a vaping place, and all of a sudden we said, well, they can only be, on one block, in the wherever. Is that something that's a little bit risky?
Perhaps it's something that's a little bit risky. I think in most instances, and John is on the, the applicant side of it more than I am, but the way that I've experienced it is that in a lot of these issues, when you don't have something that's in place, kind of like what happened with the hospital situation, you attempt to work with the applicant to determine an acceptable location, and then so that you don't have this confluence of their application with new zoning regulations at one time. And so you'll be able to come to some sort of a happy medium with the applicant and then put those going forward basis into place. So that's how I've kind of experienced them playing out.
Okay.
Yes, pretty similar with, specifically with the detox at the time, looking through what we have in our ordinances, when it was developed, how long detox facilities as a general item have been around. I determined it wasn't a specific use, that if we wanted to allow for it, we should have been in the code for it. Since then we've had further discussions that have maybe suggested that was a little bit more, optimistic on my part, that we could be forced a little bit more into just fitting it in, as we do a lot of other uses, because our code certainly doesn't list every use that goes on out there. I'm always trying to say, okay, where would that use fit? And so, coming back to what Mr. Arnson said, we are better off figuring it out just calmly and rationally versus when being forced into something that we and maybe have less ability to really think it through like we really want it. So,
which is exactly what we were trying to do a year ago. And again, we can't think of everything that's going to come our way, but it's good to be prepared. And we can't out and out ban anything. And we found that with the recreational marijuana, that if they hadn't put that in to allow, we wouldn't have been able to do that either. So I think it's very complex, and I believe most people are on the same page for all this. David?
You took my point. I was going to take a trip down memory lane with you, Counselor, and that trip begins with Prop 208, when we knew, and the scent was in the wind. And that we thought that Prop 208 was going to pass. The old council, not just the senior council members that are currently up here, along with the old council, took action ahead of this by saying that we weren't going to allow marijuana sales in our town. And the old council was completely on board with that. And you can remember the backlash from the owner, who gave us a tongue lashing up here about how we were going to miss him while he was gone.
I do remember.
And I have to be honest with you, I don't miss him a bit.
But David, again, we were only allowed to do that because it was in the law that voters passed. We would not have been able to ban it if we didn't get that door open.
Right, well, I'm not saying I'm not saying we're banning, I'm just saying that we're thinking ahead. That's all. I like to use, I don't like your terminology, I like my terminology much better. We're thinking ahead, we're doing this preemptive. So not to discriminate against anybody, we're just preemptively looking out for the town. That's
Yeah,
your point to agree with me.
Yeah, because David always speaks in.
No, I totally agree with that, and that's why, I mean, to listen to the dialogue that's been going on for almost the past year, it's just been very frustrating because we have been proactive as we could be on this issue and doing all the research and the legal background, and no, we shouldn't be afraid of lawsuits necessarily, but we have to go about this in a practical manner, in a calm manner, and all that. And there's a certain process that we have with these types of things as far as going through planning and zoning and then coming back to us. And so there's, public hearings and timeframes and postings that need to be followed. So I just, to say we're not listening to the people or we're trying to push something in favor of detox, all this rhetoric out there is just, I don't get as upset as David does, but this is very frustrating to me in terms of how this has been framed as we're the bad guys,
I agree with that, and I would say that once we meet in executive session, we might have a clearer understanding of what we can and can't do and what the chances of litigation are or winning in litigation.
I would anticipate that that will be the case. Thank you.
Ready for me to begin? Okay. So another item that I was asked to give the council a little bit of update on is with regard to town code updates. We've been busy with them over the last 2 or 3 years that I've been here and looking at some of the gaps we have in our ordinances or things that could use some improvement over time. So here's a list of some of the things you all have tackled over the last couple of years. Very fun topics along the way, but there are always more. Some items that we've recognized that we think are missing could be handled in the code. A lot of them have to do with parking. That's what's on my mind at the moment because we're doing a comprehensive update to the parking chapter of the code. And so, for example, we don't deal with bicycle parking. We don't deal with electric vehicle charging. Something that may be coming up is more of the autonomous vehicles and how those get handled and where they're allowed to load and unload and those types of things. For some reason, I separated one of the parking ones, maximum parking. Some communities set a maximum parking amount, not just minimums, so you don't park year-round for the holiday rush, so you don't get so much paved surface. So that's an item that may come up in that. In our zoning ordinance currently, we reference a little bit about administrative use permits. So the terminology comes up, and we issue some administrative use permits, but it's not clearly defined currently in our ordinance what an administrative use permit is. And so that's a gap that's there that we need to bring into our actual practice. And then other things that are kind of there already but could use some update that we've recognized, updating our minimum parking requirements. We've had that discussion here several times as some site plans have come through and people wanted to adjust that minimum requirement. Our solid waste requirements, I think, are a little behind, and we don't mention recycling at all in there. Our temporary use permits, again, is not clear currently in our code. We've also mentioned, I didn't put on here, our special use permit has a time limit of, they have to get a building permit within 6 months after getting approval. That's probably too short of a time frame because very few of them meet that, so we might want to adjust that. The use categories, currently on our zoning ordinance, we rely on very specific list of land uses. That's always changing, and things get out of date. So I think we'd be better served. A lot of communities have gone to use categories, and so you can kind of lump some things, describe things by a category, makes it easier later to adjust as things change. And then our landscape ordinance, it's in the subdivision regulation. It's very confusing how you apply that to a site plan. It's put in context of subdivisions. And so that's another update that we've identified would benefit the town if we could make that switch. There will likely be more things. Part of the idea was, what are some of the things, what are the gaps, what are we missing? We don't really necessarily recognize those gaps until somebody brings a question, brings a use or activity we hadn't quite thought of, and then we say, oh, well, that's not covered very well. So there could be more things that come along. But these are things that staff has identified currently that we either are working on or anticipate working on over the next months and years.
Mayor. John, your comment about use permits being 6 months may be too short. I have been so annoyed by people coming before us and asking for use permits, and we hear these big presentations, and we have these debates and these discussions, and we finally approve a use permit, and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Personally, I don't think 6 months is too short. If they can't get their act together and start moving on a property in 6 months, then I think there's a problem.
So the next item has to do with the enforcement actions since the council adopted the updated sign ordinance. So this is of interest to the council because I know you're just kind of curious how things are going. And so we just thought we'd check in with you. And John will be giving you a brief presentation on this. John?
Yes. Okay, so as you're all maybe painfully aware, back last May, you had the opportunity to approve a new sign ordinance, which we then immediately worked on some modifications with regard to the temporary signs that you approved in November. And so in that update the ordinance, there were very few changes to the permanent sign regulations. Those stayed largely as is. More impacted was the temporary signs. That was largely due to one of the main reasons we were doing the code update, and that was a Reed decision that no longer allows us to regulate signs by content. So we had to switch it all over to regulations that were based on time, place, manner, size, location, number, those kinds of things. And so that's been in place now for a couple of months, and we've updated our website to help direct people to where the changes are and easily direct them to the parts of the code that they would need to look at to understand that. Been working with the chamber and individuals in terms of what those requirements are. So we have set up in the system for people who, for the few times where they do need to apply for permits, they can do so online like anything else they apply for permits for. In this time, we've had one application for a banner sign permit that's been approved. We're expecting another one any day now because of a banner that's been up that needs to be brought into compliance. And we've had no A-frame sign permits at this point.
Yeah, no A-frame sign permits. That means people are obeying the regulations, doing it on private property or back a certain amount of space and so on?
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I couldn't say 100% that all the A-frames you may see out there meet the code. I have not seen any. Our code enforcement has not identified any. Nobody's complained about them. But that doesn't mean we just haven't actually seen somebody that's not in compliance.
Good to hear.
Okay. Just in general, with regard to enforcement, this comes back a little bit to one of Councilmember Spellich's comments earlier and how we do work with not only sign enforcement, but enforcement in general. We do deal largely off of complaints, and we do get complaints about signs, and we do address those. With regard to the temporary signs, that's where we take our highest degree of proactive enforcement in terms of enforcement activities. With our code enforcement officer who works some combination of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He rotates those up, so you never know exactly which of those 3 days he's working. But about 50% of his time during those 3 days is spent on enforcement of the sign ordinances, temporary signs in particular. Sometimes he will simply relocate a sign. If he sees it's just slightly out of place, he'll just relocate it, and usually he'll leave some kind of note on there saying, here's what you need to do in the future. But there are other times when it's just such a violation, whatever, they're in the median, whatever, he'll pick them up, and usually, if he can identify the location that it's trying to direct someone to, go to that location, say, here's your sign, here's the rules, do it right next time. And then some of those signs by the end of the work period are just in the back of his truck because he can't figure out where they go. And they are stored here for a little bit to give somebody the chance to inquire about them, in which case we can give them the rules. And then they get thrown away, they come pick them up. In general, he doesn't see a lot of repeat offenders, particularly in terms of the realtors. They seem to either they do it one time and they're gone because they're not local realtors, or they get it and they understand. The bigger challenge has been with the garage sales type signs because the citizens don't necessarily know to look at the code and where to get those rules, and that's been a little bit more of the problem. To date, we really haven't issued any citations on these because they really can usually be dealt with by just bringing them to compliance. Go move them, get them in the right location. But if we do get an ongoing problem with a given individual, then we certainly would move on onto that. We have looked at and talked about some of the more consistent issues and areas where we see, here is a sign that's a temporary sign that's not following the code, but if we see that one and we see 3 or 4 others of the same type, that if we deal with this one, we have to deal with all those. And so figuring a good approach to that, either by sign type or location, is something we're still working to address more consistently. And one of the challenges we have, just generally with code enforcement, is this seems to have been escalating some over the last few years. And when we do find a violation, people are much more prone now to try to point out all the other violations. We're dealing, it seems like, with a lot more neighbor disputes. Someone turns at a neighbor, then they start pointing fingers at each other, and we're back and forth dealing with situations that way. Or when we issue an order to somebody, then they will call the hotline and they will load up 20, 30 complaints all over town about whatever. And so that just starts eating up all of our staff time with trying to respond to those. And so in response to that, our code enforcement staff has had the procedure, the process. If they get a violation, they're going to go investigate it, regardless of what it is. And so that it ends up eating up a lot of their time. And so we are proposing and planning to put into effect a more public explanation of what our priorities are and our policies are, that a life safety issue is going to take a lot more priority than something that's a little bit more frivolous. Following up on ongoing issues is going to take a higher priority. And also that policy that staff can and will initiate cases. Citizen complaints of within 300 feet of where you live are going to take a higher priority than something you complain about across town. Limiting the number that we will really process on a quick basis per person per week versus anything you send in we're going to process. That will allow us, we hope, then to prioritize some of those things, really focus in where we think the issues are, and be able to take a better proactive approach in the future once that's kind of out there. Here's our policy, and people understand that. So that's kind of a related issue. Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Part of the mayor's first campaign was to request another code enforcement officer, which I completely agreed with and I voted for. It seems that piggybacking off the survey and on top of what you're talking about, some of the survey, some of the dissatisfaction, or however you want to put it, was about code enforcement. So as I sat up here thinking today, we get reports from Captain Kratzer, we get reports from Joanna, our court administrator, we get reports from basically everybody gives us reports. I would like to have my fellow council members as well as the mayor chime in. If what I would like to see is up until what the town manager just told me today, my biggest gripe with code enforcement was not responding to on-view complaints. They spend an enormous amount of time driving around the town, and when I found out that, you know, they only respond to complaints and not if they drove past somebody's house and they had grass 7 foot high and intermingled in the grass was a car that was there for 3 years, I have issue with that. So the manager just pointed out today that they are now responding to they're doing on-view stuff, just like police officers do on patrol every day. So with the council's blessing as well as the mayor's, I would like to see if they're doing this much work, I want them to get credit for doing this much work, but I honestly don't know what they do. And I couldn't, if a resident stopped me in a grocery store and said, what does code enforcement do? How busy are they? I mean, we know MCSO issued 250 tickets last month. I would like to see the senior code enforcement officer have a report that he can give us at the end of the month that would tell us they did so many on-view things, they responded to so many complaints, how many citations did they issue? Because I honestly don't know where all this time and all of their work is going. So I don't know what the other council members' feelings are on that, but we hold everybody else accountable for everything. The chief gives us a fire report. So I just think that they should be held responsible for letting the council know exactly what they do on a monthly basis. So, open it.
Mayor, Councilmember Spellich, I think that's reasonable. So I'll work with the staff on trying to determine what that format of that report will look like, and we'll start doing something and distributing it to council on a regular basis. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I know when, again, for us old timers, when we had the Marshals Department back in the day, they dealt mostly with a lot of code enforcement issues as well, and they, Steve Gendler at the time, he was very good at making these kinds of reports, so I think it's doable and be good to see. The only other question I had is maybe recommendation if one of us sees something on the weekend or a sign or something, and say it's not a day code enforcement is on duty. I mean, we just take a picture and that you guys follow up on Monday. I'm just, you see stuff out there and it's like, oh, it's in violation, but.
If you see something, give it to me.
Okay.
Because I started asking for the schedules, so I know whether they're on Saturday or Sunday, because they do alternate that.
Okay.
So let me know, and I know periodically the mayor gives me things. I've heard from other council members, so let me know, and I'll pass it on, and they're very responsive every time I've given it. And a lot of times, I'll tell you about 1 out of 2 times, the employee was already dealing with it. So it's just, they are being, I believe, more proactive. But I certainly think having a report and getting the council more informed about their activities is a great idea.
No, that's good to know, and because I know you need more things to do, so I will do that.
Grady, I hope you didn't expect that. I expect you to be responsible for this report. In no way do I want to add anything to your plate.
Trust me, I didn't take it that way.
Okay, yeah, no.
But I will be working with staff to try to identify a format and also ensure that we put it out on a monthly basis. I don't have an issue with that.
Right, and I think it's imperative that we know what was on-viewed versus what was a complaint and everything. And I want to give you credit 100% for any time a resident has complained to me about anything and I have forwarded their emails on to you, it is done within an hour. And one way or another, you get back and say the following was done, or as he stated, somebody was already doing it. So hats off to you. And the court administrator was out of the room when I gave you a compliment. I appreciate your monthly reports. I read them. I understand exactly. Kudos to the way that you've turned around court administration. And I truly, truly want to, I know what the reports mean, and when I read them, I understand them, and I appreciate you doing it, and compliments to the way that you've turned that around over there.
I agree. I think the report would also have a nice byproduct. We can tell if there's an area that we need to educate our citizens on as well, so.
And, I think because some of our cases actually end up going to court, and some of them are high profile, but you don't necessarily hear about them. Like, we've had the one person that was selling homes out of his property for many, many years, and finally, that came to a recent conclusion, and that's something that would show up in a report, so.
Oh, the cars.
Yes, the cars. Sorry, I meant to say cars, I'm sorry. Okay, the next item is an update from Dave Trimble, our Deputy Town Manager, Administrative Services Director, and he's going to report back to the council regarding potential membership in the Arizona State Retirement System. David?
Okay, thank you very much for the time here. I've got a total of 12 slides, and the first one and the last one are just the covers, so I got 10. Hopefully it won't take too much of your time. Well, you know, I won't blame anybody else, but won't point any fingers. So this started back in the council retreat of 2020 in February, when we brought this to the council for as a topic, and at that point, the direction from council was to go ahead and research it and go ahead and get employee input, and so that's what we did. And so, click ahead here. Just in general, to kick it off here, as far as a quick overview. The town is currently not a member of the ASRS, which is the Arizona State Retirement System. Most of the Arizona cities and towns are members of ASRS. Now, the town doesn't have anything against our current 401A defined contribution plan. However, the rules don't allow us to offer both of the 401A that we currently have and the ASRS. So it's kind of an all or nothing. And you know, we think the benefits of joining ASRS outweigh the negative side of discontinuing the current 401A. And the big reason that we think there's a big advantage are really twofold. Number one, the town's at a big disadvantage in recruitment and retention of employees. And we think the ASRS offers employees that are in it better benefits. And we did a survey of our employees, and the majority were in favor of joining. The incremental cost to the town for next year would be modestly higher. However, the cost has begun to decrease and could easily be a savings to the town in the coming years. So, and we'll look at more of these things as we go along. So, let's see. A little bit of the background again, just to reiterate, the topic was discussed at the retreat in 2020, and we've been delayed kind of in a holding pattern for a while there. The pandemic hit us. There were some complicating factors that we'll get into. Social Security is a big thing. It's a little bit different for us. The town is not in Social Security for full-time employees, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So it's a complicated issue. We did take on some legal help for this, so it's a big issue. We wanted to make sure we were doing it right. And so we, as you can see, conducted a series of meetings with our employees. Really kind of got it going in November and had a bunch of meetings between then and the end of February. And again, we did a poll, and 63% to 37% approximately were in favor of joining. So we plan to place the item on the council agenda in March today goes okay. So more background, getting into a little bit here. Currently, full-time staff are currently required to participate in our 401, and again, it is a defined contribution plan. Full-time staff contribute 11%, and the town matches that. Town contributes 11%. We'll get more into that later. The town opted out of Social Security for full-time employees early in the town's history, so that's important as we go along as well. It's a little unusual. I thought that was weird when I started. I thought everybody had to be in Social Security, but as long as you offer a pension plan and you're a public employer, in certain cases you don't have to. So it's fairly common in California and not so much here in Arizona. Part-time employees are currently not in our 401A, and therefore the town does do Social Security for those employees. That rate is set at 6.2%, so that's important later on when we go into the cost. And the town currently pays for long-term disability for full-time employees through Mutual of Omaha. We'll get into later on, that's included as part of ASRS. So when we do some of the math on the cost, that comes into play. And again, the bottom 2 points, like I mentioned, the town is at a disadvantage in recruiting and retaining experienced staff because the town is not in ASRS. And again, employees are currently at a disadvantage when comparing the benefits of ASRS versus the 401A. Let's move on. A little bit about ASRS. The state has several different types of pension plans that are not to be confused with this one. This one's the largest and best managed one. Some of the other ones that the state has are not in such good shape. ASRS has over 500,000 members statewide. There are nearly 700 other employers within the state that are in ASRS. 79 of the 91 cities and towns, you can see all the counties, all the state employees, school districts, universities, and other governmental districts. And just sticking on that point for just a minute, some of the other towns that are not, again, most of them are, the vast majority. Phoenix and Tucson have their own defined benefit plan that does correlate with ASRS. But setting those two aside, the other ones that are not in ASRS, I thought it was important to kind of mention Colorado City, Jerome, Mammoth, Winkleman, Quartzsite, Huachuca City, Dewey Humboldt, Bullhead City, and Prescott Valley. So we're in that group. And that kind of plays into, as we go along, I'll talk a little bit more about the perception of us being an outlier, and that kind of plays into that as well. So again, more about the group here. It's professional. It's a really well-managed group. They've been an award winner for 32 years in a row, and then they won the Pension Standards Award in 2021. And I skipped one line there. The Fountain Hills Sanitary District joined last year, and I think they probably joined for many of the same reasons that we did, or we're looking at. And again, if you kind of look at the well-funded part, according to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee at the Arizona Legislature, nonpartisan group that does reports, they have the ASRS funded at 80%. That's their latest report. And if you look at that and you convert it into the Pew Charitable Trust that does a lot of research on all of the 50 states on their defined benefit plans, that would rank Arizona at 17th. So it's similar to like Minnesota, Oklahoma, Florida, Virginia. So I think it's a well-run organization. And as you can see, in their latest report there, it says it's sustainable and designed to withstand economic challenges and are backed by the trust fund that currently has $50 billion in it, and that's available to pay current and future retirement, health, and disability payments. And the way I figured the math is if no money kept coming in, if the spigot turned off tomorrow, which it won't, that's about 16 years worth of benefits that it could remain paying. So this slide shows us kind of a lot of the reason that we're interested in joining ASRS. Fountain Hills is at a big disadvantage in recruitment and retention. The recruitment process takes a lot longer than it should. Qualified applicants assume the town is part of ASRS, and they're disappointed when they learn that we're not. Potential candidates just don't apply, so it takes longer to find those applicants. Some candidates think the town is located in one of the far outlying areas. That's kind of what I mentioned earlier. So they think, and that's been a roadblock for us for a while. It's kind of getting over that perception that, oh, you guys are way out there. Now I'm not applying for Fountain Hills. It's way out there. And so that doesn't help when we're kind of lumped in with some of those other outlying areas that are not in ASRS. Some candidates apply, but later voluntarily take themselves out of consideration when they realize and understand the impact. So they get so excited, Fountain Hills has an opening, I'm perfect for it, and they apply, and they go, oh, I can try to make this work, I'll still try to make it work. And so they try to negotiate a higher salary or just try to negotiate different ways to try to make it work. But in the end, a lot of them just don't. It just doesn't work. We've gotten to the end and made job offers to multiple employees in that boat. Others, I know, for an example, early on would call me and say, they thought I was trying to pull something in my job ads because, well, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me you're not in ASRS? And so I learned to put in our job ad in big, bold letters, we're not in ASRS, to try to not have people disappointed. So, so that is a lot of the main points there. We do have an awesome staff, and we're determined to hire only the best, but unfortunately our pool of potential candidates starts off a lot smaller than it should, because a good number of those highly qualified potential candidates come from ASRS employers. So a lot of the other bigger cities and towns may have a number 1, 2, 3, 4 position, like accountant 1, accountant 2, accountant 3, or senior building inspector is a good one. A lot of places have an entry-level one, a building inspector 2, building inspector 3. Well, Fountain Hills has 1. And we're looking for one that can take the ball and run with it. So we don't have a ton of training. And so that's the type of employee that we're looking for, is that more experienced candidate. And typically those are out there with other municipalities, and they're in ASRS. So, and just at the end, the longer vacancies impact the productivity. So pretty obvious. I mean, work that would otherwise be completed would be, completed by the newly hired employee, but it remains undone or less efficiently completed due to the existing staff doing double duty. And also, interview panels. This is it. You're kind of looking at the interview panels. Staff here does a lot of the interviews. So whenever we have longer vacancies, it takes out of their daily duties as well. Our assistant town engineer, I know, has been open since last May. That's one example that we had filled, and it came down to ASRS. And that was early on. I think it was July or August when we had a candidate that, again, was trying to make it work, thought he could make it work, couldn't make it work. So. ASRS employee advantages. So the town's current 401A is a defined contribution plan, subject to the ups and downs of the stock market. ASRS defined benefit plan. It provides that lifetime stable monthly income that retirees can count on, regardless of market fluctuations. And I think this next bullet point, the lifetime monthly cash payments from ASRS, if you do the math, they're a lot higher than the amount that can reasonably be expected from the current 401A plan. And even if they were the same, even if the lifetime cash pension benefits were equal to those of the 401A, employees would rather have the stability and the guaranteed ASRS cash payments than taking their chances on the market. So, and in addition to those things, as far as the higher lifetime cash payments, the ASRS provides additional benefits that aren't part of our 401A currently. We talked about it a little bit, but long-term disability is included in the plan. And the thing there that's different from what the town currently pays for is if you go on long-term disability under the ASRS, and you go out, you continue to gain those credits toward your retirement, and that's not something that's currently anything that's available in our 401A now. There's a survivor benefit, and then retiree health benefits are also part of the ASRS. If you retire from ASRS at all, you have the ability to purchase group medical and dental plans after you retire. And then if you are in it for 5 years, you actually qualify to get a monthly health insurance subsidy that will help as you go along into retirement. So, and as alluded to earlier, as we talk about the cost to the town, just want to make sure that we understand the town currently doesn't participate in Social Security for those people that are in a retirement plan. So that would stay the same with ASRS. So that's a 6.2% amount that the town doesn't have to pay for those employees that every other city and town does have to pay. So Social Security, as I mentioned earlier, is set at 6.2%. We're not in it, so that saves the town 6.2% right off the top. The first 3 bullets and the last 2 are different there, so let me just go over those. So as mentioned, the town currently contributes 11%, so that's the cost to both the employee and, importantly here, to the town. Whereas with ASRS, the board sets the contribution rate toward the end of the calendar year, and that's set for the next fiscal year. So we know what it'll be in July. That's our target date to potentially implement if everything goes well here. And that rate's set currently at 12.1%. So it is a little bit higher than we're currently paying. But that does represent a decrease for the first time in a bunch of years. So I think it's breaking a trend. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then the last, second to last bullet kind of summarizes those other ones that detail a little bit more. So in summary, that's how I got to the amount. So for next year, the estimated combined amount, incremental cost to the town, is projected to be about $66,000. Now the town currently pays about $6 million in total salary, benefits, and employee-related expenses. So that's about 1.1% increase. It's $66,000. So, and my bottom point there's a good case that can be made that joining ASRS will result in savings for the town in the coming years. So let me jump into that one. Historically, the contribution rate that was on the previous slide that the board sets once a year, that has averaged about 7% over the past 35 years. So it's currently, again, set at 12.1. The town currently is paying 11 for our 401, so it's a little bit of an increase there. But again, it's averaged about 7% for 35 years. So in 25 of the last 35 years, the rate's been lower than the town currently contributes. So I think the odds are in our favor. Contribution rates tend to trend over the past 35 years, I noticed. 13 years, it decreased for every year except one. 14 years, it increased. This year, it decreased. So reverse to 14-year trend could represent the start of a downward trend, possible regression toward the 35-year average. No guarantees either way. But again, based on the historical contribution rates, it's not unreasonable to project a savings for the town. For example, if the contribution rate just goes to 10%, the town would save about $33,000 a year, or double what we're projecting for the incremental increase for next year. So, and if it goes down to 8%, the town would save about $123,000 every year. So, assuming we have, council consensus today, we would present again at the meeting in March, and with a resolution to authorize the town manager to execute the documents for the town of Fountain Hills to join ASRS, and we'd try to implement in July. We would continue to have workshops in May and June ahead of the implementation in July, and continue to engage employees with information regarding ASRS after implementation. And my final slide here is just, again, a summary. The town, again, we think we're at a disadvantage in recruitment and retention. We think the benefits are better for the employees. Majority are in favor of joining, and the incremental cost would be higher next year, but I think the cost could be less over time for the town. So that's it. I'll take any questions if anybody has.
I've had the opportunity to talk to a few government employees outside of the town of Fountain Hills and outside of the state as well. And it is an issue for a government employee that wants to go from one entity to another entity to find out that they're going to lose or not be able to continue to contribute to something that they've already gotten rolling. I don't think they actually lose it, if I understand it correctly. They keep it, it just kind of sits there, they just don't get to contribute more. And it really is, you do feel like you're losing something, even though physically they're not losing it. You do kind of want to, I could see me turning away from a job knowing that I'm not going to be able to continue to contribute to this that I've been populating for however many years. So I do know it's an issue. It's an issue at a state level as well.
I have some questions for you. I've been a financial professional most of my life, so when this came up, I did a little bit of digging and a little bit of research. Presently, ASRS is underfunded by about $16 billion as of a couple of years ago. And I don't, maybe this last year was the first time in recent memory that the actual contribution rate went down. But according to their agreement, it says that employees are required to pay 50% of any costs associated with paying down pension debt. That $16 billion is a lot of money. Contributions back in 2001 or 2 were 2%. Now they're at 11 something, as you quoted. With this one year where they actually went down, the only way to correct that deficit is to raise the contributions on all participants. That would be including the town. So I did some numbers, and your numbers and mine are a little bit different, but for the most part, they're close. That's $66,000. So what would we do to make the employees' paychecks stay the same? Would we have to compensate them so that their checks stayed whole? If that was the case, that's $140 grand a year right there. In 7 years, that's over $1 million in cost to the town. So I think, and then the obstacle about, I have a hard time with the obstacle about recruitment, because you've got 19 or 20 people on the payroll right now that were associated with this plan, and they're still here. If they chose another path to shore up years or whatever, they could have chosen that path, and they didn't do that. So there must be something attractive here to working in Fountain Hills. It's a great place to work. We take good care of our employees. We have a retirement plan that the town contributes right now 11% to. Never in my life did I have anybody contribute 11% to my retirement. Now, I was in the private sector, so I get that. But these are concerns that I have. As far as people getting additional benefits from retirement sources, there's financial professionals in this town that they can work with, after-tax Roth IRAs. And I really have a hard time, because it was brought up earlier by Mr. Magazine with the inflation rates the way they are, and I don't see that going away soon. This deficit for this plan is going to get greater, I think, in the years to come. We don't even know the effects of what COVID has done to this plan. Really, not yet. We won't know for another year or two. So there's a lot of questions I think that we need to do a little more research on, personally, myself, because TPT could be going down. We've got maintenance issues in this town, and to plunk another $1 million without really knowing how this deficit's going to be handled going forward, I think is a big question mark, at least for me anyway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave, how many employees that have left the town in the last 5 years, given their reason in their exit interview that they left the town because we were not in ASRS?
I think there have been a few. I think one works for a small municipality south of us. I think one works for at a different county now, but there have been a few. I don't think they named that as the only reason, but I think it's a contributing factor.
But was any of them their number one reason because we're not in ASRS, or did they get a better job offer?
I think it was a combination, probably.
Combination. Okay, well, I am now going into my 6th year of Arizona state employment, and if I had a choice to be in ASRS, I would run from it. So I'm not happy with it in the least. I've been there 6 years, and in 6 years, it's gone up 4 times. The chance of it going down are slim and none, and Slim just left town. It will continue to increase. It will not go down. And they always have reasons why it needs to go up. And we don't, as an employee of the state, have any choice but to pay into it. So I got a little heartburn over the fact that I remember the 2020 council retreat in which the senior members were here, and I distinctly remember saying that, get some figures and everything, but I swear to you, and I really got a good memory, I swear to you, I don't remember us in that retreat giving the town permission to survey the employees and get their opinion on it. And here's what the heartburn's over. We kind of look like big a-holes, and I do a really good job of that without needing the town's help. So if I'm against this, and 67% of the employees are for it, it kind of makes me seem to be not pro-employee. And I am really pro-employee, and my votes prove that by the 3 raises, I think, that we gave you. The last one was 3.5%. I think the only pay raise that I didn't vote for was the town managers. So, so now the employees want to be made whole, which I don't blame them. So that's an additional 1.2% that, as Councilman Friedel pointed out, that we have to pay up because nobody wants to have their benefits, their paycheck decrease to get this benefit. So, I mean, just with the way that the survey was put out and then it's put to us, and if we vote against this, we're kind of like, seem like we're against the town employees, which I'm not. But I just, if, you said, well, maybe 1 or 2 in 5 years, that's not a high number. And I guess having personal experience with it, I don't want to speak. I believe the mayor was involved with ASRS. To me, it's not some great pie-in-the-sky thing as I think it's trying to be sold as. So I was opposed to it in 2020. I'm opposed to it now. I think you guys are in a much better position where you're at now. And I mean, I hate to sound like a jerk, but I mean, if there's town employees that are a few years away from getting their, or months or whatever away, they're welcome to seek employment somewhere else to get that ASRS credit if that's what they want. But I can't believe that anybody with as good as we treat our town employees and with the raises that we've given you guys, well-deserved raises because you all work your butts off, but if you're going to leave this job in which I believe this town and the mayor and the council is taking care of you guys because of ASRS, there's got to be another reason that you're not happy with the job other than ASRS.
Vice Mayor?
Well, first let me say that I'd be very surprised if anybody who's leaving has top of mind the fact that they don't have ASRS. They go for lots of other reasons, whether it's location, housing costs. I mean, you could go down a long list. First, I want to thank the staff who are here. It's been a long day, and I think the presentations that have been made, the information we've been given, is proof positive that we have an absolute stellar staff. I think we could put our staff up against any other municipality in terms of expertise and dedication and so on. I favor ASRS. What's most compelling for me is the fact that in order to keep this stellar staff or attract new stellar staff when people leave, we've got to be competitive, and we're not competitive. When you listed, David, when you listed the other towns that don't have it, my recollection is it was about 5 towns that were teeny little towns, very small in population. I think it's critical for the citizens of this town that we have the best staff we can possibly have. And so for that reason, and I think we have to be fair to the employees and let them know how much we appreciate them. So I favor it.
Well, do you have, go ahead, you go.
So Dave, in your presentation, did we say we were going to make the paychecks whole, or was that just something thrown out as a possibility? I don't remember hearing that.
Dave, I think he did reference that probably, the next cost of living adjustment that would be proposed would probably encompass that. So that was either implied or it was actually in the presentation.
Because I know last year with the sanitary district, my business partner and I actually did some workshops over there with the employees because they were switching to this plan and they were going to be taking salary cuts. And so one of the workshops, the workshops kind of emphasized, trying to save here and there, just trying to get them used to the having lesser paychecks. So that's how they did it over there, just kind of throwing that out there. And then, Dave, you mentioned with the 401A, I'm not totally familiar with your plan, but I know it's market-driven, but I assume the employees do they have opportunities to change their investments in terms of aggressive, moderate, it's,
Yes.
so, it is tied to the market, but if you're a more conservative person, you can choose more conservative investments, right?
It's self-directed, the investments are. So, and they can put on autopilot and it will go into a target fund based on their age.
Okay. All right.
And I think those target funds are kind of nice. They do rebalance, I believe, either quarterly or yearly. But the ASRS plan, their rate of return has been 3.7% over the last 30 years. So it's not aggressive. By agreement, I believe. They have to be kind of conservative with that, I think. So,
Just to let you know that they have the 8% is what they program into their rate of return. We just found out that they exceeded it. Do you remember what the percentage was for the calendar year last year? But everybody had a good year. The market did as well. But for the first time in several years since they did a reform to the ASRS back in, I think, was that in 11? They basically had their very first cost of living adjustment. what makes the fund or the ARS pension plan much more sustainable is, unlike other pension plans around the country, it doesn't have an automatic cost of living adjustment, which erodes away the, you know, the fund balance and then causes the underfunded or unfunded balance to grow. So anyways.
Absolutely. And as David mentioned, yeah, I'm retired from the state, and my husband is, and so there were definitely benefits there where our monthly health insurance, not only did we get the benefit that you were talking about, the premium benefit, but you get a spousal premium benefit. For us, it was like $250 a month, and free, one of us had free dental. So there's definitely, once you retire, I think more to the point of why does somebody leave, it's more why don't they come? You know, if I was working for the state for 10 years, if I decided to go to a city, I would not go somewhere where I wouldn't have been able to continue with the ASRS. It's, you know, it's reliable, you know, it's conservative. And I feel like it's a good thing for our employees. My question is, the ones who didn't want it, did they say why? And is there a way to mitigate their concerns?
I didn't get a whole lot of feedback from those employees, but one mentioned passing it on to someone other than their spouse. So relatively unusual in that regard. And I know we would like to have both. Like I said, kind of, it would be great to have employees at least have the choice, at least a one-time type of deal for the ones that are already working here that may have started under the 401 plan. But we're working with ASRS. I don't think we're going to be able to. That's not part of their process. So
We looked into it. We really hoped, you know, that those that were here at the time, if that was the council decision to go forward with ASRS, that those that wanted to stay in the current plan, they could. But under the rules and regulations under the state law, it's an all or nothing. So that's the way it is, unfortunately. And we did research that and vet that. There are some areas where if you're over a certain age, you can opt out. If you're part-time and there's other areas, you can opt out. So anyways, for the full-time employees, they're really, it's either an all-in or not in kind of thing.
And can you, I just have one more question. Can you buy years? Like with us switching with somebody who maybe came from Mesa, you know, worked here for a little while, can they buy back their years?
Yes, that is a feature of the plan. You can buy.
They can, but it's very expensive.
Well, but it's, if you live long enough,
yeah.
it's worth it. Yes, sir.
We've
done it.
I think the amount of money that the town will incur as far as everyone wanting to be made whole, I know I didn't make that up. I know I read this and heard that this is what the employees want. So this will be another 1.5% pay increase across the board for every town employee. So there seems to be a rush to get this on March's agenda. I think that the actual cost of what this is going to be, total, for all the employees to go into this, how much it's going to cost the residents and everything, these are all things that should be addressed before this council, and I don't want to speak for the mayor or anybody else, but me personally, I mean, you know my feelings. There isn't anything you can tell me that would change my mind. I think you're all making a huge mistake. But I believe that whatever funds that are going to have to be paid forward to make employees whole, that dollar amount should be presented to us before there's a decision made.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor.
Well, just briefly, we've talked in this meeting, which started at 8:30, about the possibility of approving many, many millions of dollars worth of expenditures. And for me, if it means spending a little bit less on something for the employees and for their loyalty and for our ability to hire the best people available, I think it's worthwhile.
I have a question. it's a complicated system. There are numerous employees that will be affected positively and maybe negatively. Before I could really feel like I make an educated decision on it, I would like to see 1 or 2 examples of what the employees make, what their weekly, if they stay at the 11%, if they go to ARS, how much is their salary going to change? How much would it be to make them whole? How much is the benefit like for Social Security, et cetera, to be part of that system? I would really like to see more of the particular working so that if I was trying to make that decision as an employee, I would really be able to understand it before saying yes to something that once I say yes to, another person's controlling my retirement. And I'd like to know a little bit more about the benefits, like what Jenny said and things like that, because and I appreciate your slide presentation, but I need to know a little bit more about it. As a person who was an employee, I did happen to work for the government for a while with that, but still, it's just, I would like that information before bringing it before council, if you don't mind.
Mayor, I think we've gotten some really good direction. That's what we were here for in the first place. So we will go back and try to do further research and additional information the council's asked for, and we'll try to bring this back to you at a later date. Thank you.
Mayor, could we also include the why the other percentage? How much was it? 37 per? Could we?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Could we include the 37% that were against this? Could we include their reasonings on why they were against it? I mean, not of course,
Dave,
Fountain Joe says he hates it, or
No.
Dave, now don't get, but what would be the reason that they were against?
We had good feedback from from the employees for and against. Since we had additional comments, Dave actually solicited that. So we'd be happy to provide that to you. Either when we provide all this additional research or if it's part of the decision package for you. So we'll do that either way. I know we're getting close to our end time. We have a couple more items. Is there a desire for a real quick break, or do you want to just kind of plow through? We're just about done here.
Power through.
Okay. So,
Get up and feel free to leave.
So the next item is a community branding process that has been proposed by the Vice Mayor. We have had in our economic development plan and also in our strategic plan, we've had health and wellness as areas that we could target particular industries or try to promote our town for tourism. And the Vice Mayor had an idea that perhaps we should go through a community branding process to make it official and actually try to come up with a whole marketing strategy towards this, not just have it be targeted areas, but actually develop a strategy. If the council is interested in pursuing this further, we would probably go through an RFP process, but I know the Vice Mayor, he was wanting to talk to you about this. And the reason why this is before you is in talking to the mayor and I had a discussion about this, and she had a different thought. She thought we can kind of do this without having to actually have a full community branding process. So I felt like I was being kind of pulled in two different directions, and so I thought it'd be important to get the whole council to weigh in on this.
My direction is the important one.
So with that, I'll refer to the one who thinks it's the direction to go, so, the Vice Mayor.
Grady and I have been talking about this for 2 or 3 years now, on and off, and originally he said we need to work this through a committee process, which has been happening for some time. I think we're missing a real opportunity in this town. I'm proposing the concept of health and wellness as a potential brand for Fountain Hills, that we become known as the Health and Wellness Center of the Valley. Everyone will pretty much understand what that means. No city or town has the assets we have to offer, or the access to all of these assets. I mean, we're a small town, 24,000 people, geographically small, and yet I think we have more assets than any other town there is. we can sell this concept, I think, to our advantage. Our strategic plan has recognized health and wellness branding as a high priority and to encourage access to health and wellness opportunities. Since early 2000s, cities and towns throughout the country have recognized the value of developing a brand image, if you will. What does it mean to have a brand? A city or town brand is, and I'm quoting, fundamentally its sense of identity, shaping how it communicates and markets itself to the world, and what it does, how it sets policies and makes civic investments. I'm quoting again, branding is not pretending to be something you're not. It's about revealing, packaging, and promoting awareness about what you intrinsically are. And let me say that while the fountain and potential dark sky discovery center will always be centerpieces of our town and will always attract visitors, and that we should always advertise them and get as many visitors as possible to enjoy them, and our own citizens to enjoy them. They're structures, they're not brands. I love New York, America's breadbasket, relating to food production in the Midwest. Pop, pop, fizz, fizz are types of brands. Some are product brands. If we're to proceed, we need to identify our unique value proposition, and we are unique. Once we've done that, benefits can include, and this is not original with me, benefits can include increased recognition, increased tourism, our attractiveness to business, attractiveness to investors, growth of our economy, and job market growth. These have all proven to be the result of branding, of city and town branding. I forget the exact number. I think New York City has seen $76 million in investment just on that one brand of I Love New York. It can't be established in a vacuum. After receiving consultant recommendations, as Grady mentioned, a process could be created to involve influential town leaders, business leaders, residents, and so on. Finally, here's a partial list of what our town has to offer to buttress the recognition that Fountain Hills is indeed the health and wellness center of the valley. It's a long list. Trails, 2 medical centers, tennis, golf, and pickleball, seminars at the community center, parks and recreation, including such facilities as the splash pad, community garden, physical therapy, Golden Eagles Park sports events, the Sonoran Conservancy, McDowell Mountain Park, community center special activities for children and seniors, the Botanical Garden, library classes for children and adults. And earlier today, I think Rachel mentioned the possibility of a potential project of exercise equipment for the elderly. So we have a lot to offer. I don't think there's another city or town in America with our kind of demography that can compete with us in terms of what we have to offer. If we could brand ourselves this way, I think it would be a boon to our economy. I think people would come literally from all over the country to either take part in what we have or even live here. So I wanted to present that to you very briefly since it's late, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Alan, you forgot day spas.
Sorry. Dave said, don't forget bingo. He thinks I'm so old that I'm ready for bingo. He said this before.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with anything that you said about the town. You know, obviously I think our brand, if there's a brand, is the fountain. It's just, the word brand, I know, I mean, I talked to James about this ages ago, and it does sound a little manufactured to me, but, you know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. My thing was whether we could we're already kind of doing it internally. What's the status of our new economic development director who's coming? I love the idea of the active lifestyle in the hospital. I want to make sure it's also, you know, active, not just rehabilitative or whatever. I like the idea of the parks and the dark skies and all of those things that you said. The spring training that we do the ads for, our partnerships. So I guess it has more to do with whether it needs to be a branding, consultants and all that, or do we agree that this is, the kind of place we are? Why, when you ask, why did you move here? I think everybody kind of says the same thing, the views, the peace, the beauty, so if you talk to people, I talk to a lot of people outside of here and that don't live here, and they're always just like, oh, you're so lucky, it's so gorgeous there. Oh, it's so beautiful. So we have a brand. Now, what if we need to do something more, substantial with it or something? I'm definitely, willing to do that, and I'm willing to do a brand full scale if that's what everybody wants to do. But I just wanted your opinions. And Grady, again, what is the status of our economic development program?
So the director starts next week. And I had already identified if this was something the council wanted to pursue, this would be obviously this person's job to oversee this project. When I say pursue, there's two avenues we can pursue this. One is we've been kind of doing this not very well internally, or we can supersize it a little bit and get some additional outside expertise to help us with this. We just have really one person, we got two maybe, that in addition to their regular work in economic development and tourism, that we would be able to have work on this. But branding is not their background. They're not market experts or anything like that, marketing experts. So I think if you're okay with this, we can take this and basically develop a scope of services or scope of work. Council will have the ultimate say. If we come back with a proposal for you to consider awarding a contract, if you don't want to go forward that direction, you can tell us no. If you want to tell us no today, that would be great, so we don't have to go through that effort. But either way, I feel that I'm saying there's consensus to go with this, but not necessarily seek out the professional expertise on it.
I love the idea of going active, however we want to make it happen. One of the things I want to bring up is I'm kind of glad to see that we've gone away from the get out of the valley and into the hills. While that sounds relaxing and great, I feel like it's pack a lunch, bring your passport, let's all go to Fountain Hills. So I just feel like it shows how far away we are, where we're not.
Right.
If we talk about being active, we're literally just on the other side of that hill right there, people. So I feel like I'm glad we're going away from the one, and I would love to see us talk a little bit more about getting active, because there are literally a billion ways to do that here.
Two questions. How does Adaro play into this? And then what about, maybe once we get them to change their address. And then what about the chamber? Do they play a role in this at all to help us brand? Or
Absolutely. That's when I said, once we have some kind of a plan.
They're definitely stakeholders, to your point. Most of the time, these are identities that are community identities, and therefore they're usually initiated by a city or a town. But you definitely have stakeholders that are involved, and the chamber's a huge one that you want involved. You want the business owners. And certainly the Adaro Resort is definitely going to be a major stakeholder because of all the amenities that they have to offer in our community. And it fits right in with health and wellness.
I was just going to say basically the same thing, that we have to reach out. We can't just do it in isolation. Right. So we'd have to get some citizens involved. We'd have to get businesses involved, probably through the chamber. There has to be buy-in. If there's no buy-in, there's no sense in even doing it.
Yes, yeah, I'm not sure how I feel on this, because I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I think with Grady, your point, maybe, flesh it out a little bit more in terms of what it would look like long-term, financially, what partners are willing to participate or have skin in the game. Even the new director, it'd be nice to have them get settled in and figure things out and get some input from them in terms of their recommendations as well. And so I'm not opposed to it, but, you know, I don't think we're ready to implement it tomorrow yet either, so.
Great. Well, this has all been good. I believe what we'll do is we'll go ahead and I'll work with a new director, and maybe we'll just come back at the end of one of our council meetings like we've done for a workshop and further flush this out with you. So thank you.
Thanks. The other thing about the, you know, I think the city of Mesa just did it like a couple days ago, so you might want to take a look at that. But when you do look around, except for Glendale's Got Game, I don't think I could think of any kind of a slogan or anything for any of the towns around us. So I think, you know, it's something to consider. Yeah, I'm happy to consider it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next item is discussion regarding a possible short-term lease of Four Peaks Elementary School. As I'm waiting to get the remote. Thank you. So as you saw in the staff report, we're not really quite ready for prime time on this, but I did want to give you a heads up because it will likely come back to you at a later date. As you're aware, BizHub was established in 2018 as part of an initiative between the town and EVIT and the school district and the Arizona Business Advisors. BizHub is basically a business accelerator. It's designed to help businesses grow, as well as new business startups. EVIT had planned on expanding its technical vocational curriculum at Four Peaks Elementary School. They were having the students that were in there, some of the occupants of there, like FTS, the clockmaker or watchmaker, they were utilizing the students there to kind of teach them watchmaking, and it's a really powerful, useful approach. EVIT acted as the primary anchor and sublet spaces to other businesses. Unfortunately, when EVIT pulled out in January of last year, the BizHub was never really able to be actualized or realize its potential. And after EVIT pulled out, the school district took over the operation of that space and started trying to fill up vacant spaces so they could try to make it financially work for them. In my opinion, BizHub, it was a primary priority for economic development, and it just has never really been able to work, but I believe it's because of the situation it found itself after EVIT pulled out. In discussions with the school district will welcome leasing the facility to the town. What I'd like to see potentially is to do a 3-year, either no or low cost type of lease, where we go ahead and maybe take responsibility for the utilities and the maintenance while we have the tenants in there. We collect the rent, and we also actively manage the facility. We also have a huge facility that we believe, in talking with Rachel and her staff, that there's good opportunities that they could use that space also for recreational needs as well. Arizona Business Advisors would also assist the town in leasing and acceleration activities, so they would help us manage that as well. So they take on a larger role than what they currently have right now. We don't have, these are some slides that show you kind of the site. So this is Four Peaks Elementary School in the bottom right-hand corner, the big massive space. And that's Four Peaks Elementary School. And this is kind of the roof area. It's a huge space. I believe it's close to 40,000 square feet. So it's a very large facility. And then this is the floor plan on the interior. So there's quite a bit of space that's not used, and there's some spaces where we would try to reallocate and move tenants to. Here's a little bit clearer picture. To conclude, we're in the process of currently evaluating the annual operating and maintenance costs. So at this point, we were trying to get that information. We didn't get it in time for today's meeting. And that could even make a difference. If it's just outrageously expensive, like the AC and the maintenance of what we would have to put out, If it doesn't pencil out, trust me, I have no interest in pursuing this. We'll find some other alternatives. But if we find that we're very close and there might be a small subsidy the town has in running this facility, we think that this is really huge because we have a lot of vacant space here in town. And I think BizHub is a great opportunity to try to grow those businesses so they can move into some of the space that we have. So basically, I wanted to just kind of give you this as a potential item that you're going to be seeing probably in another month or so once we get this more fleshed out. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this proposed lease.
I love the concept of the Biz Hub, and I have since the inception. And I actually, once the Biz Hub gets back up and running, I am actually on the board. One thing, I don't know anything about the building itself, but rumor has the plumbing is not good.
Right. So we have heard about the sewer on the far west wing. It's interesting because they weren't allowing any of the occupants to go into the west wing, so to speak. But our understanding is that when they had that extension that went into the west wing and they added it, they still had all these students. So we're not really quite sure that the sewer issues are as bad as they say. And so that's one of the things that Justin and his staff are helping us evaluate that. They're looking at the roof, they're looking at all these other issues potentially before we make a decision. So we may be coming back to you with basically, you know what, we've looked at this, we're not sure this is really the way to go. Although right now on paper, it's looking fine until we get those numbers. So thank you for bringing that up because we are evaluating the plumbing issues that you raised.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in favor of looking at it further. And again, I think you're on top of it in terms of if the costs are just too great, you know, it's not really going to be worth our bother, our budget.
Right.
You know, and I know when we were renovating the community center, some of our activities were transferred down there, mostly for seniors. And I know there was issues, you know, air conditioning or this and that. And we know that it's an older building and it's going to need some fixing up. But Biz Hub aside, if you don't, you know, if that doesn't fill the whole building, I mean, maybe it could be kind of another location for from Parks and Rec programming to kind of relieve some of the pressure at the community center. Because I know when we were looking at different users at the community center and fee waivers and stuff like the FHCCA and all their groups, I mean, I just think there's potential to use that space for some of these other things and relieve some of the pressure we're feeling at our community center.
And I didn't get into the details, but one of the areas we're thinking is a really good opportunity is maybe teen activities and teen programming, because right next door is the Boys and Girls Club, but most of their focus is really more for the younger kids. But the mayor just recently met with the new executive director of the Scottsdale Boys and Girls Club, which has purview of our local one. And there was interest in doing collaboration. So we're going to get a meeting with that director and the staff to see what might be some potential ways that we can collaborate. And one of the areas we might collaborate is maybe doing something with teens and programming.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. And, you know, with the improvements we're doing all around Four Peaks there and some of the amenities, that's just a natural fit, if you ask me. So, and maybe we can put in a bigger zip line for like teenagers then, you know.
I think you should investigate it, and also the Biz Hub might be a good entry spot for some of our home-based businesses that have outgrown their home, and maybe then they step there and then into a vacancy down in town.
So it's a really good point, and one of the things that was never realized, we were trying to come up with, when it first opened, the idea was basically a shared area where people can maybe meet with clients and also set up a laptop and use the Wi-Fi there. And we were thinking at the time, and that was Arizona Business Advisors, EVID and the town, and we were looking at possibly having some sort of a membership or subscription base that would help recover some of those costs. So good point. Okay, great direction, and you'll hear more about this as we obtain additional details and facts on this. The next presentation is by Community Services Director Rachel Goodwin, who's going to brief you on the Sunridge Neighborhood Park Survey results and possible direction that you may have or consensus. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin.
Almost forgot that part. I'll start with the good news that this is the last item. But it is an item that is of high importance. There's a lot of community conversation going on around this, and I know I've talked with a number of different commissioners and a number of council people that are wanting to understand the big picture, so we thought this was a good time to at least share some information as well as the survey results. So, without further ado, we'll jump in. As you know, we put out a survey earlier this year, back at the beginning of January. It was very short and sweet with Bo's help. We developed 7 questions. Took less than 3 minutes to answer, and these were the questions. What would you like to see in the park? What amenities would you like to see? Would the survey takers prefer no lighting and sunset closure, or low level and to increase the park usability? As you've heard earlier today, there's a lot of asks for lights in our playground, so that was what part of this conversation here as to how late this facility would potentially be available. Would you use the park as a resident? What type of parking lot surface would be preferred? And how many parking spaces would be needed? Do you feel would be sufficient in addition to the ADA? Should the park be gated when closed? And then providing a residential address, again, once again, just to confirm that it is residents that are taking the survey and it's not being taken by any folks outside of the community. One of the big questions I keep getting is, why didn't we ask certain questions on the survey? Why didn't we ask if folks wanted the park? Well, the survey was designed to understand the amenities and the layout and the accessibility. That's kind of our integral starting point to design the park renderings, to develop our cost estimates, and to develop a phasing process. It didn't ask if a park was desired because the park technically, as of right now, is already voter approved and a council identified project. It's recognized in a number of documents. So at this point, it is a council decision whether we move forward with a park. We didn't outline a lot of active park options in our survey. It is through our recommendation that the site be very natural. It use the contours that are existing. However, we did put a number of suggestions out there, but there was an open-ended spot to comment if you wanted something else. If you really felt like pickleball belonged there, there was a place to do that. If you really felt like there was a need there in that spot, there was a place to note that. How and to whom the survey was distributed. The survey was targeted to our Sunridge Canyon residents, as they're the most impacted by this project. We worked with the HOA. They were not able to provide us with the email addresses for our use, so we provided the HOA a sample email correspondence with background information, the project content, survey links, etc. Originally, we had hoped to send it out from a town email address so that folks could hit reply and information could come back to us directly. If they had questions, if they wanted to comment directly back to us, we could do that. Try to eliminate the middleman. Unfortunately, that wasn't feasible, so the HOA offered to put the survey out on our behalf. I believe that they also put it on their website. The community has 775 residents, but the HOA wasn't able to confirm how many emails went out. They don't have a full email listing.
Rachel, if I may, just for clarification, it's 778 households.
Okay.
Correct?
That could be right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the households. So we don't have an accurate number of how many households received the email. I do know that the residents were encouraged to share with neighbors and communicate that this survey was active. We received 208 responses. However, many of the questions within the responses were skipped, which is not surprising. If folks did not feel like a park was warranted, they answered the first question generally and then moved on. Of the 208, based on 775, I could redo the math, but that's roughly 27% participation of Sunridge residents. Yeah, it would be just a smidge, yes. So the survey results, this is just sort of a snapshot of that first question. That first question said, what amenities would you like to see? There was, again, a couple of proposed amenities or suggested, ramadas, shade structures, walking trails, low-impact outdoor fitness and balance equipment, activity area for horseshoes or bocce ball, restroom facility, picnic tables, overlook benches, a water fountain or water bottle filling station, or a pet water fountain. And then, of course, the other, which is the open-ended, where anyone could comment on anything they felt was appropriate or not appropriate for the space. Not surprising, we got a lot of comments there. We'll take a look at those in just a sec. The rest of the findings are sort of summarized here, that 85% of the survey takers that answered the questions prefer the park to close at sunset and have no ground level lighting. Additionally, 82% would prefer the park to be gated when it's closed. Gating is pretty traditional in most of our parks outside of Fountain Park. Most of our parks, when they close at 11 p.m., the gates are closed. But that is to note that most of our parks do close at 11. Our trailheads, however, close at sunset, so this would not be out of the ordinary. If a parking lot was installed, 76% would prefer a hybrid service. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What would not be out of the ordinary?
If we decided to close this park at sunset as opposed to 11 like most of our other parks.
Yep, thank you.
If a parking lot was used or installed, 76% would prefer a hybrid surface. So this kind of goes back to something that our Vice Mayor was mentioning earlier today about using alternate surfaces. If we were to move forward with this, this might be a good test area for something like that. To be a little more eco-minded, improve drainage, et cetera. And then if the parking lot were installed, 66% feel that 5 to 10 parking spaces are sufficient in addition to the ADA. Another 27% felt a little more between 11 and 15 would be fitting. So we could certainly look at that to see what the space accommodated. So that first question, we had 126 comments from folks. They all fell into common themes. Some were a little more detailed than others, but this gives you a general idea of what the comments were. A lot of the comments were opposed to the park or development in this location. When I say a lot, probably about 100 or so. So a vast majority did comment that they were opposed to the park. There was noted concerns about traffic and parking and vehicular speed near the area. There was concerns about homeless encampments, drug usage, sales, illicit activity, teen hangouts, alcohol parties.
Do you over 100 said they didn't want the park.
Mm-hmm.
Out of 227?
208.
Okay. Do you read anything into the, I guess you can't read anything into the fact that you got 500 homes, 455, who didn't say they don't want the park or do want the park? I mean, it's hard to, I guess I would think that if so many people didn't want the park, you would think they'd write that in, and we only got...
It's a hard one to answer because we had a lot of folks reach out outside of the survey. I know there's been a lot of dialogue outside of what we'll call this communication tool. This was just one tool to gather that feedback. I know a number of folks have shared their opinions via email and through different resources online. And so it is a very contested place. It is a very interesting conversation, and there's a lot to it. It's not as black and white conversation. This survey was an attempt to start looking at that, but it's certainly not cut and dry by any means.
I have been reached out to by no less than 15 people. I live up in North Heights, just north of Sunridge. 65% of them are against it. I'm just wondering, and a lot of them said, you know what, that survey was tainted to make it sound like it was already a done deal and it was already approved and it's going to be done. These are what your amenities choices are. I'm just wondering, would it make sense to find another way to survey these people and ask that question, do you want to park there, yes or no? I don't know what it would cost, 778 homes. Maybe we don't have all the email addresses. Is there another format that we can use and find out from these people? I mean, rather than just proceed or do something, maybe it's an idea that, isn't warranted.
And by the way, I mean, I think that's a good idea. We were not, we did not look at the survey as something that we were trying to just roll over all those residents. And I went on record when we had that July 29th meeting. And of course, I didn't run this by you as the council who previously approved the project, but I said if there's clearly no support, we're not going to put a park someplace where no one wants it. So, and I mean that. And so, but at the same time, there's an issue where unfortunately people, all these concerns got ahead of the cart. We normally go through open houses and go through a design charrette or have a landscape architect. We invite the residents to a meeting, we show them kind of some concepts, and we've heard loud and clear, nobody wants a very active park at that location. And we don't want an active park because it's going to mean a lot of maintenance and upkeep, and it's going to bring a lot of people and traffic and all that from the area. So I like the idea of doing a follow-up survey. I really do, because one, as you saw, we probably had maybe 13%, if I'm just doing the math off the top of my head, and I don't know how many two-member households put in, separate votes or separate submittals. So I think that's a good idea. We were thinking, as you get to the end of this presentation, and once you advance the slide to the next.
I think that's a good idea.
We have a couple of other slides, I think, before the one you're thinking
Okay.
of. But to that point, and I would like to follow up on what Grady just shared, when we first developed the survey, we were under the impression that the HOA had everyone's email so that it would be a complete and fully accessible. It wasn't until after the fact that we realized that they did not, and we probably should have, had we known that, we would have gone a different route by either doing a mailing or a postcard or something of that nature. So learn that in hindsight.
I think it's an excellent idea. Normally, people who are against something are the ones who tend to come out publicly. However, we may find that 2/3 of the people don't want it. I wouldn't know how to go on this without that kind of information.
Is this the park? Well, it's not a park. Is this where the trailhead, where you were talking about having a place for people to park and access the trailhead? So basically, maybe the wrong term of art is being used as far as it being a park. I mean,
Your memory, I'll jump in on this. Your memory is absolutely correct. We had council direction to put in the parking lot so that neighbors there would not be impacted negatively by cars parking on the street that were trying to access the trail. And so that's what actually immediately mobilized the homeowners association, because they didn't know anything about this. And then they brought to our attention, which I don't know how this happened, but that there had been, 10 years earlier?
At least.
10 years earlier, that the Sunridge Homeowners Association never granted permission for an easement for us to put the trail in that we were proposing. And that the reason for that is Rachel and I came in after that. Her predecessor was here when that was done. However, we did have some MMPC board members that might have remembered that, but didn't come to our attention. So unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, and that's what initially got people very upset. We have since dropped that. In fact, we're about to send a letter to the homeowner association, because when we met with the community manager last Thursday, she said she thought that was still on the table, and I said, no, we've taken that off the table. That's not something. We've checked with our legal counsel, and there's no way we can pursue that, because they had already acted on that. That trail, we should have known about that before we had even put it into our capital plan or our capital program.
okay, so this property can't be used to access when all the trails connect? This can't be used to a parking place?
Physically, it's across the street
Right.
from where the trailhead would have been.
Right.
So this is actually a 5-acre site right at the corner of Sun Ridge Canyon Drive and Desert Canyon.
So if I can, I think there's 3 projects that we're talking about. We're talking about a trail trail access, we're talking about a park, and then a parking lot that would potentially service both of those. The trail portion is no longer valid. It's not something we can move forward with, and that project is officially off the books. The park component is what we're talking about now, specifically the development of the 5-acre parcel. And so the parking lot would still service potentially that, but it certainly wouldn't need to be the same size and scope if it were serving both amenities. If that makes more sense. Okay.
I just follow up. It occurs to me that, and I favor another survey, but if we ask, do you favor it or not, I'm afraid a lot of people are going to say, well, it depends. So we might want to ask for those who favor it, passive or active, something like that.
Well, I think, so just to back up a little bit from what Peggy said, because we kind of wheedled through this, because I was looked at the SIP from 1920 or 2021. That's what it was. 2021, and it was the park. Then it turned into the trail things, because I was looking all over for like, why is this such a surprise? I know we passed this because it was the year before, but it was still a project that went
Right.
through the whole process. We just haven't done it yet. So that explains a little bit why the questioning wasn't, do you want it? It was, what do you want it to be? As far as it being passive, I think that's pretty much a given. But I'd be more comfortable knowing how more people feel about it in general. But overall, from a town point of view, when you put neighborhood parks in, there are parameters, like you got this many people that live here, this how many parks should be within 10 minutes or whatever it is walking. So there's also a community aspect to this too.
Right.
So I think, but I feel like we can't do anything until we really know what Jerry was talking about.
Mayor, to your point, the next slide actually hits right exactly what you just mentioned.
Can I just also remind you that you got a gold star because in the survey, I think it was like 96% of the residents of this town liked the present locations and the facilities of all of our parks. So we may find that we don't even need this one. It's possible.
Well, and so keep in mind, the one other thing I wanted to kind of throw out there too is to keep in mind that this park is an identified park, and it isn't necessarily, and I had a great conversation earlier today about the understanding that this park would be developed with development funds. That's what those funds are earmarked for. As our community grows or grew, it was our commitment to continue to build facilities and public spaces. So this has been identified since the last general plan, the 2010 general plan, as a park space. So we're kind of behind the curve, if you will, in terms of what we were planning to do. So in terms of standards, and I think that's what the mayor was referencing, this kind of gives you an idea of why a park. Who wants a park here? Why would we do a park here? Back to the idea of this isn't what I just think about at nighttime. This is based on a national standards and recommendations, and that's really where this was developed in part of the master plan. Is that generally speaking, communities of our size and scope have a standard of 9.6 acres per 1,000 residents. We currently have 5 acres. Number of residents compared with similar so usually that rounds out to standard of 1 park per 2,200, 2,300 people. We have 1 park for every 5,000 or so. So this is, again, just trying to work towards those standards, those measurability things that lead back to that quality of life, hopefully the folk that people are appreciating, part of the conversation about, keeping our community as a healthy and place to live, work, and play. Again, why was this space designated as a park? Well, it was part of the general plan. It was part of the adopted Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. And then it was also noted in the council's strategic plan, the previous one, not the one getting ready to be voted on. I pulled this excerpt out of the general plan because, again, this is what's driving staff priorities and things like that to support our different development strategies. Public spaces is one of those. Fountain Hill supports 3 pillars of a thriving social environment: improve the health and wellness through parks and recreation that inspire personal growth and healthy lifestyles; enhance connectivity by expanding and strengthening outdoor experiences that connect residents and visitors to nature and each other. So those are sort of those driving factors that we're making a lot of these decisions on, or these recommendations. The decision ultimately is going to come back to council and where you'd like us to go next. With that in mind, and I think this is where Grady was going, here are a few items or few ideas about direction, and we're open to those, how you'd like to proceed. I think a survey sounds like a great next step. We can look at what we'd like to know, and then, again, to craft the questions around that.
I think we just found the funding vehicle for your umbrella. If it doesn't work out as a park.
Could maybe you take a look at not having it be like a park per se, if it's chosen not to sell this property, but like in here is a meditative healing walk, like have it be a natural trail or another part of the community garden type of thing, so people can just enjoy walking there, or instead of it being like a park? Because I think that, given what we heard on some of the public comments and stuff, it seems to have a negative connotation to it in that particular place.
You're right. There have been a couple things that are semantics that say, well, park, I think of this. I don't think of nature trails and natural topography and things like that. So there is a semantics thing there, absolutely.
I actually was going to comment similar to Peggy, that what I found when I have this conversation with people is you can't say, what are the words, passive versus active park, especially to a town where, if you go back a slide or two and look at the parks that we currently have, most of all of our parks are everything to everybody. Right. We've got the children, we've got
the dogs.
Right, the dogs. They're all encompassing, and actually we're talking about doing more playground nearby the dog park. So one-stop shop for all of your family needs, but that's not the intent for this park. So when I'm able to have a conversation with someone to help them understand that what Community Services Director has said to me is, imagine it as a Zen-like park, that they're actually going to use the topography and as much as they can, the existing prettiness, and just kind of make nature trails. That's the way Rachel has talked about it all along. Once I have that kind of conversation and they see that it's not going to be attracting the teenagers to hang out at the zip line or the tot lot or the splash pad or any of that kind of stuff, they're much more welcoming to the conversation. But because we don't have anything like that in town, it's really hard for us to imagine that.
Yeah, and I think there's a little chicken and egg there too, because ideally, I'd love to put out, hey, these are a couple of options of what we kind of envision for the space, and get feedback, kind of that design charrette that Grady had mentioned. However, that got flipped and said, instead of us doing a design, tell us what you want. So now we're sort of, again, that chicken and egg. We can take some of this feedback, potentially have a few designs done, and incorporate that as part of the survey. We can wait and do a secondary survey and then use that information. I don't want to get too far down one path if it's not a project we're going to pursue. So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rachel, a friend told me that when the survey was sent out, is it true that the survey was sent out by the HOA, but prior or attached to the survey being sent out, the HOA had commented letting residents know that they were opposed to this issue?
Correct. The email that went out to so we provided a sample email and said, hey, here's some sample language you can use. To my knowledge, that's not what was used. An email that went out through the HOA did note that that they were against it and they were not supportive, and provided a couple of ways for folks to share their feedback about the survey.
So how could we possibly lend any credibility to the survey whatsoever when it's sent out shady like that? I mean, I'm open-minded to this. I haven't made a decision one way or another. My friend that lives there is totally for it. there's many people that are against it. And I get emails. I mean, there was an email that said putting a park there was going to increase drive-bys. You got to give me a break, okay? I mean, I promise that if a park winds up being built there, I'll sit down with the Gangster Disciples and the Latin Kings to offer a truce to make sure that no drive-by shootings are done in that. I mean, if you're going to send us emails, make them make sense of either why you're for it or why you're against it, not the nonsense of it going to increase drive-by shootings. Give me a break. And then we need to really focus on, if we're going to do this survey, to make it legit, that only the town is involved in putting out the questions and gathering the feedback without the HOA involved, because obviously the board of the HOA is resoundingly, we know their position.
Vice Mayor? Thank you, David.
I'm hearing some comments that are resonating with me, which is the possibility of sending out, if we could do it inexpensively, a color, whatever, rendering of what it would look like with trees in a path or something non-threatening. I think that might get a totally different response than just leaving it open-ended. Because I think what I'm hearing, and I think that's right, people think of splash pads and drive-bys and all kinds of crap, you know, all kinds of, all kinds of stuff like that. And if they see that it's all green with trees and a path or two, I think it may generate a much different response.
I have another question. When we look at doing this in the context of the general plan, voter approved, these numbers here, is that area when you do a neighborhood park, is that the only place you ever consider the opinion of? You know, we talk about age, median age in Fountain Hills and such, and there are people who live in communities because there's a park within walking distance with kids, of course. So is that the only consideration, or do we have a community consideration?
That's a great question, and this should be weighed on different sort of heights. Of, the 5,000-foot view looks really different than the 50,000-foot view. This park specifically, and you'll note that there's a couple of parks up there on that map that show the future park locations. Most of them are identified on currently town-owned property. So that's one hurdle. If we were to look at another site that's not town-owned, we would need to look at how we would acquire that, and that's obviously more cost. That's not out of the picture. We have looked at other properties and have made inquiries about acquisition, but it's just a much longer, drawn-out process. The three that are noted on here are town-owned currently. This of those three is the smallest and most accessible, I'll say, in terms of scale and scope and investment. The other future sites are quite large and will take much more of a investment, financially speaking, so we're not at a place where we can do that. Additionally, we look at this map, and you can kind of use it as a heat map, if you will, to show what communities have access, which communities have walkable access to parks, and which areas of our community do not. The idea would be, if and when we're ready to develop a park, to increase that service area. So you can kind of see our western and southern edges are the lower reached areas. A lot of our parks are concentrated along our eastern border. So looking to increase that and have a better reach for our community, because to your point, when we talk about attracting families, when we talk about making this a livable community, access to parks is a big part of that lifestyle. And you're right, this park is different than most of our other parks. It's not designed to be a super active park. It's not designed to have our namesake fountain in the middle. Folks choose to live near Fountain Park when that's what they want to have access to. The conversation here is to create park spaces, large, small, pocket parks, community parks, that are accessible to everybody. So yes, we would certainly look at other locations. This is the piece that lends itself to it, that is the size and scope of what we can manage, and has been previously identified. So again, all of all of those boxes are checked, if you will, in terms of a project making sense right now. If you'd like us to look at other locations,
No,
we
I
can certainly
think
do that.
Maybe you misread what I was,
Oh,
what I
okay.
was saying was that, are those the only, the people that are in a general area? When you look at putting in a neighborhood park, do you only consider the input from the people that are in that area, or is there more global desire?
Let me chime in on that, because we're doing something here totally backwards. And I'm not being critical of the staff or the neighbors or anything. But back several years ago, we had a master developer that didn't do what the norm was for most of these neighborhoods. All the cities around the valley all required the developer to put in these neighborhood parks. And they would work with the design and what they wanted to see as far as amenities, and the builder would put those in. This is just kind of going back and making up, just like we were having to put in sidewalks in a town that sidewalks should have already been in. So it's very similar to that, and we're having to go back. So in this case, yes, neighborhood parks, you really want to have the input of the neighborhood that's adjacent or is going to be the primary beneficiary of it, because it's supposed to serve their neighborhood. So community parks, much broader. They tend to serve a broader area, so you want to have a broader cross-section of the community. So that, I'm sorry, we gave you kind of a roundabout answer. I apologize.
Well, and I would say our community, our master plan, our survey, or our master parks plan that we did and we adopted was probably that community-wide survey. That survey that said, how do you feel about parks? Do you think we need more? And over 80% of the survey takers said, yes, we want more parks and trails and connectivity. So that's, again, that sort of resounding voice in that general sense that says, yes, as a community, this is something that's important to us.
Do we have any parks in Sunridge now?
It's my understanding that the HOA has 2 pocket parks, but I don't have a map or an identification of where they are located or what they have.
They're HOA greenbelt areas that are maintained. They call them parks?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's probably unfortunate we got off on the wrong foot on this whole thing, you know, and now we're trying to kind of back our way in. And I mean, I'm in favor of getting some more input and information too from the neighborhood. I just, and I think it could be a unique kind of area, even if we do the Zen thing or trail thing, you're still going to need, you know, some parking area in there. And, you know, 5 acres in the scope of all of our parks in the town isn't a lot. So, I mean, I was on the first Parks and Rec Commission. I'm all pro park, you know, but it's just like, it's unfortunate it's gotten to this point where we're going to get a ton of pushback, even if we do something minimal. But, I can see the benefit of it. And, again, would favor seeing some conceptual, you know, plans or what have you, some more input. But, you know, part of me also says, you know, is it worth it? You know, is it worth the fight? I mean, I've gone to bat for some projects out here that been controversial and won some, lost some type thing. So, you know, in the big scope of council and what we do and who we represent, what we're supposed to do, part of me is like, you know, is it really worth the fight? Although I think it could be a very worthwhile, peaceful, and I totally agree with Dave, like a lot of the arguments are, as usual, for just about anything in this town are totally outrageous and blown out of proportion. So usually things get done and then people get used to it and it's been there, it's really nice. That's usually how it works out. And I could see that working out with this too, but I think we just gotta be a little more cautious in terms of how we proceed from here.
Rachel, if we're going to go out with another survey, would you protect us all by showing it to us before you go out with it?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
We'll do it by mail, too.
Which reminds me, because I was surprised you only had 7 questions in the survey, because I don't see anything about a shade structure in there, so I just shocked me.
That was good.
Anything for the good of the order? No? I want to thank everybody.
Thank you, everybody. That was a great presentation.
Yeah, I really appreciate all your hard work, and get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you all.